Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Can you hear me? Give me 1 second. Fuck. Sorry, you guys. Sorry, you guys. What a mess. Jesus. I was having some difficulty behind the scenes. I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay? Are you here? Are you here? Holy fuck. All right. Lily, Haran, how are you? How are you?
I'm good. I just almost knocked over my whole setup, but yeah, yeah.
Oh, you want to know what I was doing? Speaking of knocking over whole setups. So there was a giant moth in here about this big. So the whole time the music is playing, I'm fucking chasing a moth with some like
Oh,
bug spray. Cause I'm like,
murder moth.
if I'm live and that thing flies across here or lands it, I mean, this whole thing is gonna be turned over. Everything's gonna be flying everywhere. So I'm like, I'm trying to kill you so I can go live. Can you stay still so you can be killed so I can go live? And the thing, it was a strong motherfucker, man, because I kept spraying and spraying and spraying, and it kept, and I'm like, the fucking intro music is over. Fuck. So I'm like,
Yeah,
He probably
it's a
wanted to be
murder
on the
moth.
panel, man. He probably wanted to be on the panel. He probably had some
apparently,
things. He had
He
to
probably
have
wants to
some
leave the
things.
manosphere. He wants to leave the
Exactly.
manosphere.
He had to tell. He wanted to tell
apparently.
his story, man.
Shit. Well, I put
Yeah.
him out his misery. Hopefully, it won't pop up. Cause I was like, yeah, I'm probably poisoned myself now. Cause
Yeah,
I'm not
deadly
outdoor.
gases.
Yeah, and I'm just like I'm spraying everywhere. So I hope the fucker landed somewhere and is dead, and I could sweep him up after the show. Because if that thing fly, I'm
Listen,
telling you, I'd rather face a fucking gunman than a fucking bug. Like I can't do bugs.
Oh y'all don't do bugs.
I cannot do bugs.
yeah,
You,
a little.
I'm not. Is
I'm,
that
I'm,
the
the only thing that does that to me, in like out of all of God's creation, is mice and rats. That right there. Well, I will pull out a whole arsenal of guns. I will call the police, the fire department, the ANS, the NAACP, the LGBT community. I'm calling everybody if a mouse runs past me. Like it's just I
listen?
can't do it.
Listen,
But
if you guys see me jump, the fucker is not dead. I'm telling you right now.
murder
I can't do
moth.
anything that crawls or I can't. I don't even like butterflies. They're beautiful from a distance, but I'll never. Yeah, I can't. I like them from over there, but when you see them up close, that thing that's holding them wings, it's a fucking cockroach. Okay.
Oh my god, that's my favorite thing. Well, no, actually, butterflies is one of my favorites, and
Like,
hummingbirds.
God,
I like some.
let me
I
get my
like
head in the
tarantulas.
game. I'm gonna have to edit out that whole shit. Hola, mi gente. Welcome to another episode of On the Block with Jen. I am YouTube's and your favorite devil's advocate, Jen. Let me welcome my panel. I see a guest backstage. That's going to be good for this conversation. But first, let me introduce my people. Welcome, chat. Chat, hold me down. Happy Monday. We made it to Monday. So glad to see y'all. Hope y'all glad to see me. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Forgive me. I hope the fucker is dead because if he flies up mid live, this whole thing is going to be turned upside down. Okay. So hopefully I got him. All
Hopefully,
right,
your
guys.
Agent Orange worked.
Yes, because I don't know what this is. This is just like this was in the garage, and I'm in here like with a gun blasting everywhere. So I hopefully I got him. I don't know. We'll see. Because it's summertime, and with summer come bugs. Unfortunately, they're everywhere in the summertime. So I'm like, here we go. All winter, I didn't even see y'all. Anyway, Enough about the bugs. Give me an atheist prayer, y'all, that it doesn't pop up. Okay, so hi Lily, hi Haran.
Well, hello, beautiful.
Lily, I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Oh,
I guess it's safe to say if I was over there, you'd have literally yelled for me to go handle this damn
Oh, if
bug.
you was over here, I would have left the room. I'd have been like, you got business in there. I ain't got
she would
listen.
have found somewhere to go.
Oh, for sure. For sure. This is not trust me, this is not a necessity because I can't have that thing flying around. But when I lived back in the Bronx and I used to come home from work, it was like that signature water bug every time I got home from work. And I mean
Yep. No,
like me and my
I go through
daughter
that.
me and my daughter literally would walk in the apartment and be like, where's the fucker? Because
Yeah.
there was always that one signature water bug. And one day I walked in and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna kill it. That bitch started flying from frame to frame, back and forth. I exited. I was like, this is your apartment now. I went downstairs to get the super, and the super was like looking at me like I was crazy. I was like, I don't do the bugs. Like, you have to go upstairs. And I lived on the 7th floor. I was like, you have to go upstairs and kill this thing. I need to sleep. But he went upstairs. He did. So yeah,
Like
I
I tell
can't.
people, ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, everybody knows what a man is and isn't. When there's a bug in the house, when there's furniture to be
Or
moved, or there's a
you
check to
need
be
to.
paid.
I had no, and I had to zip up the back of my dress the other day, and I was like,
Hmm.
oh, this is why I had a man.
Oh shit.
Now remember. Now I
Yeah.
remember.
Every now and then we're like, God, I wish there was a man here, and then we get over it.
Yeah, it takes. As soon as I got it zipped up, I was good.
Hey, we love y'all. We
Big
love
time.
y'all, but in doses, in doses,
Yes.
in
But I feel
doses.
like they feel the same way about us. So it's okay.
Absolutely.
The feeling
Oh,
is mutual.
men
Right.
especially feel that way
Right.
about us,
It's
especially
okay.
men.
It's okay.
Yeah, if they could get a woman that didn't have like vocal cords, they want the throat to open up. They don't want
Right.
to hear sound.
Yeah.
Hear sound.
But their AI girlfriend is coming and our AI
It
boyfriend is
is.
coming. So everyone will be happy. The world would be perfect.
Absolutely. All right, guys. This topic. Let people know really quickly where to find you so we could jump in and bring our special guest up because I think he's going to be real special for this topic. So let the people know where to find you. Hold me down, chat.
Well, I am Lily at YB Limited, the letter Y, the letter B, the word limited, just like it's spelled down here on the screen. And you can use that to find me here on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And if you want to find all of us, you can find us at the Block Talent Battle every single Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, if you're new to this channel or if you're new to this show, let me explain what the Block Talent Battle is. That's when the talented people from all over, whether they are really talented or think they're talented, come on out and perform. They can do anything within the 2 minutes that they're allotted that is not going to get us blocked from YouTube. Okay, so that means you can sing, dance, you can twerk, you can pole dance as long as you have your clothes on. You can play the spoons, the bongos, or ride a bike. I don't care what you do, as long as you do it within 2 minutes and don't get us blocked from YouTube. Now, don't come sucking up to any of us because we are not able to vote for you. Who is going to vote for you are the people in the chat and your wonderful supporters. So make sure you have them come out and support you, okay? So we will be expecting to see you every Saturday here on the block at Block Talent Battle, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Awesome.
All
Be sure to
right.
send all of your hate mail to Heron DeMarco, Dangerous DeMarco on IG, so you and the rest of the fake ass alphas can actually talk to yourself in the DMs and tell me how much you hate my guts and how much you can't stand niggas like me. Also, check me out on Spotify and Apple Music on the Heron DeMarco. Slide over there. Here's some tunes, you know what I mean, laid back, especially if you're trying to kill a moth in your house, so on and so forth, to get you nice and energized and so on and so forth. And that's it.
In Haran, I heard you was simping. Someone said you helped the old lady cross the street.
Yeah, man, it was one of my moments. You know, I got the S on my
Mm,
chest.
yeah,
I got the S on my
Super
chest,
simp.
man.
super Sam.
I got to do it, man. I saw a phone booth, climbed in it, climbed back out, and did what I do, man.
Yeah, you thought nobody saw you.
It is what it is. I try to keep a low profile, but
Oh my
you know, what I
God.
mean, it's the shoulders, baby.
I mean, but helping
So,
old ladies. Ugh.
so you guys are Manosphere Awards proof men are their own problem. Okay, you guys, I enjoy pointing out the grift, right? I enjoy pointing out the grift, right? Another day, another grift. You guys are probably familiar. The little pug-nosed Spaniard. She says she's Latin somewhere, somehow in there. I don't fucking know where. We would need Ancestry.com to figure that out. But the young ex-military woman who married that real old man, so she's able to wave her wedding ring in front of all the women who are unmarried. You guys know who I'm talking about, okay? What's her fucking name?
We don't
This
know her name,
bitch.
but we know who you're talking about.
Real,
Do you know her
This
name?
sapien, real fen
Yeah,
sapien.
there you go. The real faux serpent, whatever the fuck. She wears the little flower dresses and acts like Holly Homemaker and acts like she did the greatest feat ever by getting some old white guy to put a ring on her finger. Either way, another day, another grift, bitches. So now she's anti-red pill. And I found it quite interesting because she built a brand, okay, on sucking the sweat off the balls that falls off of the red pillars. So I was a little taken aback. I was like, wait a minute, how are you anti-red pillars now? Okay. How are you saying women wouldn't want those guys, but you build a brand off of collabing with those guys? I found it a little interesting. But I'm not surprised. Tonight's topic, were men their problem all along? Specifically, are Manosphere Awards proof men are their own problem? Because remember, it was said, and we've heard it verbatim, the manosphere and all the pills were safe spaces where men can come and talk about their grievances about women. Because prior to YouTube, apparently, men didn't have a space to talk. Did you know that?
I didn't. So
Yeah.
there were no barbershops or anything?
There were no barbershops. There were no
cigar
barbershops.
shops.
No cigar shops.
No
No
boxing,
stadiums, no boxing, no gyms, no none.
Wow.
Men were silenced prior to YouTube and all the dating
Thank
coaches.
God. Yeah, thank God
Yeah.
for the YouTube.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what happened. That's what happened. So then YouTube exploded and men had spaces, safe spaces where they can, air out their grievances regarding women. That's what happened on YouTube. So all the men came and drove to talk about all the women, them bitches. Now, fast forward, it seems like women went their own way, because that's what happens, right? When people are beefing about you, and I experienced this firsthand in the Manosphere and the Red Pill, because they've done reaction videos to me, right? They got me a lot of subscribers too. Thanks, guys. When they do these reaction videos and stuff, right? I was like, oh, and what you do is you remove yourself, right? Because when it's hot garbage arguing about you and then they're collabing just to get at you, all you got to do is remove yourself, step out the way. Because hot garbage and hot garbage is always going to collide, right? So you just got to step out the way and then watch them eat each other when there's no one else to attack. And that is exactly what I did. After I dragged all of them and red flagged them, I removed myself. So now I'm sorry, I am basking in watching them tear each other limb from limb like the animals I always said they were.
Mhm.
I always said that. And I said this was coming. Even the pick-me's are turning their backs on them. And I'm sorry, it's quite entertaining to see. And I'm not just talking black manosphere. I'm talking white manosphere too.
Mhm.
One of our favorite, on the block with Jen visitors, Glenn. All right. His godfather Rolo got in a bit of a verbal fisticuffs with the younger manosphere guys, or red pillars, or whatever the fuck they're calling themselves nowadays. By the way, I got a glossary, a manosphere glossary. It is repulsive. It is literally a glossary. These men have invented their own language, their own meaning. It's really weird. And I'll
It's
pick through
beyond
it.
weird.
With that said, guys, before I get your response to what I'm saying, let's get our special guest up here, because I know he had some things to say last time about the manosphere. This is going to be interesting. Welcome.
And do you
Bro
have
Show.
any videos with this nice young lady saying anything? Did we
I
bring
don't.
any videos?
We don't have videos. I saw one earlier today, but I usually screen record and play it for you guys. But I didn't even.
She wasn't that
No,
no.
I didn't
Wasn't that
even.
important.
I didn't even want that lady in my fucking gallery. But I knew this was gonna happen, right? Everybody's jumping ship. Everybody's like, hey, save your own ass. And this is what's happening, right? And I say a million times, Kevin Samuels was about to abandon his minions. Kevin Samuels was on his way to acting. He was already acting. He was already interviewing celebrities. So I think he was going to do the biggest grift ever, but the Grim Reaper came for him first.
Or
I just want to say something real quick. I'm wondering if Rolo is going to be referred to as a racist because, as some of you might know and some of you don't know, he slung the N-word the other day around real freely.
I saw that.
He said he was seeing someone to help him train so he can learn how to choke a nigga out.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. Yeah, he said choke a nigga out.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I haven't really, it hasn't really rung any bells in the manosphere yet, but it's very interesting because I remember I would call you were dragged for like a few months because you called someone rightfully so a bitch ass nigga.
Oh, and he was a bitch ass nigga for sure. He was. And
I'm just wondering if Rolo is this just going to be one of those things where when it comes to white men, black men act like shit didn't happen.
Okay. Well,
shots fired.
Black men tend to do that. You know what I mean?
You took the
order in the court.
Go ahead, Lily.
No, you took the words out of my mouth. I was like, so he's not a sexy Latina? Because if not, then I don't think anything is going to be done.
Right.
See, this is the tea. The ones who come up here to pretend to be bothered by Jen's N-word usage, they just really have crushes, and this is the only way to be able to get into her presence and have a conversation with her. So she's a preference, and so that's why they do it. But since he's probably not the preference, they're just going to let it slide. Plus, it's a little bit of white worship going on. So
I think it's mainly that. I think these brothers are on their knees sucking white kneecaps per usual. That's just my opinion on it. You know what I mean? Oh yes, young brother. I tend to often say that a lot of these brothers in these spaces love sucking some white balls and kneecaps. They
it's what? It's very interesting hearing everyone's perspective because
let's hear it.
Before and if at any point you have a question, do ask, and I will be using some of the I'm going to say RP vocabulary because I think that for one thing there is a big misconception about the manosphere, and that goes for the people in it and the people not in it. There is confusion.
Clear it up.
There is a difference between, I would say, the manosphere and RP. RP has infected what is the manosphere. And that is mostly what we're seeing. It's become mainstream. And yeah, you're right. It's starting to implode on itself, which is a good thing. Now, we hear the word grifter come up a lot. I hate that word because usually when I hear it, it does not apply. And it's like, this is just someone that disagrees with this person and they can't fathom someone actually believing this. So they are like, oh, this has to be a con. The disturbing and hurtful thing about RP, red pill, because that's the problem. It's not the manosphere. It's in the manosphere, but it's the red pill. That's what's got everyone talking. That's what's so polarizing about it. It's red pill philosophy. And regardless of what anyone says, including Rolo, it is a philosophy. It's not a. He says it's he's like, oh, it's a proxology. It's not a philosophy. And that's just he's a moron. Now I will say this: The Rational Male, it actually is a really dope book and it's really insightful, and I could see it helping a lot of young men. But here's the thing: that stuff gets taken completely out of context and it's warped. And what the problem is, I think there is a need for something like the manosphere, like how you guys were saying earlier. You were like, oh, where were the barbershops? Where were those things are still around. Those things still exist. We're in the internet age. So
Mhm.
people are going to get together on the internet. I see nothing wrong with men of whatever age getting together and talking about, because the manosphere isn't just the women and dating stuff. That's what it's turned into, and that's what people think it is. But
Mhm.
back in the day, and like even now, the manosphere is guys talking about money, talking about sports, comic books, dating, relationships, being married, kids. Like it's all kinds of stuff, but it's like dude stuff, for dudes, which is cool. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think that it's a little healthy. And even some of the stuff that has come from the red pill, like just people talking about their grievances, whether or not they're justified or have the right way of thinking about it, I don't think there's anything wrong with people getting together and talking about experiences and talking about stories and what they think and sharing ideas. Where the problem comes in is there are some things, and here's why the red pill and stuff is dangerous. A lot of it is, there's a lot of stuff that's true. It's like, yeah, there are uncomfortable truths, which is why the term red pill is associated with it. And red pill is, we see it a lot with like political, and people who are talking politically. They're like, oh, I had a red pill awakening. I had my red pill moment. It's, it's coming to a revelation to an uncomfortable truth. There are some uncomfortable truths, I think, about the dating dynamics and the dynamics between men and women in the West. I think we see mainly, and that's something that the red pill, they love going on about, that women in the West. So we see that a lot, and I think that there are some issues, and I don't think there's anything wrong with people getting together and talking about it. And some of the things and points that are brought up, they are things that are true that would help people. And I think because of so many things, social media, porn, blah blah blah, there's so many different elements on both sides based off of how men and women both function when it comes to interacting sexually and the mating dance, as it were, that has messed everything up. Now, what has happened is, because of those differences between men and women, there are things that have been heightened and things that have been lowered. Young men in general aren't doing well, not just in dating and sexual relationships and stuff like that, but like young men they're not motivated. They're not, they're not doing anything, especially black men, because the black manosphere, which they're subsex, which is crazy. However, they are the same thing. Does anyone have a question or a comment?
Yes, I do. So, coming together, what is what are some of the end goals, right? Because if you're complaining about something, my thought, for me, this is just how I think, I'm looking for some type of resolve or solution, right? I have an end goal. So, if my issue is dating, um, if it's men or whatever, right? Well, let me say this. For a man, right, if their issue is women or getting women and things like that, one when you see like the majority of the content that's being pushed out is men complaining about women and men going, vitriolically, towards women, then that takes them further away from their end goal, if that's their end goal. Or is their goal just to have a place to get it out
I
with
think,
people who
again, for
understand?
some people, just having a place to get it out, like just like how we are now, it's Monday night, we're getting together, we're having a conversation, we're online, we're sharing ideas. Some of it is that, a little bit of it is that. Another piece of it is like just the frustration from just having that problem in general. It's
Here's
not
the
so much
problem.
about, yes, sir.
Here's the issue. I see where you're going with this. I mean, I understand. I've been talking to people who are part of the manosphere, guys who have led the red pill. Okay, I understand that initially, the initial intent of it all probably was the complete antithesis to what we see now. I can, what I mean, I understand that. I can accept that. However, we're discussing what it has transformed into. Can we agree
Okay.
that the underperformers, the rejected, they have carried their broken psyches into this space, and they have taken control of the conversation, thereby affecting the brand, if you want to call them the loud minority, whatever. But they have, what I mean, collected enough. They have created enough noise. They have stirred enough. You want to call them incels, whatever it is. And they have created enough of a dark cloud that it has affected the overall perception of the overall space within itself. And if that is the case, if we can agree to that, then we must discuss why some degree of policing and gatekeeping has not taken place over the years. Because if there was a degree of policing, of gatekeeping, then maybe some of this wouldn't be going off the rails right now. And
So
that is my overall
can I
perception.
let me jump in. Let me jump in really quickly because I haven't said anything. I'm just listening. I want to hear what everyone has to say. I liken the manosphere, the red pill, the black pill, but all the pills, whatever. I liken it to the police department, right? Because we always hear they're not all bad apples. There's a couple bad apples in it. You know what I mean? The entire system is fucked. Okay. Manosphere, red pill. If I talk to someone in the manosphere, hey, we're not all like that, then red pill will like, hey, we're not all like that. And then this guy's like, he's not red pill. He's not manosphere. I'm manosphere. You're not manosphere. You're red pill. It's convoluted. And to me, it's proof that men don't know what the fuck they're doing, even when they gather together to quote unquote better each other. That's what it looks like. These men are imploding. They're at war with each other from all the way at the top, the Rolos, to all the way in the middle, the fresh and fits, to all the way at the bottom, the pick-me's that were sucking these dudes. Everyone's at war. So obviously the system is broken, just like the police department. That's why I liken it to the police department, because you got your sergeants, your captains, your cops, right? And the system is fucked. So I don't know. I call it. I think it's convenient. Well, it's not. That's not how it started. What it turned into. Let's talk about what it turned into. Let's talk about what it is. Right. In the beginning, I'm sure in the beginning it was like, 10 guys got together. We talked about it is vitriolic. It's negative. I'm looking at this glossary right now. I don't know who did the glossary, but it's very negative, very vitriolic towards women. Nothing here says, hey guys, better yourself so you can get better. So that way, women are attracted to you. I mean, it's all, from explaining of hoes and body counts and the Beckys and the Tyrones and the cucks and the black pill and the blue pill. It really does sound like a reject encyclopedia. So I keep hearing, and you're not the first one, Spro. I keep hearing guys will come up here, hey, we're not all like that. Then show me the good.
I was
show
not,
me the good.
Oh, disclaimer. I was not, I am giving I would say like an outside, because like I used to consume red pill content. I was one of those guys. Now, here's the thing. I think just because I was that deep in it, there are
what
different
drove you to it? What attracted you?
Yeah, that was my question.
Having a hard time with women. For me, having a hard time with women. Oh goodness, I was terrible with women. And it did a lot to my head. A lot. And
when you say a lot, good or bad, what do you mean?
Oh, it did bad. Like just low self-esteem. I was young. I am young, but younger than I am now, prioritizing the wrong thing. And at the same time, I didn't feel like I was like my peers when it came to like women. Like I wasn't trying to like just get with whatever girl. I was just like, I would just like to get with just somebody. And like I had girlfriends and stuff, but like it was always by like, the skin of my hairs, it was always an accident, a happy accident. I was never a cheater because I was lazy and I was so grateful to be where I was. I was like, why would I? Why? I'm right here. Like, I'm not gonna like for what? I'm married now, and like everything's fine. But what's crazy is I didn't really start to see like flaws in the red pill until after I was even married.
Oh wow!
Oh,
and it's kind of. A piece of that is kind of what we're seeing now. The red pill is imploding in on itself because a lot of the people, I argue, most of the people, and this is why it's a problem, most of the people in the red pill, like I'm talking about the content creators, like the people who we know, they're not grifters. They actually believe this shit. That's why it's dangerous. They actually believe it. There's only one person, one red pill content creator where I was like, yo, I'm starting to think it's a grift. And she rose to fame a little like after I kind of like stopped consuming that stuff and like being like, oh yeah, red pill RP. And that's Pearl, just Pearly Things. But a piece of me thinks it's I think it's half grift, half she believes it and she is a pick me. And I, again, like, especially coming from the manosphere, it's like pick me. It's like, that word. However, I cannot think of anyone better. I've never thought that about anyone else. Like, even like the other women in the manosphere space, I think they are RP. And a piece of that is dangerous. And again, I'm not defending it. A
Mhm.
lot of the people, there are people that would be counted as manosphere, even though they don't associate with it or whatever. Like they're like, oh, I'm not with that stuff. That have
Mhm.
like those talking points, dating, relationships, stuff like that. And like they're thorough. And the reason why the red pill is imploding in on itself because it's because of the conservative values and the religion stuff. Because a lot of the red pill guys, they like to use things like different, whether it be Christianity or Islam, and just regular conservative values. Oh, we want women with low body counts, and we want virgins, and
This
this and
is
that, and family
interesting
values.
as well.
But
Right.
here's the
That
thing. All they
Ooh.
spit, because get this, the audience, and some of it is like Fresh and Fit, they're the perfect example, because I think Fresh and Fit were those hurt guys. And this is all theory. And everyone's like they're clowns or whatever. Everyone knows it. But like, hey, they over 1 million subs. Like people do watch their stuff. And I'd be lying if I said they don't got a good show. That shit is entertaining. Oh my God, it's like Red Pill Jerry Springer. It
I
is
don't watch.
entertaining.
I don't watch it, but
It gets
I've seen
old because
little.
it's like the same
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
over and
yeah.
over. But like, if you can one day, just watch one of the 2-hour streams. It is entertaining. Like, I'll give them that. They had like they're organized, yada yada.
I
If you
tried
know
the other
about
day, but the guy, I tried the other day, but the guy, the one that looks Indian or Arab, he talks
Myron,
Myron. He talks so fast and his cadence is annoying. It's like I gotta get the point out so you can understand. And I'm like, calm down, relax, breathe. So I don't like people that nerdy, geeky. I gotta get this out, and this is why. And
they are
women,
dorks.
yeah,
They are dorks. And get this, they're dorks
yeah,
that have come up. They
right,
both get this. They didn't get famous and get money from YouTube. They both had other careers.
okay,
Fit or Walter, his name's Walter. Idiot.
okay,
And
okay.
get
There
this,
we go.
he's the stupid one. Get this, Myron can hold a conversation and back up his points, even if like he's fucking wrong. But like Walter, he's an idiot.
okay.
He was in the tech industry, and Myron was a Fed. Yeah, he was law enforcement. He worked for the federal government, and so then they became, red pill YouTubers, and they are clearly dorks that had a hard time with women. Maybe they're probably nice guys, straight edge, blah blah blah, and didn't get any pussy,
Right.
and they're upset and blah blah blah. Now that is not to shame them. That is because that is the story. I was that guy. It doesn't mean I'm evil. Like I wanted company. I wanted to have an orgasm from time to time, and I wanted kids. So like I wanted that. And like I think everyone wants that. And there's a lot of young men, they're having a hard time with it. And then they get bitter. They learn about the sad, harsh truths. Because get this, a lot of their points, they're right. However, they got it misconstrued. They use their points to blame women. Like, can you believe that women are like this? Because get this, here's the flaw in their stuff. They say, oh, women are objectively like this. Women care about this, this, and this, and women can't help it. Aren't they terrible? You're an idiot, because get this, I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman caring about money or status or anything. It makes perfect sense when we think about just the dynamics of just again, the mating dance. There's nothing wrong with that. It does not mean women are, because there's a big difference between a woman who has standards and a gold digger. But they attribute all women to that. And I'm not going to lie, young girls today, they're wilding. I got a daughter. I'm past, like, again, I'm married, I'm settled down. So like, I'm looking back on it now and I'm like, yo, people, it's getting crazier and crazier. I think we all could agree, but the guys are too. And it's not just the girls, but because of the way men and women are, our wilding out looks different. And so like, it is drawn out here, but it is not all. And they're putting generalizations, and generalizations can help us in certain areas, but they're putting these crazy generalizations on like the worst examples. And shows like Fresh and Fit, what they do is they invite the dumbest, most, like, I'm talking like the worst examples of femininity and womanhood onto a show just to berate them and tell them things that, get this, their audience already knows. You know what really got me out of the red pill space? I was listening and listening, and I'm a pretty objective person. There was always plenty of stuff. There were red pill content creators even then where I was like, yo, you're crazy, you're drawling, you just hate women, like, you're bitter, bro. But I was still like deep in it. But then certain things started to contradict just my logic. And after a while, it got to a point where, because it was like, they call it red pill rage. Young man comes across the content. Yeah, he consumes it. The algorithm's feeding it. And he gets all mad at women, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe this. Oh my God, why didn't anyone tell me? My mama told me just to be nice, and that was a lie, and all this other stuff. What happened to me was I got to a point where I was like, okay, again, if this stuff is true, I was looking at it and I was like, wait a minute, it's not the women.
Okay, can we stop there?
Let me acknowledge this super chat really quickly. Thank you, Adam Hearn, for the super chat. Adam Hearn says everyone is red pill to a certain degree. If you question the jab, Biden, BLM, LGBT, wokeness, and mainstream media, you are red pill. Okay, Lily.
Correct.
So it didn't take me long in life to realize that most people are not smart. Okay. So with that being said, right, and what you just said, that's the scary part, because what you said is like, oh, I'm objective. I can listen with an objective ear through my feelings of not being able to get a girl and say, this is coming off hateful versus them passing along information through from their experience, right? Most people cannot think like that. Most people think with their emotions, especially in today's society. We see it in every comment section, including this one at times, right? That is what's the dangerous part. That's the part that I like to focus on, because yeah, of course there's going to be people like you to say, oh, whoa, whoa, it's a little bit too much now. I agree with something or whatever, but this is coming from a whole different place. But if a person is in pain and lonely or whatever, that's what they're going to identify with. They're going to identify with the anger. They're going to identify with the hatred, and that becomes dangerous for women.
No, I agree with you. In my honest opinion, I'm not trying to downplay anyone's experiences or opinions. I don't think it would necessarily be harmful to women, like in a serious sense. I think it's harmful for men and women because we have to get along. That's where it starts, because I've started to hear stuff, because like, again, I'm not in the dating scene anymore. I'm starting to hear women say that guys are bringing up red pill stuff like on dates and like on Tinder.
I heard
and I'm
that
like,
too.
whoa.
Yep. Yeah, I
It's
heard that.
getting crazy.
Mhm.
Now, I agree with you 100%, because once I started to like stop really like listening to a lot of that stuff, I was like, yo, most people aren't going to be, they're not going to come to the conclusion, like the stuff that these idiots spew that is correct and is useful. They're not going to put those things together. They're not going to eat the meat and spit out the bone and then be like, wait a minute, I'm the problem, because that's the conclusion I came to. So that's why I say a lot of time, I'm like, yo, that red pill, that manosphere, like rabbit hole I went down, it helped me for the better. It made me better in a lot of areas, and it made me see a lot of like my flaws and like how I was honestly disgusting. I was lazy. I wasn't motivated. And it's like, yo, like I don't want to be with me. Why would a woman? We say all this stuff about women. And the thing is, like, the red pill, they like to guise it like, oh, men trying to build families. It's just about sex. At least that's what it's become. That is all it is. It's all about just getting sex. And like, they like to talk about women that have high body counts, but then they want to make, they're a part of the problem. And before it did. It used to just be like, you see like the incel guys, like the dorky guys that were having a hard time. And now what you're starting to see is what the red pill calls the Pookie and the Ray Rays, the guys that like the Chads and stuff, guys that like sleep, like just everyone else. You're starting to see just like every kind of like guy that's either down bad or just honestly just shitty guys. Because like the guys that are down bad, yeah, they're doing shitty shit, but like they can learn, I sympathize with them because I was one of those guys. But now you got a lot of other cats in the manosphere. Honestly, they're Pookies and Ray Rays. They ain't shit niggas that are trying to justify sleeping around, cheating on their girls, and just honestly just being degenerates that don't take care of their kids, that don't want a family plan or anything like that. And that's why a lot of cats are waking up. That thing with Rolo, Sneeko was like the chosen one back in the day, y'all. Like in these YouTube streets, Sneeko was dope. He was funny, and like he said stuff that was edgy, but
And what is he? What is he? Manosphere, red pill. What is he? Because I don't know these cats like that.
Sneeko turned into basically an Andrew Tate clone, and this stuff you're saying about Rolo, he's the one who recently came out. I don't know if Sneeko pretty much disavowed the red pill. He was like, yo, and it was all because of something Rolo said in a tweet.
Rolo vasectomy?
Yeah, be a high value man. And Sneeko was like, whoa. And the reason is because Sneeko
I saw that clip.
He converted to Islam. And I'll give him this. I hear a lot of cats say they convert into Islam and they do not take it seriously. From what I'm seeing, it looks like that he is seriously going through a change. He's starting to rethink a lot of the things that he was saying in schooling. And he's like, whoa, he's like, oh, why wouldn't we want a family plan? He's like, I can dig like telling cats to get their bread up and do this and stay on their square. But like you telling them to like, because the first thing on the list was like avoid family planning, get a vasectomy in your 20s. Nigga, are you crazy? I'm so like what? Like, that is insane. How is that a high value man? And what's crazy is you ask these cats, what is a high value man? Because that's all they love to talk about, and they can't define it. They can't define
I
it.
was I was a little shocked that Rolo not only could not answer it, but seemed confused. Like he just couldn't. And I'm like back in a boxing ring, and I'm like, fucking answer it, get in there. I'm like, I can answer it. Anybody, you can't answer this? You say it. How can you not answer it? I will say this though, I like Rolo's list except for the vasectomy. I thought the vasectomy was silly, but
everything else was solid.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought everything else was solid. I think the vasectomy, it was an extreme. However, right? There was a little tinge of sense in it because why? It may have been extreme, but why? Because men have no dick control. They have no dick control. There's no dick control. And they're constantly and they're constantly making babies. So yes, it's an extreme. It's the same thing I say about, like, you know what I mean, degenerates. Like, I wish we can freaking mandate spaying and neutering them because they're constantly breeding and putting garbage on the planet. So we should have a dictatorship, spay and neuter these motherfuckers so they stop breeding. So I think that's where he's coming from. I think that's where he was coming. Yes, it was an exaggeration. It was extreme. But if you have a vasectomy, you won't be dropping babies everywhere. But I was just a little disappointed. I'm like, isn't this Rolo guy the godfather of all the whites in the manosphere? He couldn't answer high value man? You can't answer that?
Let me ask you a question, brother. Yeah, brother. Let me just ask you a quick question. Apologies if you answered this, if you mentioned this rather. Why were you having, from your perspective, why were you having trouble with women at some point in time?
Honestly, because I was too focused on getting with women instead of just like worrying about worrying about myself. Like, just like I was spending so much time and like worrying about being alone that like I took it off of like honestly just things I care about or just like my own self-care or being motivated. Like I would get really motivated. I'm not gonna lie, I did some dope stuff like trying to impress a girl. But then even looking back on it, I was like, yo, that's super cringe. Like why didn't I just do it because I need to do it? Like there are certain skills and like I wasn't motivated in the areas that I need to be just as an individual. Because I was so worried about like not having a girlfriend.
New Diamond. Just to let you know, Rolo, when he said to do that, he was speaking to the white manosphere, sweetie. It's not all about black men. Anyway, another thing. So you're basically saying that you were looking for a distraction and not a partner?
I guess subconsciously, yeah. I mean, like I wouldn't, like looking back on it, I don't think I would have described it like that in that moment. But like, yeah, I just like, cause I knew I wanted a family. Like I knew like that was like a goal. But I think I was so wrapped up in for multiple different reasons, like in just everything else and kind of like, the media, like, oh, I'm going to fall in love and like, I'm going to be an artist and it's just going to be cool. And I'm going to grow peaches. And like, that's just like, dude, like, come on.
Let me throw a little something on the Barbie. Let me throw something, a little fuel on the fire. Don't you think if you're looking at nature, from chimps to rabbits to fucking birds, peacocks do this to get some pussy. You know what I mean? Every animal is doing something to achieve the goal of mating and getting with the female. Animals that cannot die off or get eaten. We all watch Animal Planet. We love it. The weak lion gets eaten, the giraffe that's slow, or the zebra that's slow. These motherfuckers get eaten or left behind. They even leave their young behind or eat their young. Don't you think that all these pills, all these manospheres are disgruntled just nature that should be eaten and left behind and should not have the right to breed? You should not be breeding. You are not worthy. That's how I feel. Throw them over the cliff like in the movie 300. But they found this space, this safe space to talk about shit that they don't qualify for. I will say something you said, Spro, caught my attention. When I'm thinking of, I'm single, happily single, okay, and celibate and all that yummy stuff. But I'm always thinking in terms of when I think of a relationship, in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, do you look good? Do you cook? This is me talking to Jen talking to Jen. Are you going to cook for this man? Are you going to be attentive? Are you going to be affectionate? Are you going to look good when he comes home from work? Are your bra and panties going to match? This is how I'm constantly thinking, right? What do I have to offer? What can I bring to this man? What, you know what I mean? And it's like, if I'm not in the mood to bring those things, I don't go out looking for a man because it's a fucking job. It is a job. Right? It's an extra job. So I have to think, Jen, are you having fun, doing your own thing, living your own life or whatever? Or do you want to insert a man? Pause. Do you want to insert a man? And then you have to maintain that. It seems to me like a lot of men in these spaces want the biggest benefit or the biggest return without investing a fuck of a fuck. They don't go to the gym. They don't have clean fingernails. They haven't seen a dentist in 10 fucking years. They don't come through with the shape up. They just like, hey, I'm in love, I'm comfy, and that's what it is. I'm like, how dare you? In nature, those animals die off or they get eaten. They're not allowed to breed. I'm telling you, watch Chimp Empire on Netflix. Okay, they get ousted. But the manosphere, the pills and all of that gave these rejects, these nature rejects, because in every part of nature, there are rejects, gave them a space and entitlement to breed and to mate. And they shouldn't be, in my opinion. They should not be. These spaces made it safe for the rejects. This is like revenge of the rejects. It's not even revenge of the nerds, because I say a million times, we love nerds. Nerds are necessary. I hated nerds.
Yes.
I'm not talking about nerds. I'm talking about rejects, complete and utter rejects of humanity.
Meaning
You're describing
they don't want to put forth the effort to make themselves dateable. They're unwilling. They have refusal to do it. So then there's nothing we can do with you.
You're describing the incels, and honestly, I would say, just for lack of a better term, the Pookies and Ray Rays that are in the manosphere. I do not think, and this is just from experience, just from being in the space, that is not the majority. That does not mean that there's not a problem. The other guys, it's like any other philosophy. It's like a cult.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely like a cult.
They get swooped into it. Now, the dirty, dusty, dingy, like I'm talking like the guys that don't want to do anything. Those are the incels. Incels were already a thing. Incels like Red Pill because honestly, it backs up a lot of the nonsense and delusions that they have. Because honestly, I don't think guys realize like how sweet we have it. We can be like, we could look like a foot. And honestly, yeah, the height thing is a thing. But even if you're short, if you charming as hell and like your bread is right and like you that bold, you can get with women. And like honestly, for the sisters that aren't that cute, you know, traditionally it's harder for them. So like guys, we can change our situation a whole lot easier. And you're right, there are a lot of them in there, they're complaining about it, and it seems like it. But the problem is there are people that, again, they're listening to it and they're doing stuff, they're getting motivated, but they're getting motivated for the wrong reasons. What they're doing is they're getting their money up, they're getting a haircut, they're shaving, they're filling into a niche, and then what they're doing is they're making baby moms, and they're making more of these hoes that they bring onto their shows that they can berate and say that they're stupid, even though those are the same girls that they're trying to talk to. And the reason why they're yelling at them is because they were dorks, and now they're doing certain things that attract the trashy women, and it's messing with their reality, because they're like, oh, this kind of girl wouldn't mess with me when I didn't have anything, and now I have something. So this must mean that all women are like that. And I live in LA, I live in Miami, so this is how it is all over the world. And it messes with their thing. The guys that you're talking about that don't deserve to mate, again, I don't want to say that incels don't deserve to mate, because that would just back up the nonsense that they believe. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it.
Throw them over that cliff like 300.
Yeah. They don't deserve to breed.
Into the Sparta hole.
I just want to say something real quick, something that's very ironic. You basically said that the manosphere initially, it was, we'll just call it male self-improvement, correct? I guess, for lack of a better phrase.
That sounds wonderful. That sounds wonderful.
Some of it is male self-improvement, but like I said, there's a lot of shows, at least like back in the day. Like
wait one second before I forget my point. Now, let's just say you would call it that, or the rest of those who are in the ilk called it that. It's so funny because the ones who eventually leave and who realize that it's bullshit are people such as yourself who actually do the internal work. People such as yourself who actually do take accountability for certain things, who actually do work on yourself, who actually do have, have a focus and have a vision, you eventually walk away from it, and it's very ironic because then you realize you never needed it in the first place. You just needed to get your fucking shit together. And
Oh, honestly,
that is what I
I
think
would
is
lie. I
ironic
wouldn't say
about it.
that. I wouldn't
Okay.
say that. I think it did help me. There were a lot of things. So like how I first
Explain.
even got anywhere near the red pill space was before I even started watching a lot of that stuff was I actually paid money for a dating coach. And it
Okay.
was like the lowest
Can you
tier,
say which
I
one?
make
Can you say which one? Is he a
I
podcaster?
no, female. She's
Oh,
not a
female.
red
Oh,
pillar. She wasn't anything like that. It was a woman that specialized in helping men, and I really just paid her for like we get like two consultations, and she has like a pamphlet and stuff like that, and I learned a lot of stuff from there, and
see,
it
I
was
want to
really
do that, but
insightful.
I think I want to do that, but I think men are too soft for the way I would tell them what the fuck they should be doing. I think they're too fucking soft for
We,
it.
we,
If
we, we
they're
could we
serious
could we
about
could
it,
do it.
if there's any guy that's serious enough to like at least spend money, and I'm talking like, and again, because a lot of these cats are also selling tutorials, so like, I mean, you can't necessarily say that, but like, at least me at the time, I was like, yo, like, I need to know, and like, she was a woman. I saw like her free content on YouTube, and I was like, yo, this is stuff that makes sense based off of my experiences that I didn't think about, and she's a woman, so like, I'm gonna listen. And after like doing like the few things I did with her, I started looking at other stuff online, and then like you're looking at dating advice and stuff, and then that's how I got swirled down that rabbit hole. And again, a lot of the things that dating coach that I learned from her, again, she was very sweet, very nice. She was not those guys. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of the stuff that the red pill guys say does line up with that. So I wouldn't say I'm not like, oh, I disavow. It's not that. It's things down to, as much as the red pill guys like to take, that's the thing. They never bring up romance or love or feelings into those things. Because a lot of the stuff
Mm-hmm.
that they say, again, I'm like, yo, and I can only say this from my experiences. A lot of the things that they say are true. The problem is they use really bad examples. And when you have a bunch of men all coming together, sharing all their bad examples, every single show, every single video upload, and then you watch that, and then you watch the other one, and the algorithm feeds it, and it's, you start to see things that, yeah, they're true and they have happened. A lot of guys have experienced it. Maybe even you've
One,
experienced
one,
it.
one, one,
Then
one
you
second.
watch.
Can you give an example of what helped you though? What I'm saying. Can you give an example so we can better understand
I
what?
started to
So
just hit walls. Like, oh, complaining like, oh, all girls care about is money. All they care about is money. All
okay,
they care about is money. I
okay.
don't have any money. And so if that is the
Mm.
case, and again, red pill, because it says like, oh, women are just how they are. So if women are
Mm-hmm.
just how they are,
Mm-hmm.
I can't change them. They're not doing anything wicked. They're not doing anything evil. They're doing what is best for them because they usually rear and care for children. So it makes sense that they would want a guy who is organized and has, again, there's a big difference between a gold digger and just a woman with standards. I have a daughter. Oh my goodness, it puts so much in perspective once I have my daughter. It made me think a little more. And honestly, get this, I still stand again. That's why I'm like, yo, it's not that the red pill is saying a bunch of like ignorant stuff. It's coming from people who are bitter, and their end, like the conclusions they come to are the problem. Red pill is true stuff. Men and women, we got a lot of things with our dynamics. There's things that men like, there's things that women like. And the problem nowadays is we both think that the other one is going to rationalize like how we do. And we're not willing to meet the other one where they are. And then technology and other things, and like, especially again, it's mainly here in the West where we're having the problems because of those things. It's taken our natural traits and blown them out of proportion. And also, we do a lot of things for show. But at the end of the day, men and women have always and will continue to always act the same. So we do things for show, and then what we actually like doesn't reflect that. And that's why we're having issues, among other things. But they all kind of filter into that. That's
So
why
you're
there's red pill.
so you're a living example of eat the meat, spit out the bones.
I mean, I would say so, because again, I'd be lying if I said that even I see red pill clips from time to time. Again, it's all over the place now, and I'd be
Mm-hmm.
like, oh yeah, boy, it's true. I remember what's really funny is even when I was in the red pill space, I hated Andrew Tate. Like, I thought he was such a freaking tool and douche, and I also don't like Donovan Sharp, that pussy. I never liked them. Even when I was deep in the red pill stuff, I was like, yo, I do not like these cats. And when
I had
Andrew
my
Tate got
run-ins
arrested or
with
whatever,
Donovan Sharp, not Tate though.
he is such a cuck. Oh God, I don't
Like
want to
he's
talk bad.
gross. He's
He is
gross.
disgusting. And get this. There are red pill bulls that I also think are gross that sound smarter than him. And I'm like, yo, I would hang out with him, but I would not. Ew, no, I wouldn't. If he bought me a beer, I wouldn't drink it.
Really quickly. Thank you for the super chat, Adam Hearn. Adam Hearn says, what happened to the Persian guy from DC who I remember talking manosphere on YouTube years ago? Who's the Persian guy? I don't know who the Persian guy is.
You know what's crazy? I think I've like 3 different dudes, like their faces come to mind when I think of like red pill and women advice, but I can't think of names.
I mean, so look at this. I really wish certain people were up here tonight because listen, we've had some visitors up here, some friends of the channel, and they were all about Rolo and all about this red pill and all about their frames and their what was the bonding shit? The pair bonding and I'm like, it's crickets right now. It's cricket. I just dropped the link, Lewis. So I'm looking at the really quickly, and I love this
pair
conversation.
Bonding a red pill term? Is that I heard that outside before I got in the red pill. I know the red pill uses it.
I know they use it. They use it, but however, there are a lot of phrases that were weaponized by these groups that been around forever, and then they turned it into something else. And it's like, is that what that means now? So we got Manosphere Glossary. We got the 304. These are just, and it goes from A to Z. Like there's a whole language. 304s, 49er, the 6666. Absolute beginners. All women are like that. Alpha fucks beta bucks. Alpha male group.
Alpha fucks beta bucks. That's what everything, Rolo's entire book, which again is actually pretty insightful. But you know what thing about Rolo's book? It's like basic information on like guys just like, hey, be better, blah, blah, blah. And you know, women are attracted to that. So yeah, Rolo's first book, I'm not gonna lie. It's not long. It's a good read. It's like basic information, but he twists it and uses like things that are like, oh yeah, this may apply here and there. And like you generally, when men do this, you will do better, and comes to these conclusions. Yet Rolo always says, I don't prescribe. I don't give advice. I'm not giving advice. I'm just telling you what it is. This is the data.
Yeah, that's what I saw during that. Welcome, Louis Kanye. That's what I saw during that debate. I was like, come on, get in there, Pops. Like, I'm telling you, I felt like I was on the corner of a boxing round. Like, let your hands go. What are you doing? You're getting fucked up. Like,
you talking about the one with Destiny?
No, the one with the guy with the blue hair.
Sneeko.
Yeah,
he got blue hair.
Oh, Destiny is.
I was like,
man.
Get in there. What the fuck are you doing? But you know, in my opinion, he dropped the ball. So I do want to welcome Louis Cognac. You know, so Alpha Widow, Androphile, Apex Fallacy, Average Frustrated Chump, AW. I mean, the acronyms go on and on forever. The Becky, the Beta, the Tyrones, the Black Pill, Blue Pill. There's also, I felt, racism in the or racist ideals in the white manosphere. I mean, they call the Black incel Tyrones, Cat, Cell, Chad, creep shaming, cocky, funny, cuckolds, damaged goods, dark triad, display of higher divorce, dog pill, double blue pill, dread. It's a glossary and it goes on and on. Ephebophilia, equalism, ethnicel. That's the incels that are non-white. I mean, it goes on. Femcel, feminazi, it goes on from A to Z. This is
gynocentric
deep.
In there. Is gynocentric?
Let me go to the G's. Let me go to the G and I will check for you, sir. This is amazing. And the thing that I noticed, the pattern that I noticed was none of these definitions in the glossary were positive at all. It was all very, very much woman-hating terms or had some woman-hating definition. So in the G's, I see gamma, game, denialism, gay cell, Gina Tingles, go fuck 10 other women, gun in the room. Those are the only G's I see.
Wow. Very, very insightful.
Height cell, Hefabo, high cell, hypergamy, and seldom. I do have a question before I pass the mic to Lewis for Spro. I do have a question. You said there's a difference between, I guess, a hypergamous woman and a gold digger. I don't think there's such a thing as a gold digger. Women like money. Women like security. So how do you differentiate gold
I would
digger
say a
and
gold digger is
hypergamy.
someone that is solely interested in being with someone solely for monetary gain, like solely for like material possessions, like that. That's what I mean. Like someone that's not like, oh, I could build a life with this person. Again, I would want my daughter. I'd be like, hey, does he have a job? What's he do? You know, so like that makes
Ah,
sense. That and that get this hypergamy. I think hypergamy is real. Like it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. But a gold digger is someone. Get this. A gold digger can be a man too. Like that's
Oh
anyone,
yeah.
like a manipulator, someone who's like, yeah, like a grifter. Ha. There we go.
But don't you think that the line is like frog hair thin, gold digger
I
and
don't think so. I
hypergamy?
think
It's the same shit.
anyone with, again, they like to word it that way, like because
Hmm.
for them hypergamy is just like, oh, see, aren't they terrible? So you have to apply game, like everything is a strategy, everything is a life hack. Yeah, for men, especially if you're not good with women, they can seem complicated. But again,
Hmm.
focus on yourself, and the one will come. And the thing is, with men, we do have our preferences, but we're not as picky as you guys. Again, rightfully so. So, like, someone will come. I see fugly looking bulls all the time who are just confident and on their square and they're chilling and they are wifed up and they're happy and fine.
I will.
And they get this. They
Well,
look like incels, but
this
they're
conversation is
confident
so
and
good.
fine.
I promise, Lewis, I'm gonna pass the mic to you, but Spro, I'm gonna push back a little bit. I'm gonna push back a little bit because I've dated some frogs and dated them loyally, attentively, and affectionately. So I don't think women are as picky as you think. We look over a lot of shit. We look up fucked up teeth, dirty fingernails. We look up, we overlook you under 5'9". We overlook a lot of shit. We overlook that
broke.
pop
No,
belly.
that's what I'm
Broke.
saying. That's what I'm saying. But like these guys who you were with, the fugly guys, there was something about, they were charming, they were confident, they were
They
focused on their
led with
purpose,
something.
they were doing something. That was the point I'm making. I'm like, yo, like,
Okay.
because like, and that's more like an incel argument. Like incels will be like, oh, I'm not 6 foot with a chiseled jaw. I don't look like a Chad, so I can't get with anyone. And it's like,
Fair enough.
no,
Fair
dude,
enough.
get this. You don't want to shave your gross neck beard, okay? But I know plenty of neck beards that game all day, and their gross looking girlfriend that also has a little bit of a neck beard is gaming right there with them, and they are happy because she is sucking their dick and making him food, and she loves him and he loves her, and he's like,
And
yo,
I
I'm
love
good
it.
where I'm at. I'm happy for the problems I have. So
And I love
Fair,
it.
fair enough. I do want to pass the mic to Louis Kanye. Louis Kanye, you've been listening and chatting. What say you? Are you red pill, manosphere, or something? I know you said you were part of a group the other day. I get confused with all these acronyms, but you
I,
are part of IMBO,
I,
what is it?
yeah,
Imbecile,
he's.
Oh,
IMBO. What is?
first of all, hello everybody.
Hello, Lewis.
Lily, did you get that book yet?
I didn't get the second one that you recommended. I got the first one, haven't started it yet because I showed her on what I'm reading now. So yeah,
All right. No,
keep them coming though, please.
I have like 400 books. So
Go ahead.
anyway, I'm in the manosphere. I consider myself black pilled, and it's not what a lot of the white manosphere. No.
Can you explain what black pill is for all the people watching? I'm new to this as well. I don't know all the pills.
All
I
right.
watched the movie The Matrix, but they didn't have a black pill. They had the red one and the blue one.
I just don't want to
Well,
overdose
from-
on any pills.
No,
That's it. That's the only thing I don't want.
from the white
my brother.
manosphere, from the white manosphere, it's a bunch of the incels, but in the black manosphere, it's basically you see the world for what it is without morality. It is what it is.
The black pill is nihilism. Sorry, bro. I'm not trying to but the black pill, that's what it is. It's nihilism.
Well,
I mean, after I looked
Black
into
pill
it,
is.
after I looked into the black pill,
I became black pilled at a worldview when I was in the Marine Corps.
Jesus.
It wasn't just from dating.
But can you elaborate? What do you mean I became black pilled? What does that mean? I know what someone says when they say I converted to Christianity. I can make sense of that.
Right.
What does it mean? I got black pilled.
In the manosphere, the pills come from the Matrix. Blue
I got
pill
that.
is blue pilled. You're socialized in a construct. You believe certain things that is or may not be true. Like it'd be like this when you're little, everybody's nice. And if you ever watch any programming, a lot of people say my red pill moment, where if you're first dating, you're thinking, because you're innocent and you're thinking everybody is nice and everything until you get your heart broken. That's your red pill moment.
Okay.
Where you see a lot of these guys acting out in anger, that's considered they're red pill raging.
Red pill rage.
Because, yeah, that rage from red pilling because they thought women were a certain way, not all,
Sugar,
but
spice, and everything nice.
everything, all that bullshit. But they say because this is part of the human condition. Nobody's nice, nobody's bad. It's just a human condition. Everybody got flaws and everybody got their own motives. And people go into this data and this can I curse? Is that
Yes,
okay?
I mean, yeah, we're here.
You get into this dick and pussy politics,
Mm-hmm.
and when they take that first L, they can't handle setback. And that's where all this fucking raging comeback is coming from. Where I see everything is, if you're going to look, everybody's going to take an L sometime or another. And my worldview is, especially with marriage, if you're not able financially, emotionally, able to take a loss, don't get into it. Because sooner or later, you're going to take a loss. Relationships don't last forever. And people get tired of each other. And especially how the current laws is favored in the women, yes, but relationships break up because either the man did something fucked up with a woman or you just grew apart. And when they get in divorces, a lot of times it's going to be in a woman's favor. So if you're not able to take a loss, don't get into it.
So what's the black pill? Got red, got blue. What's the black pill? You said you were black pilled. Can you elaborate?
Look, I see life. It is what it is.
But
I
that's
don't
the same
see-
thing that the
But
red
isn't
pill
it
people
nihilism?
are saying.
It means
Isn't-
black pill means giving up hope. It means giving up.
I don't.
No, that's
I
what
don't
it
give
means,
up.
sir.
Not well.
Because on the
That's what it
internet, they're
means.
calling you
Our view
on the
is-
internet. Like when I put in black pill manosphere,
Incels.
literally yes, that is the only thing that is coming up. They're calling you all incels.
the
on the
white
And the
internet.
word
manosphere
incel gets
side.
thrown around and
Well,
misused
that's from the
a
white
lot nowadays.
manosphere. On the
But
black
that is
manosphere is not that.
no, okay.
See, so
no,
this is
okay,
what I like. I
no,
like that.
stop.
Wait,
There is no. Oh my god.
Boy, but I like that. Wait, bro. I like that point because you see, this is like religion. Everybody is cookie cutting it to their sins. Like that's a sin. What I'm doing is not a sin, but this is what I said earlier. I'm red pill. I'm not manosphere. You're manosphere. You're red pill. Your thinking is black pill. It's convoluted. It is a hot fucking mess and men are running it. Hence my question. Are manosphere wars proof men are their own problem? Okay, are men their own problem all along? It is complex. Everybody, you ask this black pillar, so it's just like asking Christians. Well, I'm against homosexuality. Well, I'm not because Jesus saves and forgives. Who the fuck? Who's in charge? It sounds like a mess. How you like? How do you differentiate? Well, I'm a black pillar. So I'm not thinking like, especially something. Did white men create the black pill and then you guys adopted it and now the black pill to black men means something else than it means to white black pillars? It's nuts.
And
The only
look,
difference between the black manosphere
look,
and the white
I'm married.
manosphere is the
I'm
space
married.
of the influencers in charge of the content that they create. But however, there is no line. And like we need to stop doing that. I'm not gonna lie, there is like the black manosphere, you could say, is a subsect, and like there is issues that the black community like we have among ourselves, like any other issue. So like it would make sense that dating and stuff and the negative stuff that comes with that, like red pill stuff, would fall into that category. However, there is no line. Black pill is nihilism. Stop trying to I'm not trying to come at you, brother, because I already know, because get this, when you're in that red pill rage phase, everyone is skizzing on the black pill thing. You know what's crazy? We use these analogies from the Matrix. Did anyone watch the movie? You sound like Cypher. You know who Cypher was? Cypher was the one that betrayed everybody and was like, I want to go back in, plug me back in and give me a dope life. I want to betray them and go back in because everything sucks. The thing about if you're really red pill, and this goes for all the kinds of red pills, whether it be political, men and women, etc., it's you coming to the realization of something that may be a little uncomfortable. But what did they do in the Matrix? Yeah, it sucked. The machines took over. They had to eat gruel. It was not dope, but they did not give up. They accepted their reality, and you apply the information where it needs be. That's the problem with the manosphere. The red pill stuff, if it would have had its little phase between 2020 and 2021 where it got really viral, Kevin Samuels and stuff, and people took the meat and spit out the bone, and men just shut, because that's the problem. they didn't shut up. It would have died down and men would have still had the little podcast. They talk about bad dating experiences, yada, 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 shared information, and it would have just been a thing. But some guys, they took it overboard. And then the ladies started to hear it. And get this, in my opinion, the ladies that are really vocal getting into it with these guys, because I've spent time in the pink pill spaces, if you want to get onto that.
What's
I have
the
a
pink
question.
pill? What's the pink pill
Going to
before you
digesters
ask?
and
You
all
see,
that.
there's so many pills. You see how weird and dumb it gets? There
It's
is,
a
get
religion.
There's a purple
There
one.
are
There's a
women.
purple one.
there
I
are
heard about
women.
purple.
There
What's
are
pink?
women.
One pill at a time.
It's mainly, let's say it's part of the black manosphere. It's the literally, I'm sure we've all heard of Cynthia G, the Mbro,
Yes.
where get this, they sound all their stances, all their points, they sound just as hateful and vitriolic and
I agree.
disgusting. They have
Oh,
vocabulary, they got everything for the men
damn.
that they
Absolutely.
hate. You know what's the ironic part?
I
Those
agree.
women
But
complain
the
about
hard
hoes.
part is that
The
I was
guys,
hoping that they was going to be fighting breast cancer over there, but apparently I'm wrong.
No. They're fighting against, and get this, they a lot, especially because it's mainly like black women, the divestors that go on and on about how glorious the white man is and how black men are just completely just a lost cause, and there's no point, and they go on. And what's crazy is, instead of actually, I'll say this, the red pill guys, they're better at debating. They can pick apart like when the women shove something at them, they got like different words, and they're good at least making it sound like it makes sense with some points. The women, sadly, they get so wrapped up. Like, I've been on these panels where they react to red pill content, and I'm like, oh, I see the problem. They don't talk about what the problem is. They're just like, he said this, and I don't like that, and that makes me mad. And you know what? I don't want him anyway. And it's like, why are you talking hours and hours and hours on streams about men you don't want anyway? It's the same
So
thing.
that's
with guys.
it's this,
the
and I
same thing
know
with guys.
Sinji because she interviewed me, so I'm very very familiar with Sinji, and I did know. But here's the thing: I said it before, and I'll say it again. Cynthia G is a necessary evil, in my opinion. She's a necessary.
Some of the red pill guys are
evil.
also in that series. I'm not gonna lie.
I-
Cynthia G's
I-
content is hella entertaining.
Yeah.
It is hella entertaining. I think that she is completely off her rocker, and she's, not maybe the brightest bulb on the Hanukkah tree. However, I think that she makes brilliant content. She is very passionate about what she believes.
But it's also redundant. Like, you watched 1, 2, 3 shows, you pretty much watched them all. It's just a different
You've
face.
seen some Cynthia G. You've seen a red pill content creator just switch man with woman. It's the same.
I feel the same way about red pill content, because it's like, I mean, how can, it's just something very weird about a bunch of men every day in and day out, just gathering in a circle, just hating on women and just looking forward to that. It's just something very weird about that.
The problem for society. The problem for society are the guys in the comment section that are subscribing to the Patreons and buying the merch. The guys that are doing it, like I said, I think I would argue most are not grifters. Because remember, a grifter is someone that does not believe what they're saying and they're only doing it for monetary gain. And again, that's why grifter gets thrown around a lot. The problem is they actually believe it. But
Can
also,
I say something?
Not only do they believe it, they're monetizing off of it. So now they really amped up. You see what I'm saying? So now they're really going to push it. They believe it and they think it, and they think that other people should hear the information. But now they know that they're going to get money off of it. There's going to be tons of lonely men that buy their Instagram courses and all this other crap, and none of their problems are going to change. And they're going to keep watching, and keep sending the super chats. They're going to keep inviting OnlyFans models onto their thing to tell them that they're terrible and horrible people for having OnlyFans, just to subscribe to it as soon as that live stream ends. That's the problem. It's the people in the comment section who I pity the comment section. The content creators, damn them to hell, because they should know better. Because get this, I was them. The only difference is their channel's bigger than mine. I feel you hurt. I can dig it. Let it the fuck go. Let it go.
Oh my God, he looks in the camera. Louis Kanye, you were saying?
Well, me, I'm married and I have 3 children. I have 2 stepsons and a son. So I'm not one of them women hating. Hey, what's up? I'm on the phone. Can't talk right now. All right. I'm not one of these women hating individuals. So, and I'm going to say this, and it may sound profound. A lot of the red pill commentators, I firmly believe they are government agents and a lot of this is social control and social molding for some agenda, but that's where my conspiracy theories come in at. Hold on 1 second. I'm closing down my store. Hold on.
Okay. So I think I think he has a great point. I think anything, speaking of conspiracies, I think anything where they see lots of people of color gathering and creating chaos, of course they're going to be like, let's dip into that because look at how they're acting over there. So let's puppet, certain situations over there. Let's throw them in the algorithm. When we get to fighting and arguing here, the numbers fly up, boy. We got 70 to 100 people here. So there is, you cannot deny that, it gets a lot of play when there's chaos. So absolutely, I think that whoever the powers that be would peek in and be like, oh, the Negroes are over there. Let's go over
They
there
always do.
and
Yeah.
throw some fuel on the fire.
You know what, ladies? I think I blame the sect of people who allowed the other sect of people filled with all this kind of hatred and just poisonous thoughts. Look, let's just call it what it is. At some point in time, we allowed the group of people who've been rejected and had shit going on, filled with all kinds of fucking issues, to control the car, to drive the bus where all this social media shit was going. And they made their little issues from when they were in high school everybody's fucking problem. They made sure that shit was everybody's fucking problem. Meanwhile, all of the rest of us are out here, most likely living healthy lives or dealing with our own shit and so on and so forth. There was a sect of people who made sure that their inner turmoil needed to be spewed all over the place and turned into a problem that everyone else had to, whatever misery everyone else had to go through. And I think that we need to really respond to that. And we need to really see that there's just a lot of sick fucking people out here, man. There's just a lot of sick fucking people who have been allowed to run rampant.
Well, I would say, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say, like, it's the kind of thing where, because, like, we're seeing it now. Like, I don't know if you guys are chilling, like, those different parts of Egypt, but, like, the fact that Sneeko and Destiny got into it, and Destiny is not Red Pill at all. Destiny is, like, a liberal who's bisexual. But it, like, the fact that happened, like, there is a shift, guys. Don't worry. A lot of cats are going to start unplugging. They're still going to be around. And it's the kind of thing where...
So the blue-haired guy got into it with Sneeko, but I thought they were both going after Rolo. Or was that before?
They're both streamers and they've disagreed. And that's the thing.
Okay.
And that's what's good about, like, just civil disagreement. They've disagreed, and, like, Sneeko, because he was drawing on the internet for a while, for the past, like, year or so. Like, he's not on YouTube anymore. He got kicked off. But
why did he get kicked off?
Sneeko got kicked off for, oh my goodness, it's so much. And same with Destiny also got kicked off of Twitch.
It's like
they both got kicked
opera.
off of Twitch.
Jeez.
Wait, he got kicked off of Twitch?
Destiny got kicked off of Twitch. He's on YouTube still. Now, Destiny, again, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Destiny. Go look at his content. Trust me, Destiny got kicked off of Twitch because Destiny was saying real stuff that, the powers that be don't want people to hear and get too sensitive about. But he's very open-minded. Again, he's a liberal. He's bisexual. He uses his common sense. Destiny. So if anyone was gonna dig into Rolo's ass, it'd be him.
Pause.
But seeing, nice. Well, he's bi.
We don't know if he's top or bottom.
We don't.
That's assuming.
True.
I know he's. I think he's. Is he married to a woman now? I forget. I know he's like in a relationship with a woman now. But that's the thing.
Destiny?
He's debated Red Pill guys before, and they was like, "Well, you're bi. You're not a good example." And it's like, and Destiny the whole time is just using logic. Destiny's like, "Yo, I deal with women too. Like let's keep it a buck. Like I know what y'all talk about, but like you're prescribing the wrong thing. Either way, it's crumbling in on itself. I would never tell anyone that they can't say anything or give their opinion. Have your little podcast, have your shows, have your channels, because I wouldn't want someone taking me down regardless of what I'm saying. So I don't think there's nothing needs to be said. Get this. What needs to be done is pass along valuable information. A young brother and he starts going on red pill this, red pill that. You check the dumb stuff. You give him some wisdom and send him on his way, and he's going to do what he do. We need to have, again, that's why black pill, I spit that out. That's that's giving up hope, like, oh yeah, man is wicked, but man can learn. There's forgiveness, there's repentance. We can turn away from things that we've done before and be new. And it's just that so I wouldn't say that they need to, like, oh, they need to be stopped. They're going to stop themselves. The majority sees that they sound retarded, so people aren't gonna, they're not a threat. There's nothing to worry about. If anything, I think more good would come from it than bad. People like me, and if I'm honest, there's a lot of cats like me. They're all over the internet. I've talked to them and I've seen them, and more people are coming out. People that are logical and on their square, and they're like, I don't know if y'all got like Abba and Preach. They've been coming straight for the manosphere, and Abba has said many times there is a use for the red pill. There is a use for the manosphere. However, these cats that are saying the retarded stuff, yeah, take them down. Call out the stupid stuff and keep it moving. There's nothing wrong with guys getting together, talking about their stuff. You want to spew hateful content, you want to do this, be alone then. Ladies, you don't like it, don't get into it with these niggas. Don't go on to their shows. Just move. Because like I said, most of the girls that I see online getting into it, because this is just from personal experience, from what I've seen in my environment, they're the women that they're talking about. And that's why it's so funny. And get this, that just gives the red pill guys fuel.
Right.
Because you got two people that are both doing the stupid stuff that the other one's saying the other one's doing, fighting with each other. And get this, they're making good points, but no one is moving the way that they said that people should be moving. Mm-hmm. These niggas aren't worried about building families. They're not worried about finding a wife. They're worried about making bodies. These girls aren't worried about finding a, quote, high value man. They're flaky and jumping from guy to guy because honestly, they're not taking advice from probably the men in their lives. And again, it's both sides. Both sides got different issues, but both sides are fucking up. So I don't have pity for nobody. I have sympathy for the red pill guys because I've been there, and I have sympathy for the sisters because I got a wife and a daughter now, and that's made me see things in a whole different light. But if I'm quite honest, I stand by those same things. I'm a little more conservative in a lot of areas, and I stand by it. I don't like hoes. I don't like OnlyFans stuff. I don't like pookies. I don't like Ray Rays. I don't like baby daddies. I don't like none of that stuff. Build families, y'all all are messing up. This cheating, this sleeping around, all this. Everyone is stupid. A high body count. You know, Myron, these fresh and fit niggas said that you need at least 50 bodies to know how to deal with women. You need to sleep with a woman to know how to deal with a woman. You can go on a weekend trip with a woman without sleeping with her, and you know everything about her. You got.
I think he's a government agent.
Who? Who's a government agent? You think?
Myron was a Fed. They were not.
Yeah, like because they shit is straight up bullshit. It like that stuff, like that's straight up bullshit. They making money off of it. God bless them, but the all the shit they spew is a bunch of rhetoric. And with the sector I'm in, we don't even talk about relationships. We follow geopolitics.
The sector?
And honestly, yes, it's like
that's cult language. Your sect?
Whatever.
Your sect?
Look,
stop.
Look, wait, brother. Yeah, okay, it's a cult. I'm in the world's largest cult, United States Marine Corps. So what? It is what it is. I see things for what it is. Now,
thank you for your service, but that's not a good thing. No, it's not a cult. Get this. I literally have just sat here and been like, yo, like, fuck them red pill niggas, blah, 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 blah. I agree with the points, but fuck them. Don't take the label. Again, take the meat, spit out the bone. You can say, yo, I see the points and yada, yada, yada. I sympathize. Right. Don't take the label. You're not part of no sect.
I said the sector is a sector. We follow geopolitics, and honestly, the way this economy is going, pussy should be the last thing on people's minds. Just like one of your episodes, like 4 episodes ago, where we were talking about the Mouse Utopia. And this whole sector is just, what you're seeing these people, they're the byproduct of what happened decades ago when a lot of people were broken up in broken homes. You had a lot of men that didn't have proper masculine mentoring in their lives. And you're seeing a byproduct right now. So, I mean, and I monitor what's going on in the world stage in the economy. And what we talk about, relationships is not none of them, because all of us, we're married, we have children, and we're getting prepared for the worst case scenario. I mean, if you do not have a significant other, I can honestly say that should be the last thing on your mind. You should be getting your finances up, because the way this economy going, and if the worst case scenario happens within the next 18 months to 2 years, nobody's going to be thinking about sex. I could trust you that. So what we be talking about is not even about relationships. So I apologize if I rambled, but I'm just
No, we got
explaining the section we know what we're in.
no, we got you, and I agree with that. I agree with that. Like if you lock down, stay there, lock down, make that shit work. But I agree with you 100%. Like there's too many people out here still chasing ass, and I'm like, you better be chasing that bag seriously. Even though people don't like that, like, oh, it's all about the bag. It is all about the fucking bag in this country. Like, let's not. Come on, the
But
whimsy
it's
and the
the end
Disney.
goal. Like the
Hmm.
end goal too, and I think that's what the Red Pill guys, because again, they say that's the thing. Like Jen, what you just said, they say the same thing. I'm like, yo, get the bag, get the bag. Why? And again, they say one thing, and then sometimes they blatantly say it, but they say it like there's nothing wrong with it. It's for sex.
What do you think about the racial component of it? We had a white podcaster here who's also a coach at Hudsman, Hudsman. Um, and I had asked him what he thinks straight up about the Black manosphere. And he, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but he was like, it's all negativity and about getting ass. And the white manosphere, without saying it straight up, he said it's better than the Black manosphere because looking at the Black manosphere from the white manosphere, there's nothing but a bunch of like dudes trying to get laid and not trying to self-improve. So is the white manosphere better? And did the Black manosphere model themselves with the white manosphere and fail miserably?
I never thought about it until you worded it like that. I think I see completely what like that guy is saying. However, again, I think the only difference is literally the people involved are Black and the people involved are white. So like those cultural differences, things are going to manifest. But like manosphere, the Red Pill talking points, they're all the same points, but because our culture is different, you're going to see different outcomes and different things. I think in the Black community, we have issues, just period. We have issues. Again,
Can
so
I give you a brief history?
Yes.
Sure.
Because I've been in since 1.0. All right. The manosphere it came from the white manosphere, MRAs, what were the hookup artists and all that stuff. And then you had the MGTOW movement. And a lot of individuals that was in the MGTOW movement, it was both Black and white. But when it came to talking about Black family issues and Black relationship issues, they had a lot of pushback in that, and that's how the Black manosphere started. Because when it was pertaining to generalized relationship talks, everything was fine. But we all know in the melanated community, we have our own separate pathologies and dysfunctions that's different from the dominant society. And it was a lot of pushback on that, and it was some racism. So they moved away and we started our own group.
So,
basically.
Luis, can I just ask one question before you continue?
Race.
So you're basically saying that I have said this a few times in the past that the white manosphere essentially was about the white man basically sitting at his table, and he wasn't as open to other races sitting down at his table as they would perceive it to have been. Because I've told
No.
You're
I've told
absolutely
many
right.
a black
Yeah,
man,
you're
I've
absolutely
told
right.
many a black man, if you see a group of white men sitting down at a table, you don't belong there.
And
The Black
and look,
manosphere did that on their own. It was not like the white man. That's what I'm saying. Like the fact that there's a white manosphere and a Black manosphere, I would say there's the Black manosphere and then there's the manosphere. And there are people who are Black who are in the manosphere that aren't necessarily in the Black manosphere.
Question. Do you think they did it because they felt that they weren't welcome and that they didn't belong there, or were
No.
they pushed out, or can someone answer that?
I think because of the cultural differences, because things are different in the Black community as far as the dynamics between men and women than they are in like the white community or just like everyone else. So like because there's differences, people are having different experiences. So like again, most of the red pill, like if not again, it's all the same talking points, but the people take the information and apply it differently to their experiences. So like for the white guys may not have to deal with maybe a woman that has multiple baby dads in and out of jail as much as the Black people. So the red pill information is the same, but it is based off of which scenario you're in. there's a different outcome, which pretty much ultimately boils down to like, you're like, oh, they're all hoes, don't trust them, get your money, sleep around, blah blah blah. But that's the difference. The black men separated themselves, and like even people in the black manosphere, like they say, oh, the black manosphere, but like they'll talk to people that are from the white manosphere, like everywhere else. Like it's not really a thing. I think there are some people, like they're probably like the newer cats who are, again, the Pookie and Ray Rays, who have adopted this stuff just to justify them cheating and sleeping around on their baby moms. Those guys would probably be like, oh, black manager, blah, 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 but they're ignorant and dumb. The actual thing, it's literally the difference is there's the black content creators, and then you have the white content creators, and the black ones are going to talk about things, obviously, that relate more to black culture as far as data.
But don't you think, I want to ask a question. Don't you think it was a little silly modeling the black manosphere modeling themselves after the white manosphere when the black experience in America is so unique economically, emotionally? You don't think so?
I think, again, the talking points are all the same. It's all, again, it's the dynamics between men and women. It's the mating dance. Men and women, that doesn't have a color. And we're all in Western society. So again, things are different for us economically and culturally, but we're all still in the same place. That changes a lot. And
that does change a lot.
And we're all still, again, there are differences. That's why there's sections. However, all the talking points, they are the same. They are the same, but it's the experiences that I think that's why we're seeing the racial divide. It's not so much, and I don't even think black manosphere guys, like, again, they'll say like, oh yeah, I'm in the black manosphere, but like some of the black manosphere guys, like they've read Rollo's book and like they're cool with him, and they would say, oh, he's the godfather of the red pill. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, wasn't Kevin Samuels?
I just want to say something. I just want to say something real quick. See, this is the problem. And I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing things. So this is why we really can't come to any kind of conclusion or any kind of resolution, because everyone swears that the problem is only on one side. Ma'am, you're saying that white men deal with the same thing, they just don't drag their women. Ma'am, the incel movement pertains to a bunch of white men killing white women. You know what I mean? This has happened repeatedly. You know what I mean? You have white men actually opening fire on women, calling them Stacy's, and Stacy is the reason why, you know what I mean, I'm in this predicament, blah, 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 so on and so forth. This is a widespread problem. We cannot come to any kind of fix unless we look at the whole thing.
I'm reading the glossary, and I agree. That's what I'm saying. It sounds, it's obviously written by white men. And they got plenty of negative terms here for women: roasty, Becky, sex bot. Like it's very negative towards women. And I guarantee this glossary was written by a white man, not a black man. I do want to welcome Chunks to the panel. Chunks, you've probably been listening for a while. What's your take? I want to be fair and pass the mic to you.
By chance, can you hear me? I don't know how's the audio.
Yeah, we good. We can hear you fine.
So I'm just pulling up. Hopefully next time I can pull up, if you have a list of different topics, I would like to come in and talk about different topics, because I don't want to come through on some hate stuff. Because I love your show. When I listen to it, I think there's certain techniques people don't get. One, you have to put in culture, and then you have to put in different age groups. And I think if I'm looking at my phone, the young man on the right, he says a lot of things, but a couple of things he's off. And like that.
So what do you my panel is always open to people who disagree. If you disagree with somebody on the panel, then state your case.
Well, I didn't say I disagree. I said
okay, then age groups. Okay, you said he was off. So then share with us what he was off about.
Well, then I have to go through the chat. But I just want to go through and just freestyle and stuff. That's why I like to come through with specific things. You know what I'm saying? But, or if anything, that I have to go through back in the chat on different things I said. But the young man, he's right on a bunch of things he said, but a couple of things he's off. And I reiterate, I have to go back and see where, not that I disagree, that he might be a little off on certain topics of discussion. You know what I'm saying?
You might have to do you
Okay,
like
so
those things to write it down when it hits you.
Like,
Because
first
I'm,
sometimes
thing off
I'm
the
on the
top that
damn,
comes to
but I just
mind
want
when
to
I
come
said,
through out of left field and be like a hater. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to have that
no,
title. You know what I'm saying?
no, that's not the type of this is not the type of
yeah,
platform this is. We have open discussions here and we welcome views. So we like pushback, whether it's with us or any of the panel, as long as it's respectful to the as best you can. Just don't call nobody out their name, you
Oh
know.
no, 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 no. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not an asshole. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Well,
so yeah, so go ahead and state it. If it I'm pretty sure you can handle it. You can handle it, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
I,
you can
I
handle it.
really want to know. I'm like, oh, like what? Where was I off? Like, I was like, I thought I was pretty thorough, but
no. You're pretty thorough and you're very thorough. Damn, I'm gonna have to go back to the
was it
chat
the
and make
culture
sure.
thing when I said like the Black Manosphere? It's because of the experiences. Was it that or?
Okay. All right. So boom. So yeah. All right. So let's say American culture, Black Manosphere. Yeah, kind of, because it's a total pole. White Manosphere, the Black Manosphere. But I want to be concise, so that's why I'm not going to just talk on my ass. You know what I'm saying? But now you got a lot of good points. It's just certain things. A lot of things is cultural in America, which is very different. And like, I don't know everybody's background, so everybody has a different experience in New York. So I give you my little bit of resume. I'm a Black dude from New York. So, and I'm 50 years old. So my experience in growing up, seeing culture in America is wild different than you made, because you're like 30, right?
Yeah, I'm 31.
Yeah, so I got 20 years on you, so things change. So like relationships, I grew up in New York when I grew up with immigrants. And when I grew up, culture, immigrants, and family was a tight-knit unit. Now, what you going through, it ain't what I went through. So I don't know. I wish y'all luck. You know what I'm saying? Like what y'all going through with social media, influencers, it's real different. Because when I grew up, I would talk to my brother, my cousin, my uncle, my mother, my aunt. I wasn't getting advice from people I don't know off a phone. You know what I'm saying? Like I grew up with eye-to-eye contact. And so what y'all going through, I'm learning what y'all going through in 2023. And it's wild different. Somebody can say something mean about you and hurt your feelings. And then a motherfucker might want to off themselves because somebody said something mean to you.
That is the vast minority.
Let me ask you something. Do you consider yourself manosphere, red pill, blue pill, black pill? Do you consider yourself any of that?
Man, I'm a Black dude in America and I'm 50 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I'm highly educated. So whatever umbrella that they're using now, that's a social media archetype, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it because I worked in marketing, I worked at advertising, and I understand different cultures and different segments on how to put people in boxes. But I don't know what your manosphere, this, that, and the third, but my bad. I may not be.
I got a question to ask real quick. I just got a question to ask real quick. You know me, as Black men or men of color, I will say, I just want to ask you a quick question. Do you think that there's more pressure on Black men to be good with women than white men?
More pressure. It's always pressure. And I'll put it like this.
Do you mean
to be successful with women? Do you think there is more pressure on Black men to be successful with women than there is white men? As opposed to white men?
Like from where? Where is the pressure? Like what's
well,
the source
I'm using in the sense of we'll talk about the white manosphere and the Black manosphere. And say that
the people in the manosphere, that's what I'm trying to say. They're not
incels on either side. Are the black would that Black incels be more would they be expected to be more successful with women as opposed to the white incels? Do you think
who's expecting it though? Who?
That's what I'm saying.
By society.
Society?
Yes.
The people in the
because
manosphere
you get the
are
idea of the
only
Black
thinking
man needs to have
people.
swag, the Black man needs to have this, and so on and so forth, or whatever.
But that's not society. That's women, though.
No, that's society though. Women are in society.
No,
That's the
no.
actual-
Society, no. Society is white women, black women, Asian women, yellow women. I'm
Okay,
talking about
let me
who's
rephrase.
putting the pressure on black men. It has to be their
Society
counterpart. That's
is
black women.
putting
That's
the
not
pressure on
society.
black
White men, listen. White women don't care if you have swag. White men don't care if you
Okay.
have swag.
No,
They're not
they do
concerned.
care.
Let me
They do
They're
not care. They
individualists.
do not care.
Let
They
me
do
I'm
not care.
telling you, when you listen to
rephrase
me,
that.
they do
Rephrase that.
care.
They
That
do
was-
not.
and-
White men don't care about black men, sir. White men do
Wait,
not care
you
about
said
black men.
white
They don't
women.
care.
Let me rephrase this.
Come on, can you say your question again? And I'll give you my perspective on his question. They do care in this society. How you feel about the society may be different from the other 5 people on this panel. So, for instance, what he said, a new term I learned that I was and I is was a blurred. Does anybody know what a blurred is?
Can you look
We
at the
all know
glossary?
what a blurred is.
I don't know what it
We
is. I
all
don't
know
know
what
what it
it's a
is.
black nerd. It's a black
Oh.
But
nerd.
wait a minute. You just said everybody knows what a black nerd is. And then Lee just said she doesn't know what a blurred is.
Okay, so
Everybody
here's the
in
thing.
society-
Okay, here's the thing.
everybody
Here's
in
the thing.
society doesn't
You tell me.
understand the
Okay,
definition.
answer this. Why would white men care about black men having swag? Just answer that. If you could just answer that without going
Because
all
they
around the block.
copy us.
And vice versa. No, I'm telling you right now. Okay, so the thing is,
Because they
again,
copy us. Beastie
was-
Who
Boys.
are you talking? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Dirt
Oh, I was
Banks,
about to say.
they
Okay, I was about to say.
copy us.
Okay,
They
I was about to
copy
say.
us. Wow.
Let's say. Listen.
Come on,
Listen,
man.
okay, listen. You're talking about ghetto white men. I'm talking about
No,
society. I'm
ghetto
talking
white men.
about.
I'm not talking about
Yes,
ghetto
you
white
are.
men.
Eminem is a
did
ghetto
not put
white
that
man.
Adjective.
or-
I
Third
did not
base.
use that
Wait a
adjective.
minute.
Ghetto
Wait a minute.
white
Wait a
men.
minute.
Wait,
Wait a
no.
minute. Okay, I'm gonna mute your mic because you're probably not used to being up here. Third base, MC Search, Eminem, those are ghetto white men. I'm talking about a disproportionately white government. I'm talking about
still
white
talking.
CEOs. Yeah,
They
no,
do it all the
it's
time.
okay.
They do it all the time.
Yeah. I'm talking about white men that are running this country. Why would a white man running this country give a fuck about how a black man wears his Timberlands? Because we're talking about swag. So if we're talking about swag, okay, I'm from New York too. Why would a white man, okay, who's part of the disproportionately white government, okay, they are here. We're talking totem poles. I don't even know if totem poles are politically correct anymore. But if we're talking totem poles, the white man is here. The black man is here, probably down here. Why would these white men give a fuck about a black man having swag when they look at you like peons? That's what
Jen,
you're
may
not
I?
answering.
I?
Sure, but let me acknowledge the super chat really quick. It's like he's not understanding the question. I don't know. Thank you for the super chat, Fahim Jackson. Fahim Jackson says, expectations higher for white men. They have long been the leaders and face of our society. So when he can't lead, the woman is far more detrimental from a societal standpoint. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
Let me clarify before this went off the rails.
Go ahead, Haran.
What I wanted to clarify is that essentially, do black men put a lot of pressure on each other?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And that's part of psychological warfare they have done for years.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into it, psychological warfare since day one, crabs in a basket, we all know the phrases, you know what I'm saying? You got to be the big buck. You got to be the dude coming through the hood, slinging long dong king along. You know what I'm saying?
How does that crab? I don't understand how that correlates with crab in the bucket.
So,
all right. So, how do black men hate on each other? Is that the question, or
no?
My bad.
The question. The question
no,
is
that wasn't the question.
Black men put intense pressure on each other to be good with women. And if that is the case, maybe, the residual ideas of that can spill over to black men who are not good with women and who do occupy these incel spaces that create this anger and this feast and this bonded behavior. That is the point that I'm trying to make here.
Okay.
Well,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Haran,
but then there's another question. But then there's another question, Spro, and then you get, I'll pass the mic to you. Is it that white men handle the pressure better than black men? Do white men handle the pressure better because they already see themselves as leaders of the society, right? Especially in this
Yeah,
country. Can they
that's a
handle the
part of
pressure
it.
better? They're born into privilege, right? If we want to go there,
They
can they
don't
handle
handle
the
it better.
can they handle it better?
They do not
I
handle it better. They they mix into the rest of the crowd. They can blend in. They can hide better.
I
It's
don't. I
simple
don't.
mathematics.
I believe
it's
that they are
it's
conditioned. They are conditioned far better than black men. Black men, particularly American black men, are coddled and are not conditioned enough to actually go out into the world and actually behave as leaders. They are conditioned to look for their mothers.
Done.
yo, Haran, you know what's
Yeah.
crazy? You
That
keep
is that
like
is
you'll start to say something, and then I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? And then like
But
someone will
then study
misunderstand
history.
you, and then
If
you
you don't know
explain it, and
Haran,
I'm
talk
like,
about studying history.
what did you say, young brother?
wait, like then you'll explain yourself because someone like maybe misunderstood you, and then your explanation, I'm like, wait, was he trolling? Was his point? Oh,
Trying to avoid that.
He wasn't
So
misunderstood. Young man,
Jen's
study your
question,
American
You
history.
have
Jen,
to
your question,
chunks. Hold
and
on, chunks. The way we do things here on the block is we wait for each other to speak. You can't talk over people because I can't use the clips. So wait for people to speak, and then we will pass the mic and nobody will interrupt you. But we can't talk over each other. It sounds like shit on the playback.
anyway, so yeah, so the answer to Haran's question is kind of an answer to the question you asked, Jen. Yes, black men do put pressure on each other to like be good with women, but it's the same way that I think the white men do the same thing. When it comes to the manosphere, again, the difference is the experiences because of culture, and literally they're either black or white. Most of the guys in the manosphere, and this is why I'm saying like it's not like they're not looking at it like, oh, the white man, I'm copying this from them, and like, oh, because the white guy did this, like things are different for us brothers. They do say, oh, things are different for us brothers. Most of the guys in the black manosphere are conservative, so they don't ascribe to like the race stuff, all like that. It's really not like that. And the same thing with the guys in the white manosphere. They acknowledge that there's a black manosphere, but like they agree with the same talking points. So like it's not like like there is a like they are separated, but they're not. It's like they're neighbors. They live right next door and they hang out all the time. It's really not like that. And the race components of it, it's really about men and women in America. That's all the manosphere stuff. It can be the black manosphere, the white manosphere, all the pills. It is men and women in America are having issues. The men have retaliated. It is not going well. And that's what we're seeing. None of the race, the deep racial horrors of our country, in my honest opinion, have nothing to do with anything going on in the manosphere or red pill, with the exception of the personal experiences that black people have in regards to of us in our dating dynamics, which some of the stuff may be a result from slavery and Jim Crow. But you guys know how I feel about that. So again, I say that very lightly, but those are factors. So that's the difference between black and white.
So I'm gonna give you a little. I'll give you a little pushback, bro. The reason why I give you a little pushback is because when I was scrolling through this crazy ass glossary, white white men make a very they draw that line in the sand where the black incel is Tyrone. Literally, that's what he's called in the glossary. They also call the black incel who can't get women ethnicel. So white men in the manosphere and the red pill, they're drawing that line in the sand. You are not us. We are not you. So when you say they're all the same, they're all the same. I had a white man here who has his own podcast. He's a dating coach. He said, we're different from them black dudes. Like they got issues over there with their women that we can't relate to. We've had white men up here say the same thing. So I got to give you a little pushback that they're all kumbaya.
I would say those cats are in the minority. And I was wondering this earlier from some of the words on your vocab list. Where did you get it?
A white man sent it to me, a dating coach, Mr. Justin. He's a dumb. I'm
not gonna lie. A lot of those vocab words, at least in the manosphere spaces that I've been in and the red pill stuff that I've consumed, and again, it's been a lot over the course of years. Some of those words sound familiar, but like even like when I was like gynocentric society, I was like, huh, that's weird. That's like something that's really big in the rational male.
So just so I could tell you where it's from exactly, it says rationalwiki.org. rationalwiki.org, and it looks kind of like a Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
But it says Manosphere Glossary, rationalwiki.org, and it goes from A to Z. Like I got tired.
Here's what I think happened, and this is a result of the negative stuff that we're seeing from the red pill manosphere.
Mhm.
Them and incels, because incels, again, for those who don't know, incels, they were around. That's been a thing. A lot of the most famous school shooters, they identified as incels. That was a thing. They're crossing paths. And I'm not defending any side. They are two different things. Incels, that is another, get this, you want hate, that is hateful. There is a lot of hateful shit in the red pill and manosphere space. But I would say those are two different things. Those guys, get this, the dudes in the manosphere, they hate women, but they'll at least tolerate women enough to trick them into sleeping with them. The incels, that's a completely different thing. And like I said, I don't know for a fact, but especially it being a wiki page, it sounds like, and that's another issue, because we're seeing a lot of the red pill stuff, the incel, they're all saying the same thing. So now they're getting crossed, which may be a good thing in order for kind of like Haran earlier, it kind of sounded like you were saying it needs to be stopped, altogether. But stuff like this, I think, will stop it. The fact that certain paths are starting to cross and people are starting to run into walls, it's going to get taken down. But again, to go back to what originally was being said, I don't think the racial component is small.
So let me ask you this really quickly before we pass the mic to Chocolate. Welcome, Chocolate Earth, to the panel. Shibrojo, let's say all of this crumbles tomorrow and it's wiped off the face of social media. What would men do then? What are men going to do?
Get this. It doesn't. This reminds me of a quote from one of my favorite movies. Movies don't create psychos. Movies make psychos more creative. People that are disturbed and people who have problems, it will manifest in some way. We'll always, get this, if we didn't have the internet, there would have eventually have been some message board in the newspaper about the manosphere, and it would have been the same stuff. Maybe not to the degree that we're seeing it, because the internet helps things spread faster, but it would be the same thing. Get this, before the internet was all big like how it was, the manosphere and red pill stuff, it did exist. It was just very small, and it was between people who couldn't communicate as much. It will manifest. However, because of the internet, we're seeing it spike. And honestly, I think more good is going to come from it from bad. It started conversations that I think need to be had. And actually, when it comes to Kevin Samuels, because I do have to leave soon, I have to get off. But I'm going to end with this, because I think it's kind of been messed up. We haven't talked about the Godfather, Kevin Samuels.
We did a whole tribute.
I think that he was one of the most misunderstood people just in the internet in general.
Watch our tribute.
From what it would appear, and my wife loved him. My wife was so sad when he died. He was actually, I think, again, I will never know. I think he was actually trying to do something, and he was using entertainment and shock value to kind of stir the pot. But then, if you really paid attention, especially around the end, there was a shift. And I think that was his plan all along, especially if you know anything about him and how he moved and how he was. And I remember watching Kevin stuff when he was just in a bow tie giving dress advice back in 2010. I remember those
before
videos.
The nose job. He
was
rough. He was rough. He was a little rough.
But yeah, so he was actually trying to do something. And I think if, let's say, the manosphere and red pill was just whatever he was trying to do, and let's say he actually got to finish it, that's what I think we should look towards. And I think that especially people like Sneako, look at Sneako stuff. Go and find one of your favorite internet essayists, video sleuths, to look at a thing on Sneako. Sneako he's the prodigal son. He could really go on and these young men that follow him and do all that shit. If he's some of this stuff is he could lead the way. Guys, red pill stuff is not going to go away. The manosphere is here to stay. But get this, make reaction videos, make fun of Fresh and Fit, clown Rolo Tomasi. These guys are clowns and they are disgusting. They do hate women, and they're monetizing your hatred and your sadness in order to line their pockets, and also to pretty much just perpetuate what they already think in their warped worldview. Women, guys, but get over it. You'll be fine. I do have to go. This was a lot of fun.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
Yes, bro. And I wanted to hear what Chocolate had to say in case you had a rebut, but I understand. I respect your time that you have to go. I don't know if you want to take a question from Chocolate or
If she
Chunks
has
before you go,
one.
or you got to
Yeah.
go. Chocolate, what'd you
Quick
have to
question.
say? Hold on, because Chocolate's here now, and I want to pass the mic to her, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Answer the question that you
We
had
can't. We
posed.
could barely hear you. Like your
Oh,
hand is over the mic.
is that better?
Sounds muffled.
Oh, why? Me and electronics. How
Chocolate,
about
you
now?
you always struggle streaming Chocolate.
I'm trying to get better. I swear. Okay, can you guys hear me at all, or is it just
Yeah.
me?
We could hear you. We could hear you.
Okay, perfect.
You have to talk loud though.
I will. I can do it. The question on your thumbnail, I'm gonna say no, and I truly have only one question when it comes to what the Black manosphere, or like, of course, I just was talking about. I think it's IBMOR. I've been learning about them as well, trying to understand what is it that is happening. Because when I listen and I go into these spaces to listen to other Black men talk about what's happening in their lives, that's not there. Like that part of, well, this is the reason why I went through this, and this. Black men have not created a safe space for them to heal. So we can't expect for them to heal themselves, because I think a lot of it is because of the things you've gone through in your life. And I think men in this space, they downplay trauma, they downplay, actually, you can tell a person, hey, go get some help, go get some therapy, but are you offering them alternatives? What would it take but a few seconds to do an internet search and actually help these men feel better about themselves? That's what I'm waiting to see when it comes from groups who yell, male improvement, female improvement, you're gonna be a better person, da 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 da. We can share an idea, but the problem is that it becomes scary when the information is taken and actually used outside of, you know what I mean, the internet. So it's like, I just wonder, when are any group of Black men going to come in to combat that in force, as
I think that Black men
GSA
are doing that.
and all the different things that, that's out here.
Black men are doing that. And like I hear what you're saying, and like you're right. Like, I mean, yeah, guys don't, we don't talk about our feelings, blah, blah, blah. But when I hear that kind of thing, and like, no offense, at least from my experience, I mean, yeah, guys are told, like, buck up and stuff like that. But like a piece of that is just kind of how we are. We talk to our friends. I talk to my friends, I talk to my guys, and like I rationalize differently. We're not the type to just spill out our guts. I mean, not to say that it doesn't happen, but like we don't do things the way that like you guys would do things. So like I hear what you're saying, but like get this, the manosphere, like the good stuff from it, like how it started, just guys talking, that's how we do it. Yeah, sometimes you're gonna
But
hear something that maybe you don't think is nice,
I gotta
but
push
like
back on
that's
that. Because what I've been seeing a lot is a lot of men doing things that we are known for doing, and I'm
I'm
just
not
like,
talking about
it.
that.
Well, that's what
Not
I'm
that
talking about.
necessarily. Not that
Well,
necessarily. I'm saying men like they rationalize differently. So like again, remember when we're watching those podcasts and stuff, a lot of that is show. It is show.
No,
Now we can
sir,
tell
can I
when they
stop
be
you?
in
I
their
see what
feelings,
you're trying.
definitely.
But sir, listen, I understand what entertainment is. But when, just like you said earlier, I was listening to the show, you said that when you see how we, try to apply games to children going to be out here shooting it up and da 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 da. But when we find out it's not the video game that's got these young men out here shooting up or doing things to themselves, it is the conversations and the lack of conversation. If you're yelling male improvement and from the top of your lungs, and you're really trying to improve these men who feel like they're incels, feel like they're out of sorts, feel like those are a part of our community, and we can't keep dissecting and going, oh, well, that doesn't go here and that doesn't go there. There is a real need and a real necessary thing going on in our community that has to be addressed. Now,
A
not
lot of these things that we're seeing is based off the individual. And to be quite honest, it sounds mean, but like a lot of them, again, because the information is there, wisdom is there, it's all on the table. And when it comes to like the red pill stuff and the stuff that the red pill guys are upset about, it's basic information. Whether or not they choose to apply it is honestly
that's not
on them. That
fair.
doesn't mean that there's a problem.
That's
Men are
not
suffering,
fair.
but honestly, they have to just wake up and just deal with it. That's the problem. They're not motivated enough to deal with it. How do we get them motivated? Tell them that they're being a bum. Get this, men can take it. You can tell a man like, yo, you a bum, you dirty, you don't get no bitches, you don't get no money, you don't do anything. What are you going to do about it? He's either going to sit there and continue to cry about it, or he's going to get up and do something. That's just how we function.
Sorry.
That's all you
agree.
can do.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
I have to go, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Spro Shell. Please come back, sir.
I will. Good night.
Can I say something right quick, Jen?
Good night. Really quickly, let me acknowledge this super chat. James Oko is in the chat. He always got something to say, specifically pushback. He says, James Oko says, is it me? Have you noticed anything black men do is bad?
Oh, I think
Was
he
that-
asked me a question. I think he said, including you, sir. I think he was asking when I was talking about black men being coddled. No, sir, I wasn't coddled. I had a drill sergeant of a fucking parent who demanded only excellence in the home. A very old school, brutal Jamaican woman. So no, I have no idea what it means to be coddled. I was actually thrown out of the house twice in my teen years. So yeah, no, I don't know what that is.
Right.
Lewis, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to finish, but the dude that jumped off was constantly interrupting. At the gist of the problem is, until black men as a whole start competing with white men for power, that's when things are going to change. And this is my black pill talking right here. Not everybody is meant to reproduce. So if you can't get a mate, that's natural selection taking its course. So I mean, everybody make this is black pill talking. All right, not everybody is meant to reproduce. I'm sorry, and this is this woke soy boy milk toast. Everybody gets a trophy society. You could be a winner and all that. No, and if you can't handle setback, that's a genetic defect on you, and it's built in, so your genetics will not be passed along. The strongest survives. Plain and simple.
Oh my God. See, that's what I was saying. That's what I said. That's what I
Right.
said.
Hallelujah.
Chunks, you wanted to say something? Chunks, you wanted to say
Sorry.
something? We
Are
can't hear you.
muted,
You're
Chunks?
mute.
Muted, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mhm.
The young man that left, well, I wanted to ask him, everybody else is still here. I wanted to ask him about the 4-letter word, hate. And I wanted to know, like, when he said it about certain topics, because hate is a real strong word. And I wanted to know what he really meant when he said hate. So that was it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Chocolate, you wanted to say something?
Can you guys hear me now? Is that better?
We can hear you. It's not better, but we can hear you.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of moving, so I apologize.
Okay.
I am going to push back on the last statements that were made on natural selection and the fact that men have this particular monolith part. It makes no sense anymore. We have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook to see the diversity of human beings. And I find it interesting that if we throw a thing on top of a person as a label and a name, then it doesn't matter. We are not living as natural selection. If we were, what is going on now would not go. No one would be hungry because everybody would have their peace. Nobody would be going through the things that they're going through if it was really like nature. Nature works together regardless of what humans do to it. It still keeps popping. The sun keeps coming up, rain keeps coming down. Whatever we're doing to it as human beings affects it for all of us. and to sit here and pretend like in one breath you don't generalize, but then in the next breath you're saying, oh, it's the individual. We do nothing alone. Who created the platform we own now to have these discussions? And this is what we're still talking about men worrying about whether or not they can get their, stick wet. Fine, that is individual, person to person. But as far as living in a society, you cannot continue to separate everybody and go, well, you can't save everybody, so don't save anybody. That's the attitude that has been taken in the Black community for 60 years.
So I got a little pushback for that. I don't think that's only in the Black community. That's in every community. And I spoke before that in the Black community.
That's what I mean. That's what the generalization of it. I'm with you 100%. That's what I mean. The only differences between us and the next person is usually color and culture and perspective.
Right, but I know, but what I wanted to say was that's not only, it seems like it's unacceptable in the Black community, but it's acceptable in every other race and ethnicity. The weak, okay, the ones who cannot produce get left behind. There's lines drawn in the sand. The white, whether they're government officials or corporate America, they don't go running around trying to save the meth heads in the trailer park. Not in the Latin community, not in the Asian community. We draw a line, but in the Black community, it's like kumbaya, save everybody, even people that are pulling you down and fucking up your community. In nature, if you think that we are related to the chimp the way we are, what's the percentage? 85%?
98.
98%, we're like chimps. Chimps believe in natural selection, right? They oust the weak. So why is it when it comes to humans, it's like, no, we got to save the weak ones. In natural selection, people are supposed to die off.
I would argue. Sorry, I would argue. First off, hey, I thought tomorrow was Wednesday. So that's
we all mixed up on our days.
So we never know days. We don't know the days of the week around here.
I personally feel that we are where we are as a community right now because we have not drawn the line in the sand, and we do not accept the fact that some of these motherfuckers just need to die off.
The community is done.
Well, no, I agree. Kind of. I'll say this: the difference between us and the chimps, I can't prove it, but something tells me the chimps are walking around saying, like, whether they're sign languaging, they're like, see, that's why you ain't going to reproduce and you won't die off. We don't necessarily need to say it. It's one of those things where, because like even hearing you say it, Jen, I'm like, yo, I agree with her, but like, I'm just like, oh, damn, that sounds so mean. And honestly, I would just say, look,
life is mean.
No,
life is not fair, but it's equal. There are winners and there are losers. Plain and simple.
Yes.
And that's the problem. Everybody thinks that they're a winner. Like, if you watch nature is the most realest shit out there. There's predators and there's prey. The strongest prey that avoids the predator for long enough gets to reproduce and make more food for the future predators.
I'm not saying that doesn't exist. And I'm not even saying like sugarcoat and be like, oh, we don't share because it's mean. I'm not necessarily saying that. What I'm saying is, get this. These cats have seen or have gotten some kind of pushback or criticism. Yeah. Tell a fool he's a fool one time. He wants to keep being a fool. Let him rock. They're not going to continue to have success with women. They're not going to reproduce. And get this, that's a lot of the stuff I was saying, because I've called into some of these like chats where it's like a lot of these like bitter women, the divestors, where they're like watching like the red pill stuff and they're just completely missing the mark. And they like it's the same thing. It's like, yo, like, yeah, these guys are dumb and like they're going on and about it. And it's like, you don't want to date these guys. Like, yeah, you're right. This guy is terrible. Let him rock. Again, like, it's different if you do like one or two every once in a while, because like the red pill guys, they just keep giving. Like, people who like, especially people who have reaction channels, it's an all you can eat dumbass buffet. So like, I'm not saying here and there, like how we are now, we talk about it, but I bet you somewhere now, Jen's next show ain't going to be about, you know what's wrong with the red pill? Maybe in a month or two. you know.
Right.
But we're not going to sit here and
No,
just
tomorrow
all day-
actually we're talking about the exaggerated proms we've been seeing and how much money parents are putting into these proms when children are supposed to go to school and graduate, but they're turning these proms into, you know what I mean,
Met
weddings.
Gala.
Yeah, Met
Yeah.
Galas and weddings, even though they, you know, they
Can
can't
read.
afford it, but they got to do it for the
That's because
algorithm.
subconsciously they know
and the
that they're
kids
not
can't
going to get
read.
married.
And the
Right.
kids can't read, so we get.
So
not
I
talking
did
about
want
that.
to something that Chopped Earth said. She said the attitude is, since we can't save some, let's not save any. I disagree. I think people find each other. I think people that want to produce and progress with their communities, they always find each other. But I
Yeah.
think the community would be more successful if you cut off the fat and the cancer. That's how I was raised. That's how my daddy brought me up. I think the kumbaya is fucking up the community. You can't save everybody. Everybody can't come. And the reason why I use other ethnicities and races is because they all understand that, down to the monkeys, down to the birds, down to the zebras, down to the giraffes. But it seems in the black community, it's like, no, we got to save everybody because, you know, slavery happened. So we got to save the degenerates and the criminals, and we got to save everybody because, you know, systemic oppression. And I think that fucks up the community. I keep saying that there is no progress in that demographic. These people are doing what the fuck they want to do. And if you try to help them, it's like my father said, you're getting in the way of them getting punched in the face, and they want to get punched in the face. What
Yes.
are you doing? Like,
Hey,
what are
Jen,
you
can
doing
I
with
say
all of that?
something?
We've seen that a million
Jen.
times on this stream. We've seen this a million times on this show. We've seen it an example for, like, most stories today are like last 24 hours if it's lucky, like most viral stories. But that bus driver thing lasted over 2 weeks only because it was like, hey guys, we can do better. Don't you think we can do better? Oh, you bitch! I hate you. That's why you're single. La la la. And it's like, wow.
The bus driver thing, I'm not gonna lie. So it was, the red pill guys were hype, because then whenever something like that does happen, they are hype. But get this, that would have went viral anyway. That lady, yeah, she sounded. I'm sorry, I'm not red pill.
I don't want
guy.
to digress, but that was just the
Yeah,
point of it.
I know, but like, just as a caveat, no, she did sound ridiculous. Yeah, she was a fool. But them being hype on it again, but that's the thing. That's stuff that fuels the fire for them. You know what's crazy? When I went on, like, with the women, the divestors, they have all these videos of, I'm not gonna lie, men being disgusting, terrible people, especially black men. Oh, they hate the black man. They got all these receipts, and I told them, and get this, whenever I started to make a point, they muted me and like kicked me out the chat and then brought me back up. But I told them, I was like, yo, you know what's crazy? I was like, yo, I've been in manosphere spaces, and you know what's deep? They also got receipts of girls out here saying and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, like treating their men like dogs and all this other stuff. And y'all got receipts, men treating y'all like dogs. It's like, it's almost as if, like, imagine if the two came together. You hate men, they hate women. Y'all got shit in common.
Well, I said that they're equally yoked. They just refuse to date each other. But I say it over and over again. But Spro, let me ask you this. Do you think any man of means, and this is not race specific at all, do you think any man of means watched Ebony Williams and gave a fuck or were bothered by his statements? You think they were like, oh my gosh, she wouldn't take me as a butch, because they're well
I think
off. I'm
a
talking about.
legitimate man who's on his square, who has it, honestly would see it, chuckle, and be like, yeah, she sounds dumb as fuck. That's crazy. But like, just keep it pushing. Like, he just wouldn't apply it. Because honestly, I think objectively, I just think, like, what she said, it was just like, own the bus. Like, I get what she's saying, but it's like, damn, girl, you know how you say it?
I think the opposite. I think they wouldn't be bothered at all because they don't
That's
have
what I'm
those
saying.
problems.
They wouldn't be bothered. They would be like, again, an eyebrow might raise, but like, it's not going to affect their, like, same thing. Like, I saw it and I was like, damn, like, really? I thought it was funny because I think she did take a L, and not an L like, oh, you see this gold digging whore, this 304, you see this is why the black man can't get
But
with
Spro, why would you raise an eyebrow to that, right? And not raise an eyebrow to a homeless woman walking up to you when you were single and not dating her?
you're comparing someone that's
No,
employed as a bus driver to a
no,
homeless woman.
no. I'm comparing standards. I'm comparing two people having standards.
No, you
of
can
their
again,
own.
you can have your standards, and this is where we started to get to some of the stuff that the red pill I think could be useful to like young guys. Women are gonna have their standards. We know what unrealistic, crazy things like are. So, like, if you feel like a young lady has unrealistic standards, just don't deal with her. Find someone that is within your means. Just don't deal with her. You can
But
think that
guess
someone has
why?
ridiculous standards. That goes
But
for the women
but
too.
but Spro, guess why
You
they're
don't deal with that.
unrealistic? But Spro, guess why they're unrealistic? Because most men don't know have a clue what it's like to be in her world. So her dating pool
Yeah, because
is going
most
to be kind
men,
of small.
because most men are average. They're average at best. Yes, that was a little.
Mhm. Yeah,
Most
we got it.
men, just like most women, are average at best. And get this, that was to bring it there. Like, actually, I kind of did that by accident. That was kind of Kevin Samuel's point, like with that whole thing. He wasn't insulting
you don't think that
anybody. He
there's
wasn't.
you don't think that there's yes, you can. I dropped the link. The link is all over the place. People, come on up because we're
I
not going to be here
will.
much longer. Really quickly, I just wanted to say, you don't think that there's envy there? There's a lot of envy there because even a woman, average at best, if she's attractive, she could land a millionaire. A man cannot. Right. So I think there's some envy there. So
It still
you know,
is
with
easier for
men,
men. No, I think it is easier for men. I think because men and women are different. So like usually in like age, usually
Mhm.
men are doing better financially. You know, they have more wisdom. You know,
Mhm.
they have more options with women when they're older. For
Mhm.
women, typically it's when they're younger. So because we both experience things at different times, that's why you're seeing like the so those guys, they're just looking at it and they're so like there may be like maybe some resentment a little bit because they're like, man, like they don't have to, you know, they pick, but it's not the resentment it's the resentment for the frustration because of failed attempts and just everything that they thought or are trying to do not working. So like they are frustrated with the women because it looks like it's the women rejecting them, but it's not because they're envying the women. I would argue that most men don't necessarily care. Most men, if they could just be however they want to be, even if it's negative stuff, they would just do that. It's not until they have motivation. My buddy used to say all the time, he'd be like, yo, bro, we would live in a box and drive a bike if it wasn't for women. Like they really do keep us like certain things, like not for everybody, but like there are certain things where it's like, you know, hey, you know, maybe that give you a little motivation. But along that, like Peter Parker, for instance, loves Mary Jane Watson. When he first got his powers, for those who don't know, he became a wrestler. In the comic books, he became a wrestler like for money, and he was doing really well. And then it wasn't until his uncle got killed they decided to do something different. But even with that, after he becomes a superhero, like he finds his purpose and like trying to like do things to like flex for women, but eventually he got along his way. Lion King, Simba, he was what, smoking pot and eating bugs in the woods, you know, with his buddies, wasn't doing his responsibilities. Nala came in and was like, hey, get with it. Can you feel the love tonight? Gave him a little motivation. He went back, and then in the process, he was like, wait a minute, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So women can be great motivators, you know, like I don't think like these guys, they're not thinking about it. I don't think it's, again, they have bitterness and resentment towards women, but not because the women are doing better. The men, they don't necessarily care about, like, I don't think they're thinking about that. They resent the women, they're bitter, but not in the way, because like I've heard that point too, especially in like those like femcel, that's another word, femcel, like the
femcel. Okay.
Yeah. Like in those spaces. Because a lot of what they say, like they're like, oh, well, they're just bitter. They're mad because the black woman is the most educated, and they're mad because we make more money than them. And I'm like, there may be one or two, but like those are probably the dudes that are like in and out of jail. Like, so maybe those cats, but like most of the guys, I'm talking even the dork neckbeards that are like incels, they resent the women, but it's not because the women are doing better than them in that regard. Because even men in red pill, you have to accept that like women, that's how they are. So like they get that. They're just mad that they don't have the advantage or the cheat code. That's what it is.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of sounds like what I said, though. Here's the thing I don't understand about men. When you say it raises an eyebrow, right? They raise an eyebrow, even if they don't care, they keep pushing. I have to disagree because between you and I've dated men that are wealthy, right?
Own the bus.
Right, exactly. We will say that own the bus, and they laugh at this banter. They laugh at this back and forth. I've had conversations. I even asked them, "Do you know who Kevin Samuels is? Do you know?" And they look at me like, you know what I mean, like the little puppy, like, who the fuck are those guys? They don't concern themselves with these conversations. They're so far removed. You know, so the average guy, the average at best guy would look at
They're not
Ebony
worried about it.
Williams. Right. That's why the average at best guys will look at Ebony Williams and that's weird. That raises an eyebrow. But those guys, I use this example, they would not go into the Bentley dealership or the Rolls Royce dealership. And when the guy tells them we need $500K on that, he doesn't raise an eyebrow. You know why he doesn't raise an eyebrow? Because he knows that he can't even fucking go in there and afford a car. He knows his place when it comes to material things. But for some reason, when it comes to women, women are supposed to tolerate and take them as is. But you know your fucking place at that Bentley dealership. That's why you don't walk in there, sir, because you know you can't afford it or maintain it. But when a woman is saying you cannot afford or maintain me, well, how dare she? She should take me however I am, even driving the bus. So I think men are very selective. Okay, when it comes to women, by golly, you're supposed to take me, even if I'm the car washer, right? But you're not going to fucking go into the Bentley dealership with that attitude.
That's what they're giving off, but that's not. Get this, that's why they sound stupid, because that's not necessarily what's being said, because they're saying the same thing that you're saying, but it's coming off like, oh, that's why they're stupid, because they don't want to be with me because I'm a regular guy. Now, I'm blue collar as hell. As you were saying what you were saying, I'm like, even if I was a multimillionaire, do I need a Bentley? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm a regular guy. If I could, I would wear the same thing like every day. And maybe it is just because I'm like, even thinking about that, I'm like, no, I would still raise an eyebrow to that. But I think the reason is, and get this, they actually revelation. That young woman, she is on another level, so different cats are in her circle.
Right.
Jen, I don't know your economic status, whatever, but you're saying you have been approached by the bros with the band. Dated. The guys with the bands, right?
But that's the point I was saying.
So because of the internet, this very small minority, they are being vocal. Now, I also will say, I think, and this goes for men and women, the disgusting degeneracy of our culture plays a part. So it adds fuel to the bad fire. But because of that, that's what people see. So that kind of stuff goes viral. So the regular cats are seeing that. And get this, the regular girls, the average at best girls, see someone like her saying that. And sadly for them, God bless them, and get this, you do you. Queen. Actually, no, you're not. Everyone's a queen. That's not how it works. But
hey, Jake,
you do you, lovely.
Sure.
And hey, what's up, man?
No, sorry about that. Here's the thing: sex is a reward for accomplishing something. Unfortunately, in our community, sex is the actual accomplishment in life.
Love that. Let me write that down.
What?
Jesus.
Can you elaborate?
The ability to make is the accomplishment
on that. Right.
Look, listen, today I got into an argument, a disagreement with one of my boys, and a fucking Nick Cannon article came up, and I'm like, this guy's a fucking clown, man. This guy's a clown. Like he's literally taking the concept of procreation and he's turning it into a troll mechanism. He's staying relevant by pumping kids out into the world. What kind of sick shit is that? And
creating broken homes.
And that's just the whole thing. And to Keith David, he said that Ebony is trying to degrade hard workers. Well, Keith, I don't know if you know this, Keith, but owning the bus is a lot of hard work too. Owning the company takes a lot of fucking hard work.
A lot of work.
That's the extreme.
So
that comment, that's the extreme. Because, get this. Again, I even said, I raise an eyebrow. I see what brothers are saying. Again, it's funny. Again, it's because of the wording. And get this, guys, she was being hyperbolic. And the epiphany that I just had a few moments ago, it's a small group of women who are in different circles. They have access to different kinds of men. That leaks over because I get this. The regular guys have seen it in the regular girls, but it's because they're also watching the few It's on the internet, so everyone thinks it applies to them. Same thing with the guy. Like, how many alphas do people think are in like an ecosystem? Like, that's what's so funny. The alpha, beta, theta, alpha, gamma. Like, there's like all the different levels. Like, it starts to fall in on itself because like you guys can't all be alphas.
But see, if I were to see a man who was attractive, who was wealthy, who had a nice body, and he's like, I don't want to date this type of woman, I would not raise an eyebrow, because I would say the man has money, means he has a look. I would not raise an eyebrow. As an average investor, I wouldn't raise an eyebrow. That is what the fuck he worked for. That is the level he's on. He deserves whatever the fuck he wants if that's what he worked for. And I look at Ebony Williams the same way. Very attractive woman, intelligent, well-spoken, in a certain tax bracket. So if she says, I don't want the bus driver, why would you raise an eyebrow? Only, again, do you envy that woman? Do you envy you're not in that dating pool? I cannot see any other reason why you would raise an eyebrow or get upset about it if you don't envy her. She is not speaking to you. She's in a whole different world.
It's not envy. It's
Okay,
not
tomato,
envy. Again,
tomato.
there's resentment. There's resentment, but I don't think it's not envy in the way
Resentment
that
for
think
what?
of it.
What is the resentment for?
It's resentment that they're because get like someone maybe like her, just get it because they're probably just like, oh, a woman that looks like her. And I'm telling you right now, like, just, and this is from personal experience. I've tried approaching women, and this is kind of some of the stuff that led me there. I've had bad experiences with women. It doesn't mean that all women are like that, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of them, and a lot of the stuff where a lot of the same points that a lot of other guys in the manosphere talked about when they had their experiences. I'm talking regular girls talking about they like at 21 expecting me to make tons and tons of money, and I'm like, oh well, I'm just kind of trying to figure out my purpose. We can go out and go to the movies a few times and have sex, but like I don't. Like, what do you expect from me? And I'm not gonna lie, for a lot of younger guys, like, again, I don't know how old everyone here is, but I'm younger, and the dating pool, and I haven't dated in a while, I'm married now, but it does suck. But I will say this, even though the red pill paints it like that, and it is a lot out there, it is really hard right now, and it's hard for young men. I'm not better than no one. No one's better than me. I'm a regular guy, but I would say that I'm a good man. I'm not a nice guy, because nice guys, we know about nice guys. They're sleazy.
Oh
nice
God.
What?
I'm a good guy. I've never cheated. I've been very I'm regular. I want someone that I'm attracted to physically, who I bang with, and my wife is that. I tell her all the time, she's the baddest lady in the land. She's my best friend. She's really dope. I've known her for years and years and years. And that's like, I'm cool with that. And there's a lot of guys, because I have friends that are like me, and a lot of them, like, they're saying stuff like, yo, like, it just seems like there aren't enough girls. Like, yo, she cheated on me. Yo, she did this. Yo, she left me for a guy that makes this much money, and like, I don't know what I did. And like, she knows I'm in school. This happened, that happened. I was on a dating app. She asked me how tall I was. I said 5'11". She deleted me. Like, and again, and get this is stuff, you shake off, and guys are used to rejection. But because of the internet and dating apps and hookup culture, this stuff has become elevated. And again, the normal ways that we behave have gotten twisted, because both men and women are, one, thinking the other one is rationalizing like them, and it's gotten out of hand. Again, that doesn't mean that the women aren't going through stuff. I know y'all are, but something about women is, because y'all are so selective, y'all perception of men is just the men that you're interested in, that you're dealing with. And again, this is a red pill talking point, but there is some truth to it. So you guys, women don't see the men that they're not interested in. They make fun of them, or like the red pill guys, like, you guys aren't interested in those cats. So it's fun to make fun of them, especially because they're doing something stupid. But like, you guys don't see the guys that you are interested in. So it makes sense. And again, that's your right.
Make sure you
I
pass
just want
the
to
mic.
say
Make
something.
sure
I want to really quickly hit that like really quickly. Hit that like and subscribe. I want to pass the mic to Chocolate, because she's been waiting to talk. Also, this talking point before, talking about she didn't seal the deal, talking about Ebony Williams specifically, she didn't seal the deal, or the men didn't. Maybe she told them fuck off. Like, you cannot assume. It's like men assume, like, when a woman of means scenes or looks at something, it's like, oh, well, she couldn't seal the deal. Maybe the guys were rich but corny. Maybe they were rich but had small dicks. Maybe they were rich but had no personality. You cannot assume that, oh, she couldn't seal the deal. Like, because if she settled, then you would call her a gold digger. So we don't know the ins and outs of those relationships that didn't work out for her. However, she took no L. She is still way better than any of us talking about her right now. She can fucking bet. She has her pick of the litter, and that's whether you guys like it or not. She's just in a better position in life. And I will disagree with you, Spro. People are better than other people. People are better than other people.
People are better than that. Again, I'm not arguing that. And like her, again, when I say L, I mean like the nuance in it, like looking at how everyone could take it. Yeah, it does to the regular blue collar guy and even girl. Cause there are girls that aren't red pill that saw that video and they're like, what is she talking about? So like from that perspective, again, it's an internet goof. No one's going to talk about, again, the red pill guys are going to use it.
But I will say this, the women that were siding with her, we're going to call a fucking spade a spade here on the block. The women that were siding with her were probably pick-me's and single and lame, because any woman with options who's dated millionaires, okay, is going to side. Yes. Any woman siding with her.
I would say that the opposite. I would say the women
absolutely not.
Be like, yes. You don't think they would agree with her about her point about like wanting to
yes, that's okay. That's what I mean. Any woman with option who has dated millionaires or that's their dating pool are going to agree with her.
The problem is most of the women aren't doing that, and the regular girls.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
All.
Okay, but that's not true. The women, here's something I noticed about single women, specifically Black single women who still want to date Black men. They will agree with whatever they're saying, although they're still not getting picked by those Black men. That's also something that we see in the culture. These women are so desperate to get with those Black men who reject them that it's like, I agree with you. I'll take the bus driver. Meanwhile, the Black guy's looking for the preference. He's like, where's the Asian? Where's the Latina? Where's the white girl? You agree with her?
No.
Let me wait. And I'll say this. So I've seen repeatedly Black women agree with these Black men. Yeah, that's right. I would take you, honey. You work at the bus depot. I would take you. And the Black men were like, you would take me, but I ain't checking for you. So I do see a lot of pick me action when this shit went down. Now I noticed that women that had options or dated men in that caliber who own the bus, they were like, of course, what the fuck? Don't settle for a bus driver. So it was split, in my opinion. It was split. Chocolate, you did want to say something and I want to get your points.
That's okay. I promise. I am blown away tonight. So I just was sitting here sucking all of that in. And Haran, okay, I'm gonna need you not to keep. I'm gonna have to stop you. That's all I'm gonna say. So
the sound. I wish the sound was better because it fucking sounds horrible.
No, I heard what she said.
How about now? Is it good?
That's better. It's a little better.
When you get closer.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get close.
Oh, I'm bringing it in.
Please bring it in.
All right. So I was just listening, and the fact that how we're very flippant about people who, in one breath, we're saying we don't know these people. This is a small minority, and then I find it interesting because if you are, and I'm a politic head, like I'm heavily into it, and it plays a lot into our dynamic as Black men and women, because even though we don't stay on top of politics the way we should, because it does affect us, the different things that take place, and I've seen us more and more change that, right? You've seen more and more people come out and vote, and when I hear people talk about that in the dating circle, because I know people who were Republicans who wouldn't date a Democrat. Like, everybody has a different level of standards. And I think when we do bunch people together, I think the one thing that has to be taken is the truth of the matter is, just like Jen said, it's unrequited love. You want someone that doesn't want you, and you have no coping skills to move the fuck on. And yet and still, we see this day after day. They talk about it with the rate of men taking their lives, how lonely young men are, and we can sit up here and go, oh, well, it's just them over there. They're a part of our community, and a lot of Black men, young and old, are silent. So if the amount of Black men that is assumed on this space is just asinine to me, because it's like they don't have. I've looked. I'm trying to find the data that I've heard over the last few weeks that this is why women do this, and I can't find it. But this is what we're using to share with the youth, which these same spirit men talk about their soul trying to protect, and we're going to change the young man. He's going to be a better man. Let me tell you what white men did. Here's the difference with indoctrination and actually giving somebody some real information. Indoctrination can be good and bad, just like anything else. It has levels. But what they did was they built a suburb. They talked other white men into moving into that suburb so that the developer, the landowner, could make money. Then they made it where there's another system, and all of them start to tie together. We can't shit on the same community that you know needs assistance.
But they don't want it, Chocolate. They don't want
Chocolate,
it.
can you
Okay,
can you
yeah,
go
you
out
went
and come back
somewhere.
in? Chocolate, can you go out and come back in? It's too much.
Who's on your microphone, sweetie? And the other thing, you need to blow on your microphone.
Yeah, go out and come back in because it may fix it.
Maybe it's her Bluetooth if she's using one. But to
It's
kind
just
of
it's
respond to
killing my
what
ears.
she was saying, and to like the end of what you were saying, Jen, and then like kind of what she just said. It's interesting because, like I said, I've been starting to go into the rooms where the women, you know, who are obviously, you know, again, they're wrong too. They're angry about the manosphere guys. And it sounds like the same thing. And we get into a place, and that's kind of my point. Because if I'm honest, it probably does sound like I'm defending a lot of their crap. I don't want to get that misconception. I think that it's really, really funny. like the stuff. And like I look back on it and I'm like, some of the stuff that I was like, yeah. I'm like, wait, what? So like for me, it's just like great. It makes for good content. But we start to get into a place where like the bus driver thing.
Mhm.
You're right. They're complaining about like when she says like, oh, I don't want to lower my standards. Again, a woman should not have to lower her standards. And then my pushback was like, oh, it's just like the regular people. And then I said the regular girls are seeing that for a girl that's in a woman that's in a space with, you know, men of a different caliber, and they're applying that to themselves. And then it's like, well, no, they should, because they've been in that area, which that's what it is. It's experiences, especially this is where we're getting to the race stuff in the Black community. And I'm going to say from my experience, this is what I have observed. I am not making a generalization. I'm going to make generalizations, but I'm saying this is only from my perspective, from what I have witnessed. This is not an objective reality, and this is not what I'm pinning on everything. From my world view, from what I have seen in the Black community, I think a lot of Black women, they give a lot of grace. And I remember my mother used to tell me when I was a kid, she used to say grace. She was like, you know what grace is? I would get in trouble and she'd be like, I'm going to give you grace. You know what it is? It's when you get something you don't deserve. I think Black women, grace can turn into coddling.
It has turned into coddling.
Oh, in a lot of cases, yes. There is grace given. But here, do you know where the grace is given? From, again, my perspective and experience. When I say niggas that aren't doing nothing, get this, they're not even a bus driver. They don't even have an ID. like I'm talking boom, boom, boom. And again, there's nothing wrong for anyone, man or woman. You want to give someone grace, glory to God. Hey, none of us deserve it. Again, if that's what you want to do that for someone. Bad experiences. And get this, this isn't like, oh, the women, this is the problem. It's not, she was wrong because of this. Guys, it's you too. You had some bad experiences with some low down women. You had some bad experiences with some low down men, and we already had our standards. We gave some grace for whatever reason. A lot of people say like, oh, it's this and that. Like, oh, it's different when we're alone. You're having sex when you're alone. For a lot of people, let's say that. That's why a lot of people stay in toxic relationships. We have a bad experience, and then we get to a place where we're like, I ain't never going back. And ladies, y'all are passionate. And I think for the younger women, I'll say for the younger women, from my experience, again, this is not from in my world I've seen. The younger women, because of those bad experiences, and then seeing women of a different caliber who are in different spaces say those things, they're like, you know what? Yeah. And the same thing with these guys. They see these red pill guys. They talk about, oh, women are this, women are that. Get on this bread type time. Make a podcast. And they're like, yeah, I ain't never going back. That's what it is. Get this, guys. Everyone is wrong. The manosphere is wrong. The women that criticize the manosphere are wrong. Everyone sucks. Isn't that great? We're all terrible. No one's excluded. We're all terrible. It's so weird because it's like, Jen, you're right. And then what's weird is, not giving them credit, the manosphere guys are right. Those pink pill broads, they're right. Everyone is right. Everyone seems to be observing that there is a problem between the relationships of men and women. And get this, not just intimately, socially. We are not getting along, and we need to. And why? I think that men and women need to get along for one sole purpose, aside from the fact that we're humans and we share the planet, and that is for children. That is why our dynamic works the way it does, whether it be biologically or culturally.
They're watching. They're watching our interactions. Children.
The
all they do is study. All they do is study us. That's all kids do is study us.
So what are they going to do?
Well.
Thank you for the super chat, James Oko. James Oko says, bro, is your wife black? Just curious. That's up to you if you want to answer that or not.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Why? Wait, I want to know why. Why?
James Oko, Spro Show wants to know why you want to know what race his wife is. That's a fair question. You asked him a question. He divulged. He didn't have to. Chocolate, can we hear you now?
Is it better?
Yes.
It's 1,000 times.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Jesus H. Christ.
We did it, Virginia. We did it, Virginia.
Shit. Lily, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I have to say this. I think that all of it is bullshit. I think it's a way to cope. And that's what's happened. We're no different from any other culture. If you really go and check out their news, if you go check out their art, if you go check out and really find out, because everyone in their hand has a full-on encyclopedia.
Who's they?
Whatever you want to know about another human being, we find out from other human beings. This whole, it's just an individual. It's not. We are impacted by everything around us. We are impacted by the people who bring us into this world. We are impacted by our job situations, our college or school or whatever. People imprint on you, and all the time to tell a person to shake it off or shrug it off. Now, I'm a woman, and that's how I was raised. But now, because I was raised like that, I can't be in no relationship with a man that isn't as strong as I am, personality-wise. Because we're going to have a problem. Because you're you, will compromise somewhere in the middle. But if you don't like a person who is, out there in the community, want to change the world as much as they can before they last breath, want to make things be better for other people, regardless, not everybody. And I hate that. I hate that that's thrown back at me. Nothing to you, baby. Nothing to you, Lily. But it's not true that they don't want it. That's not true. We have a whole. But
this is one of those some, not all situations, and because
no, not all. Yeah. No, hear me out. No. What I'm saying is, all of these are the correct answers in the sense that we all are on the same lane. But you got a Ferrari over here and you got a Gremlin over there. And only old people will know what I'm talking about or a car person. So it's like, we can see this every day in the things that we do. And I'm amazed that we don't apply it to what we're dealing with now. Every day in your life. And this attitude of men and women not getting along, this ain't new. If you really go back and search the 1950s, go look at, just to give yourself a real idea of the people, the average man and woman, go to the clerk of courts. Go to how many divorces during that era that were secret, babies missing, children being sent off to have babies because, oh, you can't be pregnant. But you don't tell young men that you shouldn't be having sex because sex can lead to having a child. There's never been a moment.
I'm sorry. Wait. Pause, sweetheart. I'm sorry. Because
please don't call me sweetheart. And please don't pause me. I've sat and I've listened. And if there's a question, go ahead.
You had 3 different points in that.
No, they all go together. They all really.
I mean, kind of like I see what you're saying, but like it kind of like you jump from. I mean, you 3 very interesting points. However, if I'm honest, it kind of sounds like we're shifting the blame again.
It's not about shifting blame. It's about solutions. We know that there's a huge social crisis when it comes to mental health in the Black community. And just like you sit up there and get behind your mic and say what you feel and what your perspective is, people with mental health issues, people who have been hurt, people who will lie, so on and so forth, we know this. All of those questions are answered for us. We don't need to keep rehashing why men and women don't get along. They've never gotten along.
They definitely have. I mean, look at this. There's always going to be friction between any two people.
You want to pick apart no, sir. In history,
no, we're not doing well. No, because get this. I literally just said earlier the whole purpose of men and women's dynamics is children, and because we're seeing the family is not as strong as it used to be, so because of that,
the family is the same place it was when this was going on, when daddy was doing things he wasn't supposed to, when mama was a secret drinker. There are different, that's not
everyone's experiences. These are things that happen, but that's not everyone's experiences. That's not the vast majority.
Nobody is saying that.
Let her finish.
So please stop trying to, but hold on, I'm gonna say this. Whether you believe it or not, I am a person who likes to look at the totality. I love sociology. I've worked with a lot of people. I've done it on purpose because I want to understand how to act or react or understand certain traits from certain people. That's my thing. That's my experience, right? So I'm not going to assume that everybody has the same experience. That's why I'm saying that if people are having, men or women both, if people are having a hard time getting along with other humans, if that person can't get along with a woman, or it could be anybody, that means there's something unresolved in here. It's just like if you get a virus or you get sick, your body starts to tell you, hey man, we need to change up what we're doing. So all of this, it goes like this, whether you agree or disagree, it is an issue of social security. People are being unalived every day, women and men both, from people who have severe, untreated or not treated. Of course, it's not for everybody. And again, that's the cop-out. There are different lanes and levels to it. It depends on what lane you trying to stay in. If you in the lane of making money, that's where you gonna go, even on YouTube. So I don't understand why we don't apply that same logic to how human beings are. The internet did nothing but bring all the ideas together. People been thinking this shit forever.
But see, that's the thing. But see, Chocolate, I think that's the point I'm making. The internet thrusted us all into the same space when ordinarily we would not be in the same space.
But again, it's going to go past us whether we want it or not, because there are other people that are in charge of the technology that we use. We have no straight path. We have no voice in that. And that's what I mean when I talk about, say for instance, I'm strictly talking about men and young men. If I was a man who wanted to talk shit about women and make money and get Snapchats for it and the whole nine. I would use that money to assist someone getting some kind of therapy.
I
That
doubt
would
you.
be
I
a
doubt that you
difference.
would. I doubt that you would. If that's how you were making money, no, you wouldn't.
How she was making money?
It
I
sounded
missed
like
that.
she. Tell me if I'm wrong. It sounded like you were describing a red pill content creator
I don't know. I don't know anything as far as like anybody
making money
personally.
off of putting out that kind of
Yes, they are
spewing that
making
stuff from
money.
the.
Yes. If they're
Yeah.
going to make money off of saying that women are the cause and these men are having problems, why not help them mentally? That's just a
Yeah.
lane. That's
Okay.
just
So
one
get
thing.
this again. This kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Again, I get what you're saying. Mental. First off, it sounds like you're trying to justify some kind of hive mind mentality after we already established that
Sir,
individuals
we
are
are
individuals.
a hive mind mentality. We
You
are
are
a group
crazy.
think
Hell
mentality.
no. We do group think. That is
Okay,
not
let me.
correct. We should not be a
How is
hive
that
mind.
not
We
correct?
are
And why are
individuals.
you? I never interrupted you, sir. I listened to you twice, and you said you was leaving. Now I've been waiting, and I've listened, and I have taken in and observed everything you said. I don't believe. I think you check out after a certain amount with people talking, but you, sir, your auditory is fantastic. You're not a person that lands a plane quickly as well either. So I get it. But what I'm talking about is having something in place. Like you talk so much shit about it's the individual. There are things that we benefit, black, white, whatever color, because somebody else thought, hey, they may like this. And there probably was somebody who said, no, they're not. They don't need this. Universal health care, give you an example. That's not new.
I explained to you how men work.
You
and
don't
the
have
dynamics
to.
with men,
No,
and
that's
everyone
not
on the
how
panel
men
agreed
work,
with
sir.
me. No.
Can I jump in?
Oh, you're
Can
gonna
I jump
tell
in
me
really?
how men work?
Wait. Can I jump in really quickly?
I don't want
Chocolate.
to argue with. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, Jen. I'm sorry.
Chocolate, we love you to death, but aren't your expectations unrealistic? Again, it goes back to let me explain. And you can rebut. But every other race and ethnicity is not playing the violin for, let's help the people that need mental health. Let's make money. I don't think two things can exist. Either people are hustling or making money off of a broken people, or they are broke and don't care about making money off of them, and they're in the street helping them. Those are two different individuals. Like when Lily says, when a man says, I want a freak in the sheets and a lady in the sheets, those are two different women. I don't think that these men who are making big bank, we're talking about big bank on YouTube. It's not small change. These motherfuckers are making six figures easy, okay? If you have that mentality, you don't give a fuck about who needs mental health care. You're talking about two different individuals. They are not the same. Usually there's no money or glory in the people that are out there helping with the mental health and the therapy. Those are two different people. So when men are on these panels complaining and riling men up to get those super chats, they don't give a fuck that dude has trauma, PTSD. Women have done him wrong. His mama didn't want him. They don't give a fuck. They're like, super chat me. I'm selling this fucking package. I will coach you for blah, blah. I think you're being unrealistic. And that's not race specific. I don't think any white hustler, any Latin hustler, any Asian hustler is going to be hustling and be like, but let me give back to the community. They give zero fucks. We see it in the church too. The guy that's standing up there, he could give a fuck about your salvation.
Nonprofits.
But pass the plate. I worked with remember, Lily, I worked with a Puerto Rican nonprofit. They were pocketing money. I don't think those two individuals are saying, I see what you're saying. I just think you're trying to get blood from a rock. Those are two different people. And I'm sorry, I laugh when people are like, Kevin Samuels was for the black community. Kevin Samuels was for his motherfucking pockets. And he found something that worked. He tried to clone. He tried to be ugly and sell suits and style people. Didn't work. Soon as that average at best hit Los Redes and blew up, he was like, oh shit, well, let me stay right here because these motherfuckers are paying me to do this. I'm sorry, in a million years, and I got no beef with Kevin Samuels. We did a whole tribute to the motherfucker. Okay, all the good points he had, all the good suits he had. I have no beef with Kevin Samuels. He was great entertainment, but I'm not about to sit here and think he was for the black community. Nah, you're not gonna make me believe that shit.
I don't think it was for the black
community.
The point I wanted to make was, Chocolate, I was there as well. Like I was literally there where you were at and I love the statement that Jen's dad uses about not getting in the way of the punch. I kept getting in the way of the punch. I kept getting in the way of the punch, and I kept getting hit, and I kept getting hit until it finally hit me. Oh, this is where some people want to be, and that's free will. We have free will. That's the best thing that we have as humans. I'm going to allow them to have that. And they also have, because you got to also look, I was a degenerate, okay? Former drug addict, prison, all of that stuff. I had to come to the conclusion to change on my own. But I was punching people who were trying to help me. I was the puncher. So I get it. I'm coming from both standpoints. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm coming from both standpoints. I had to look and see, when I was that degenerate, I didn't want help. I wanted to be there.
And for the record, chocolate is very, very probably more valuable, okay, than a lot of other people. She is needed. She is valuable. The community needs the chocolate. They need the chocolate. A lot of people need help, but that's not the majority of people. Everybody is for self. Even people I've helped turned around and made it for self. I'm like, motherfucker, I helped you. You know what I'm saying? And they go and they run and they make it for self. Everybody's an individual. I just think it's two different people. I don't give. I'm sorry, Darren Hilton. You're not about to convince me that Kevin Samuels was a fucking crusader for the Black community. Now, he knew there was a lot of trauma. There was a lot of trauma in the Black community, and he monetized that shit like every other Black leader usually does, and white people do too. But you're not about to make me, he was here for the Black community. He was like, oh, these suckers are going to give me money. Okay, Black women are average at best. 35 and over, you a leftover at 35 and over. You're going to die alone with a cat. You know.
Wait one second. I'll just say one thing for the night. Chocolate, you are an extremely empathetic person. I admire that. I really, truly do. You know, and I will never be that empathetic. Never. You know what I mean? I will also say this, though. I will say this, the way that I view the world. Yeah, there are some people who do need some help and so on and so forth, but I think that we need to really get down to the nuts and bolts of it and understand that sometimes it's not about the psychoanalysis of the situation. Sometimes it's not about, you know what I mean, trying to be this person's safe space. Sometimes it's not about any of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, some toys just come out of the factory broken.
Yeah.
That's it.
So if that's okay, can I respond?
Yes, please.
Thank y'all very much. I appreciate it. I'll keep it simple. No, I probably get disagreed with more than I get agreed with in life, period. That's just what it is. I'm one of those people in a community that usually when a person wants to do for our community, it ends up being some shady shit. So I knew going in that it was going to be hard for what we were trying to do. But then I also know people who need the help. And the money is sitting there. The money is sitting there. All it needs is I am not doing anything any better than any business person. I am a facilitator. I can put myself in a position where I'm providing a product that's going to assist a human being, and the human being can't pay, but the government will pay me. And I take that money and flip it back into it. But I have no misnomers, and I want that to be clear. I know we all have different perspectives. I know we all see the world different. I don't have your eyes, you don't have my eyes, but regardless of genitalia, I believe that there are people who are the loud minority or the loud majority, and they get to going at it, bop, 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 and all the people in the bottom gets forgotten about. And to you, Lily, much love. And I can understand that level. My father was, he was recovering as well. So I can empathize on that level. So I understand trying to pull yourself out of the dirt and start all over again, because that's actually where I'm at now. That's why I'm struggle streaming. So I'll be getting it together. But what I do want to see is things that are not there. And when I listen to why can I not, And that's how I look at it. Why couldn't I take the money that I make from YouTube and give it to a particular charity, or pay a therapist their fees to talk to such and such and such? This happens. Now, it may not be on the forefront. And I think that's the other side of it, that a lot of people think, well, why you got to tell? Because people need to know that there are people out here who give a fuck about other human beings. When we go around and we only see people or deal with people who ain't shit, you can't trust, it's a back and forth. I know, I've done it too. And to your point, Ron, you're absolutely correct. And I've had bad experiences with men. I've had scary experiences with men. I was driving down the street today, parked in my car at the light. The man that was selling water knocked on my window and was like, I like your hair. You know what I'm saying? So there's never a time where men and women aren't going to interact. And then there isn't a time when there aren't going to be people who want to just give a little cushion. It's almost like being happy or having any kind of joy or peace, or even trying to achieve it, is something wrong with me, because I think other people should have somewhere to go to get the help to do that. I'm not saying all of these dudes on here are degenerates. I'm not also going to say that all of these men on here don't have valid things to say, but it's unhealthy and it is dangerous. And as the Black community, I will say this, and I really don't care what anybody thinks about it. We are in danger in certain sections of our communities. Me feeding the homeless, I don't want to just feed the homeless. I want to give them a home. Because when a person feels of value, that's all I'm talking about. It's like, why can't you help or inspire someone to feel of value? Why is that question? You know what I mean? And I land right there. Thanks.
Okay, I'll say that to this question, New Diamond, can we talk about how great white men are? Not here, darling.
Oh, that's one of them. That's
wrong channel. Wrong channel. Wrong block.
Oh, just sucking white people.
Not here.
I told
not
you,
happening.
They're out here.
We did a stream on Saturday, right? And I reposted something. We were talking about business, right? But the point that was made could be taken into just general life, right? And so I still do work in the community, but it's changed the way it looks, right? I still do mentor and I still do those things, but this is the thing. I no longer invest in people who don't invest in themselves. I don't do it. I don't touch it.
Lily,
I don't feel bad about it.
I get it. And that's not who I'm talking about. There's a lot of lonely men and women, children, old people, not old people, who be on the internet, and you never know. These avatars, we don't know who behind them. So sometimes I think we just get a little too reckless and flip it when there is certain topics where a piece of that needs to at least be in there, that there is a social problem that needs to be assisted. Like, Black men aren't going to therapy like that. We all know this, but yet and still we'll make comparisons and go, well, you know, they don't want the help. I'm not going to say that for everybody. The person who wants the help, and I'll land right here, Jen.
Yeah.
Why can't that also be true? I'm not against anything anyone has said up here. There is a perspective and valid need for each individual. That's why we have what we have. But out of some individuals, they make changes that are needed. I mean, I don't get why that's so, like, even on a small level like myself, it's still the same thing. We, like, I don't know if y'all do, but every Christmas, you put change in that thing in the, with the little Christmas man. I can't think of his name. You know, he's standing at the door.
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army.
Right. When they were created, they didn't know that they were going to get this big. They did a whole documentary about them. I'm not saying that everything I've heard up here is not right, but there also can be other pieces between right and wrong, or yes and no. And I guess that's all I'm speaking to. It is not to say one is better than the other, but I do think that if some kind of social help was kind of started to be dipped back into our communities, I think there's a lot of good people that's fucked up and just need some help.
I hear
that's
what
all.
you're saying.
I'll say this. I think I think both extremes are pointless and useless. What do I mean by both extremes? I can't speak for everybody on the panel. I mostly am in contact with Lily and Haran and Tristan, so I can't speak for everybody. But just like you, Chocolate, we very much believe in helping our community and people that look like us. We help each other. We are in the community. That means something, okay? Like we don't have to be completely homeless and downtrodden for you to help somebody. We're helping each other in business. We're helping to create generational wealth for our family. We're helping each other. So I think both extremes, in my opinion, are senseless. People that say, fuck all them people, let them die on a vine, fuck them, we don't care, they can't make it. I think that's bad. But also the kumbaya of everybody could be saved, that's also bad. And that's not productive because you're constantly going to be fighting these people that don't want your help, who are going to treat you horribly, who are going to bring you down. So my thing is, it's best to be right in the fucking middle. Because the whole, well, I'm going to be put, because listen, charity work, them people that Jesus shit with the sandals, there's no money in that. And if you don't have money, you can't help a fuck. You can't help anybody. You can love people all day. You can be, oh, let me hug you. Money helps people not be homeless. Money helps people not be homeless, okay? You have to have money. So some of us have to go out and be the Marines front line and be, fuck everybody, let's make this money so you could do more for the greater good. I can't go out there and serve sandwiches to homeless people, okay? Not out of my pocket. Not out of my pocket. So I just wanted to say that both sides to me of the spectrum are ridiculous. You cannot help everybody. You have to help people that want the help. They're going to be most productive in your community, and they're going to be best for your community if you really want progress.
But that's what I'm saying to you, Jen. There is nothing like that in our community. Even if for the people who would be willing or pick up the phone and call. You know, Black folks are real quick to tell you where you got, you know, just call social services, call 211. There is nothing. They have no money. They've been tapped out since before, you know, the last 2-3 years. So social services on that level has gone down. Now, to the capitalist in me, and I don't have a problem being real about that as well. I knew that before I put another dollar into what I was doing, I had to come up with a plan that makes the money rotate for me. So I don't have to worry about my lights and my house and still be able to help people. And there are ways to do that. That's it. But I don't believe that you can save everybody. I don't believe that, you know, I'm not on either one of those extremes. I actually am in the middle because I've seen it on all sides, not just two. And that, I think, when we start dealing with the people in the middle, that's what I'm talking about. The people in the middle.
Well, I
So
think
then
I
we
think
agree
where the-
then.
Not these extremes that, that's what I said. I didn't say I want to help everybody. You know what I'm saying? I want to create something and people will either come or they won't.
Well, no, we were talking about a specific here, so I think we all can agree. Like, yeah, helping, you can, you know, let sleeping dogs lie. You know, help people. Like, don't be a douchebag. You know, like help people out. But if they don't want help, yada yada yada. We were talking about the cats in the manosphere. That's where we're having some confusion because that's why I gave the answer that I gave. I'm saying,
but
I've spent time in the space because it sounded like you were making the argument, like, oh, like, well, if there was some kind of service for these Black men who are going through this, you know, somewhere.
That's what it sounded like.
I'm
That's
telling
what it
you
sounded
that,
like.
Yes, I said that. Like,
that kind of
said
thing
that.
is not the solution to the problem that we're
Well,
seeing.
okay, wait. Let me just add this to the piece. I heard you guys comparing other cultures, right? And you said they don't do this and they don't do that. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all that one. But I will say this: if for them, they do have those kind of events, like it's they'll pay a dude like $2,000-$3,000 to show him how to be a man. Right? Because they got the money to do it. They go off into the forest or they'll go to some island or they'll go do these particular things. White men have been doing that for centuries. They go places to unwind. They go places to speak. You can call it what you like. But human beings imprint.
Are you talking about like Anthony Robbins and shit? Buying a
yeah, that
all of that stuff is so. the game of we're helping these men, but I never hear how
That
are you
still doesn't
helping
help
them?
those men.
Wait,
That
I want to
stuff
ask a
doesn't help those
controversial
men.
question. I want to ask a controversial question. Kitten and caskets, absolutely. I wish I would have went. I wish I would have went. Trust me, that's one of my regrets. I was like, I would have been good for it. I want to ask this. We are in the year 2023. Okay, it's gonna be controversial. We're in the year 2023, right? When and I saw this earlier on this other TikToker's page where he was saying, and I'm gonna paraphrase, he was saying that immigrants, for instance, they come here, they broke as fuck, they poor, they ain't got no money in their pocket, they live 5-10 apartment, you know what I mean? They bust their ass, the mommy and the daddy, they put them kids through college. The kid, as we've seen online, graduates, he takes off his cap from his cap and gown and puts it on the parents. Now the kid is off to either be a medical student, an attorney, or whatever, blah, blah, right? That's the year 2023. That's people who come here, their first language is not English, okay? 2023. Is it not ridiculous, ludicrous, and embarrassing that people are still asking where's the therapy for these Black male adults? Don't you think it's embarrassing, fucking pathetic, and asinine that in 2023, where someone could come here and not speak a lick of fucking English, live 4 or 5 to an apartment, send their kids through college, have that second, and take off that cap and we're still coddling Black men online who can't get laid? Really? Where's the therapy? Where's the therapy in our community? You can get therapy online now. You don't even have to leave your house. So all right, so Chocolate Herb, then you're saying, honestly, this is what it sounds like to me. If I was just observing, just looking in, if I was an alien that dropped out of space, and I was listening to all ethnicities and all races, I would be like, oh, them Blacks, those are the weakest links. It appears to me that down there with the humans, the Blacks are the only ones that can't get their shit together. They need all the help, even the adult males. Isn't this amazing? If I was an alien that fell out the sky, that's how I would look at it. In 2023, an adult female such as yourself, okay, still talking about we gotta help these Black men. Like, who's gonna help them? They need therapy. Meanwhile, motherfucker barely speaks English and comes here and puts their kids through college. We cannot ignore that is a reality. When are Black men gonna stop being babied and coddled? Like, and that's a real question. When are Black men, okay, going to lead the community and stuff? Oh, look, but we got it. Let's make money so we can help these Black men. I think that's why we're in the fucking condition we're in, because we keep babying them, but God forbid we don't call them kings. It doesn't make sense.
People in general that are being coddled. Now this is where, because remember earlier I was like, oh, when it comes to red pill manosphere, there's no black and white, even though like there is, but there isn't. This is where, because now we're getting into the cultural stuff, the stuff with the Black community.
I didn't ring the base bell.
We need the Liberty Bell tonight. We needed the Liberty Bell tonight, but
it is a thing in the Black community. So, like, yeah, there are issues like with us, but like this again, and honestly, again, it's the same thing with.
Wait, it ain't too late.
Wait, there's an actual bell? No, she doesn't.
I gotta run.
Ron, we're gonna close soon. What the fuck?
I will say one thing, and I said it in the chat, and I strongly believe this.
Okay.
I truly do hope that for the Black men and the Black women who deify white people or who deify other races, instead of actually being loyal to their own, I hope nature comes for you. I hope it comes swiftly, brutally, and viciously, without apology. Good night.
Good night.
Haran,
how you gonna leave on that
heavy.
point? I hate Haran. How you gonna leave on that point?
I hate love him.
What's interesting about what he said is it goes back to, like, I think the problem is that we keep focusing on the race thing, and he kind of said that, it sounded like, but like they were like, oh, Black men need this, Black women need this, blah blah. Stop categorizing yourself. Like, get this, we know that we're different. Like, and I'm talking about in the States, because like Jen, a second ago, you were like, oh, if aliens look, they'd be like, oh, Black men on the planet. No, they'd be like, oh, those Black Americans, those Black Americans.
I agree.
They're messed up, and like, get this, we are messed up, and it's Black men and Black women. the whys, there's plenty of
Okay.
whys, but it's 2023. We need to stop categorizing ourselves. I think that's the problem. Now with certain things, it's like, yo, that is a thing with the Black community. So certain things you can't get away from it. But overall, like being like, and like again, chocolate, it is endearing. Like you're like, oh, care for everyone. I'm telling you right now, yo, the cats you talking about, let sleeping dogs lie.
Hold on for a second.
I do want to wait, real quick, Chocolate. I do want to respond to Haran. I love Haran, but I got to push back on that because any human being, let's take race out of it for a minute. We see athletes do it. I can't fucking get a ring here. I'm taking my talents to Miami. And sometimes that includes other races and ethnicities. People want to win out here and they're tired of losing in their circles. I've been in Puerto Rican circles where it's like, oh, you guys want to lose. I want to win. I'm going to go find the winners. Despite their race, gender, ethnicity, identity, I want to win. I want to leave something to my children and my children's children. And I'm not going to be race loyal or ethnicity loyal. If you motherfuckers want to lose, not happening. Call me what you want, but I'm going to go over there and get me a ring. So no, I don't think that people that aren't race loyal should all be taken out by the powers that be. Fuck that. I'm getting my ring. Talk about me behind my back while I'm winning. I'm not doing it. I'm not failing to be race loyal. I'm not doing it. I'm not. Life's too fuck y'all.
Y'all
Fuck
better
y'all.
listen to him. That's right.
I'm not doing it. I got people I got to care for. I'm not doing it.
But Jen, I will say this, and I will push back.
Race.
That's fine. That's what makes all of this great, right?
Mhm.
Because you can go a different path. Lily can go a different path. I'm sorry I don't know this gentleman's name, but he can go down the street.
Bro.
When you have that, and we have this in our everyday lives, and I guess what I want to say, and I love y'all too. I know you prefaced it before. I have no issue with disagreeing. What you're saying is absolutely right, and what I'm saying is absolutely right. I'm not race loyal. I see an issue in the community that has been labeled me. I grew up knowing I was Black. That was it. Nobody in my family said, oh, you're going to meet different ethnics. I was raised in the hood. The most we saw was a white woman with her Black man. And then when all the people, Mexicans moved in, that was a culture shock for us. But I was glad that happened. However, me being the person that I am not going to sit silently and go, well, yeah, people ain't shit. You can't trust nobody. You're absolutely right. You can't do those things too. But on the other hand, there are things that are necessary, I think, for a community to thrive no matter what goes down. And even on a larger scale, when we look at society, we know the truth. We know it. We see it every day. The things that you get in, the car that you drive right now, that ain't your horse. Somebody had to have an idea and built that motherfucker. A boat, anything that you touch, the clothes you put on your body, a human being is behind that. And so for me, and I appreciate it, but I really find it condescending. I truly feel this way. This is me all the time, 24/7, that there are certain issues that I would think that if you so pissed, you so angry, you want men to win, then why not come together and do something for them? And then you compare yourselves. And I find that so crazy. It's like, oh, we can never have anything positive in our community that may withstand just whether it's a church or it's got to be religiously affiliated. No, I'm not religiously affiliated to anything. I want to see people win too. I'm sorry.
It's not that it's not positive. I'm saying the specific.
No, but I hear this and it gets tiring.
Okay.
Well,
okay,
because
so
it always.
With this group, it would not work.
Let me say this. I have a really, really, really close friend, and she had the same exact talking points. I had just came out of there through my experience, through my own personal experience, just like the people we're talking about is going to have to come out of where they're at through their own personal experience of being tired, sick and tired of being tired, right?
Yeah.
And
Let me ask
so,
you a question. No, I'm for real. Like I guess what my thing is that I constantly hear the same thing, and no disrespect, but it's like even in 2023, there are people who truly give a shit about other people, and it's always this. Well, you can't save everybody, and that's good that I like this chocolate, but comma. It's never where it can actually be. You can
well,
actually help people.
I'm
and
about to
benefit.
give you solutions. I'm about to give you solutions, but you didn't let me finish. So
I
gave her
apologize. I'm
solutions.
sorry.
So I gave her some solutions. I said, listen, based off of my own experience and my mistakes in trying to help everybody, and other people's experience and their mistakes of trying to help everybody, this is what I suggest you do. Okay, you're going to have to be extremely selective, and there's a reason why. Because I used to wonder why they put so much red tape up before you can get some help for for whatever, right? That's the reason why. Is because so many people have come and abused their system and their system and their system and their system and their system that they had to put up all of this red tape. My friend didn't listen, right? And she let her heart run her business, right? To the point where it totally burnt her out, to the point where she didn't want to do it at all anymore, right? Instead of putting those things in place to protect her from people who didn't want help. They just wanted another handout. They just wanted another coddle. They just wanted another hug. They didn't want help. They didn't want progress, right? And so she just kept getting abused and abused. Did she get one or two that actually wanted solutions? Yes. But she was so drained and so tired and frustrated, angry at the end, that she just quit the whole thing. And that's just the point that I'm personally making. Everyone cannot be helped because everyone does not want help until they want help.
And and for the record, let me say again, I'm sure I speak, for a lot of people. I don't know how many. You could say, no, not me. We've all done the nonprofit. I fed the homeless. I collected clothes. I gave out socks because socks is the number one item that homeless people never get. So they walk around with stink feet all the fucking time. Okay, I gave out the little packages with the soaps and the toiletries. We've all been there, done that. We've mentored children, even if the children were just our nieces and nephews. We give a lot of fucks, especially for our people of color, okay? Specifically, I've only helped the Black and brown, right? Because I know we got it rough. But like Lily said, I was like, oh, a lot of you motherfuckers like this fucking condition. Kitten and Caskets, great point. People don't know how to find food. People know how to find food stamps. They can also find Medicaid and use it for mental health treatment. They can also use it to check on their health. That men of color are dying at 50. There are so many hustles. People in the hood, sometimes they just want the easy fucking way. Then PPP loans came. All of a sudden, everybody knew how to fill out a fucking application. All of a sudden, everybody knew how to fill out an application and follow up. Okay, that is what happens in our communities. We cannot deny. We all care about people, Chocolate. We really, really do. Okay, I want to go back to the Bronx and do an all-girls boxing gym so these girls can stop fighting in the street and fight for some money. We all do. We all care. We all care very, very much. But I have to care for people that want change, or else you will dry yourself out and spread yourself thin and say, fuck the entire community. Now, with that said, I do want to ask you a question. What is this obsession with the helping the community when the community is not even a monolith, right? We hear that all the time.
No, they're not a monolith.
So why keep talking about Black people as a community, as a monolith? Because when you say community, you're speaking of the community as a monolith. When you say, well, we got what I see in my community, you're talking about that's AKA a monolith.
Well, no, because again, I've never really, I only go so detailed into what I'm doing, and I'll answer your question happily. Me creating something for Black people, or when I say my community, what I'm talking about is when we're always compared, race is always involved. We know that every day, even down to the money you make. So it's like, okay, fine. I'm not this, and I think I need to say this personally. I am not this demure, oh my gosh, kumbaya. I've never used that term. What I said is that there is money in helping other people make money. And you don't have to do a credit hustle. You don't have to put people in other bad situations. And I find it interesting that it's scarier to think that a person might actually want to do right by another person, right? I'm not knocking anybody's, whether they gave or not, but that's not what I'm talking about. I have land. I've talked about that before. Now I'm home. I'm in Arizona and I can go back and forth up on my property. So now we're getting ready to do the greenhouses. And to answer your question, I can make food from my house by myself. Like I can grow shit from my house with just like a handful of people. But because of technology, it gives me the ability that I can ship boxes all over the country for people who want fresh fruits and vegetables. That's just one piece of it. I am not talking about going out and giving somebody a sandwich. There is true building blocks to it. And that's why I talk about it. It's not to coddle anybody. It's not to go, oh, pat on the head. But there are services that are necessary. And I think too, we know physical health and mental health are at the bottom of the list when it comes to Black and brown people.
And the black
you
and
think
brown
so? You
people-
still
So
so
I'm
you
not
still
just,
are like,
but I'm not just talking about the homeless. I'm talking about the people in the middle. I'm talking about the
you're
person
talking
who
about
just
black.
needs,
You're basically talking about Black men who can't figure it out in the country they were born and raised in 2023. Basically,
no, I think that's unfair to say, and I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying, Jenny.
let's
I
deal with
can
the
do-
tangible.
you said that was the solution to. We were talking about the black men in the manosphere and the red pill content. And
Yes,
then
I
you said
am.
that
I'm
the solution for them
things go
is
together.
mental health and self care. And then we gave an example, kind of just generally speaking, saying you can't help everybody. The point is the
But that's
guys in the
always the
manosphere.
answer.
No,
But
no,
what
it's
about
not
the
true.
people who
No,
I can help? Can we
okay,
talk
Penny,
about them?
help
What
them.
about
We're
the people
talking
who
about the
want the
manosphere
help?
right now.
But we've
the
been
manosphere
talking about
guys
them.
can't be
No,
helped.
no,
Is
you
what we're
have been
saying.
discouraging me. That's
No,
what you've
No,
been doing. You've been
No,
giving me
that's
the
no, we
pat
haven't.
on
hold
the
on,
head,
hold
but
on,
you're
Fro,
unreal. La la la.
Fro,
You know,
Fro.
that's how it feels.
No,
It
That's
feels
not
that way.
true.
that's not true,
It's like
chocolate. And
that.
I
Oh,
don't
you know.
chocolate. I don't want this stream to end with that being the perception of. I'm going to speak for myself, and from what I'm hearing from them, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is be selective, be careful. You know what I'm saying? And that's the same thing we're saying. We're selective
Somebody
and
didn't
we're
ask
careful.
me, like, right, exactly. That is human life. You should be. Of course, I would be selective. Of course, I'm not. I guess that's the thing. Is like I don't want to say or go on too much longer. All I'm saying is, ask me then. If you think that I'm naive
Well,
to certain things, or it may
the
sound
reason,
as though,
well, the
please
reason why
ask.
we, well, okay, well,
And-
the reason why we hearing that is because I want to use the word trigger for the lack of word because it's late and I'm getting tired.
I do.
Okay, so like, okay,
I do.
so you're getting triggered when we say we just can't help everyone. We can't, right? So then
But
that leads us to
fine.
think,
Yes.
and hold on, so then that leads us to think that you will rather try to help everyone, and we're saying from our personal experience, it's just not possible. It's just not.
But that's
It's a
okay.
fucked up truth.
All right,
It's
Lily,
a fucked up
I
truth.
gotta say this. Okay, Jen, to your point, here we go. I'm gonna do this with you. Because you a money woman just like I am, right? So here's the thing. When I first started working on this, and we started putting it into play, and the different people I've set up so far, here's the thing. You got land, you got empty space, you got all this stuff going on. We have a huge homeless issue on the West Coast. We all know that. So there's actually money sitting there that people have made and put into that can be made. You can build housing with it. It's happening all over the country in other communities where they're building tiny homes or building certain places, and you can help people still make money and you don't have to get burnt out. See, that's where I'm at in this circle. I am no fool to the fact that the capitalism is going to continue on, and I just had to figure out a way to how can I slide in it and do what I love doing. I just love helping people and seeing people be better if I can. I I know people that you can't help everybody, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Chocolate. We
I'm
know that's
speaking
not what you're
to
talking
the
about.
business, and there's business in assisting other people. That's all I'm
Chocolate.
saying.
That has nothing to do. We were talking about those poor.
Yes, it does, because
souls
they
in
are
the
part.
Chocolate.
They're part
You're
of
saying-
it.
No,
They
they're-
are still part
Chocolate.
of it.
Let me-
There
let me
are
finish.
men on here
Chocolate.
who
Chocolate.
have mental issues,
Let
and
me-
that
let me
also
finish.
needs to.
Let me finish. We all have come to the conclusion. We did this in the first 30 minutes that the men in the manosphere, they touched. It's
But
something
what
off.
about the ones
Let
that are
me finish.
listening?
Let me
That's what I'm
finish.
talking. Like,
Let me
I'm not
finish.
talking
We're
about the
talking.
ones.
Wait a minute,
I was
Chocolate. We're
one of the
talking.
ones
Right.
that
He's
listened,
one of
Chocolate.
them. He's one of them. He's
I
literally
was
one of
one
them.
of the ones that listened. Again, I'm never gonna say that, like someone wants to go get therapy. Hey, yeah, I think everyone, even if you don't have severe mental health problems, yeah, that is a great solution. The problem, because we were talking about the manosphere, the problem that the guys in the manosphere have, mental health care or whatever socialist thing you were describing, like that will not help their specific problem. However, we agree that it is lovely to help people. And yes, we have also come to the conclusion that some people can't be helped. The reason why we got into people that don't want to be helped versus those who do, the manosphere red pill guys are the example of those poor souls who don't want your help. So it is a moot point. That's not the solution. I'm not saying don't help them. Here's how you help them. If you hear a young bull saying red pill dumb stuff, you correct him. He's either going to move differently or not, or they'll be like me. They'll run into walls. They'll realize that every show is the same, and then they will apply the good stuff to their day to day. That's what you can do for those young men. Again, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, men don't.
But that's not what I said.
Their mental health needs. Yeah, they have mental health issues. We
There
deal
are
with
other-
it differently. That kind of stuff is not going to help. The delusional red pill guys that are in the manosphere cult are not going to be helped by the solution that you are giving. However, that is a great solution for other people.
I like that. We go on back to the word cult again. Like, have you ever tried to get someone out of a cult?
It is really, really hard.
It is one of the most difficult things in life to do.
Story for another time. I accidentally.
That's it. That culture is. This is a culture. The YouTube space is a culture. We all have people we deal with on here. There are certain people we will and won't talk to. Correct. There are certain shows and channels we don't watch. There's certain people you not going to subscribe to. So I don't get why, if we know that there's differences in how we act as human beings, so why is it so hard to believe that there are people out here, men, women, however, whatever you want to say, whether they're on the internet or not, once they get off the internet, we are still in real life. They're a picture on the internet or a video camera. When I turn this off, my life still goes on, right? But if nobody needed any help, or if people weren't struggling, then why do you think the big boom in telemedicine? It's huge. What I'm saying is, and please listen to me, and I'm done, I promise. I am not in any of those spaces that he described. I'm not talking about lurking and finding creepy guys or the manosphere me, and I'm gonna convince them to go to therapy. That's not what I'm talking about. That's just one solution. It's not the end all be all. I know that, but I personally, in my lane of perspective, is what I have learned over the last 5 years in building this is I stay in my 3 lanes: manufacturing, agriculture, and technology.
And you just said that you haven't spent time in the manosphere, and that's what we were talking about. So yeah, so you don't know what you're talking about. Like, respectfully, you don't know.
But I have spent time in the manosphere.
You said that you haven't, and that
I didn't. I never said I haven't. I said I have.
Okay,
I have.
Maybe
I used to follow Kevin Samuel.
Oh, good for. So did a lot. My wife loved Kevin. Again, she was sad when he
died.
No,
but the reason
you weren't in the community. You're not a young man. You're not a young man who was bitter and thought.
But I have a young man that I'm raising. I'm raising a young man.
I'm telling
that's
you right
why
now,
it's so important.
And my mother raised me, and I'm telling you right now, you do not know what's going on in his head, and you never will understand. I'm telling you that.
What?
My mother raised me.
I can't have a conversation
It's not that you can't have a
with
conversation. I'm
another
saying
human
it's
being
like-
and they feel comfortable enough to speak. Why would you say that could never happen?
Because it's two different experiences. It's not that you can't like hear or learn or anything like that, or maybe even see
Okay.
a point, but like it's you again, I'm not saying you can't ever understand, but you just said you haven't spent time in the manosphere, and that again was
That's
the
not what I
Forget the
said,
top.
sir.
Were men their own problem all along, referring to the
I have
manosphere,
spent
and you
time
gave a
in the
solution
manosphere.
to the guys in the manosphere, and I'm telling you, as someone who
Nice.
was in the manosphere and has consumed red pill content and went through that rage and was saying all the same crazy stuff that they're saying, and then got out of it and realized like, maybe that's not right. I'm telling you right now, the solution that you proposed will not work, and that's okay.
Okay,
because
but
they're
if I
different.
want to
They need
still do
something.
it, if I
Then you're
want to still
wasting your
do
time
it,
and you
then
look like a
that's
fool.
it.
Then you're wasting
So
your time.
what? So what? It's
Hey,
my time
okay.
to waste.
Let
I guess
sleeping
that's the
dogs
thing.
lie.
It's my
I'm going
time
to
to
get out
waste.
of the way of the punch
I'm
Like
not
my
in the
dad
and
said.
way.
let you get hit.
Like my
Okay,
dad said, get out
I'll
of the
leave
way.
that here. If you own, there's a
Take that
gentleman who.
kumbaya up to the manosphere and let's see how they respond. I'm so serious.
Every time it's the same
Not every
thing.
time.
It's
I'm
the
not tearing you
same.
down,
Wow.
chocolate. I'm saying about what we're talking
Yes,
about.
you
With
are,
the manosphere.
but it's
No,
okay
the
because I
manosphere
don't
and the red.
care.
No,
I don't care because I still see
for one
people out
point.
here that aren't on the manosphere that are part of these things. I've talked to men before.
That's another
like,
stream. We're
come
talking about the
on.
manosphere right now.
Exactly. And young men who listen to it and they have social issues, right?
Which
they don't
won't
know
be
how to
helped
talk to
by the
women.
solution
They
that
may
you
be.
proposed.
It's like,
So what?
how
I'm
are
I'm,
they
cur- I'm,
improving?
cur- I'm curious. Wait, chocolate. I'm curious because we're talking about. And then we're gonna end soon. Promise. But this is interesting. I'm curious. We're talking specifically about the manosphere and the red pill and these guys that are in there vitriolic, same as Pro was before he had his epiphany. I want to, because you're talking about agriculture and technology. Specifically, how would you, I'm just curious, how would you help these vitriolic, hateful men? They hate black women specifically, okay? So you would be, if you went anywhere near there telling a black man what to do or suggested anything, they would tear you limb from limb. I'm sure you've experienced it already. We all have. Do tell, how would you help? You're watching a Kevin Samuel stream or a Fresh and Fit, a bunch of black men in there going at it about black women. Just give me an example. How would you help those men seek therapy? What would you say in the chat? I'm just curious.
What would I say in the chat? Ooh.
Because that's how you would have to reach them. You don't have emails or phone
Well, yeah,
numbers.
I mean, I would probably just say something real quick and put a link
Like
in
we
there.
love y'all black men. Like
Jen, I don't feel that way.
And they're
Come on,
gonna laugh at
nah,
you.
bro. I'm not. No, because
They're gonna
that's
laugh at
that's
you.
the part y'all are. Even though I know.
no, okay, so you answered it.
But it's just like, dang, come
No,
on, man.
you answered it. You answered it. So you said you would say what and then drop a link in there?
Yeah, somebody will click or somebody won't. That's how it works.
They'll click on
For
it to mock you.
advertising, for helping. I mean, either people do it or they don't. I don't know why you think or there's an idea, and I want to disparage that or get that clear. I'm not naive to what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the things that, yes, these men are behind the screens on the internet, but they're also in real life. They're also working with us. They're also out here driving or doing whatever. There's a lot of silent men in these communities. And it could be, just as this gentleman just said, it may not be a television show. It may not be an epiphany, but it might be a person that would encourage you to change. Or if it's hurting you, you need to, here's the avenues that's available. That's why they have places like.
So what would you wait a minute? Would you just consider yourself a bleeding heart at the end of the day? You're just a bleeding heart. You like
if that's what you want to call me.
Is it?
No,
right, so then that's fine.
There's nothing wrong with that. Sure.
There's nothing. I mean,
Yes,
there's
it
nothing
is.
wrong with that.
Yes,
No,
it
there's
is.
not.
It's 2023.
No.
I feel. I'm sorry, Jen. Yes, I apologize. I am triggered. I am passionate. I do
That's fine.
see that things are just up in an upheaval, and I am, trying to do my part. I'm not saying nobody should do more or less. I'm just sharing that there is a perspective of, hey, every person that listens to some bullshit is not, they can be pushed into it. They can be coerced into it. We go through it all the time. Advertising is coercion.
Chocolate.
So
I think
if
we
you,
all
so
want
if
to
you,
help people.
right, but that's what. But then I don't understand the debate because we've all established we all want to help people, and you even said you can't help everybody. So are we not agreeing? I'm confused. Are we not agreeing?
Oh, I
You
agree
said
with you.
everybody. Can,
I'm
right. You
talking
said
about
everybody. You said
me.
everybody can't be
Yes.
helped, and we said the same thing. We
Right.
also all said that we care about people, but I think we're getting confused. Where it's like you think you could literally jump in one of these chats and save these
Why?
men
Who
when
could
these
stop
men
me,
have
though?
to. I'm saying that
Chocolate.
they're not going. Nobody can stop you. I'm saying that these men are not going to respond because they are there to hate women. They're there to hate
Chocolate, if
women.
you
They don't
care
care
about
about your
someone,
link.
if you care about someone, you
Okay.
do the work to
But guess what?
understand them and how they work, right? So if you need to speak to them, it's kind of like a child, right? So like I'm not going to tell my daughter something the way I would tell my wife or my older brother. I'm going to speak to them on their level and come to them from where they're coming from. So
I'm
based off
not.
of that logic, the solution that you propose, it's good to care about them because get this, I care about them too because I was those guys. Yeah, there's a lot of hate and evil that comes from it, but like I know where it's coming from, and when I say I
Okay, so
feel
you're
for those
making my
brothers, I
point.
feel, no, what I'm saying is,
But
so
that's
I
what I'm
care about
saying.
them.
Every
So I
guy
have
ain't the
to,
same.
you have to approach them in the way you have to. It's like
I'm
when
not
I
though.
when my dog is sick and I need to give her medicine, I don't give her the pill because she's not going to eat the pill. I wrap it up in bologna. And I give it to her that way. The solution that you're talking about, just giving the dog a straight pill, and those dogs are gonna be
Look,
talking about you in the chat.
and
And
my cat didn't give a fuck about that shit either. My cat knew was
They're
my cat
not
knew
gonna
was some
care.
bullshit in there.
Oh,
She
that
was
your
like,
cat
"Take
do?
all of this, take it all. I don't want none of it."
You give it
And
to your
there's gonna
cat.
be
She's like,
there's
you
gonna be
try
people
it
like that.
first.
Yeah. She was like, "Bitch, you trying it? Don't do that again."
I think we're all saying the same thing. The only thing I disagree with is dying on that hill for your community because then you're saying it's a monolith and it is not a monolith. You have to help people who want help and want to help themselves. I think it is futile. I think it is futile to go out searching for, you don't really hate us black women. What you need is therapy, Jamal. I think that's
not what
unrealistic. I think it's
Jen.
unrealistic. Chocolate, if you weren't saying that, then you would
I'm
agree
not
that
saying
you help people that are seeking the help. People that want help, seek it out. You do know that, right? People that want help, you would seek it out.
But
Chocolate,
black
you're missing
people.
the point.
Okay.
You're defending helping
no,
people,
I'm not.
period,
No,
and
I'm
caring
not.
about them generally. We're talking
I'm
about
not. I'm not talking
specific
about
groups
generally. Y'all
that-
thinking that. I never said any of that.
That is
I
what you
never
defend.
said any of that.
Chocolate,
No,
get
that's
this.
not what I said.
Logically, okay, well, logically,
One,
if you want
I
to
was
make sense,
answering.
that
Excuse
is what
me.
you're defending.
Excuse me, sir. That's not what I'm saying. I would answer Jen's question. She was curious to know what I would do. If that's how hardcore I wanted to go with it, then I'd go with it. But I never said that that was my motto. I didn't say that. I'm trying to create something that I can feed people across the country the same way that people get those boxes, the cut up fruit and vegetables and all of that. The only difference is I want to be able to help people who got EBT because they need to eat healthy too, don't they?
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying, like, why? So you mean, so like me doing that, yes, I know there are going to be some people who will, some people who won't, but at least I'm there for those who do.
You need to get
Like,
this. We
what's
need to
wrong with
cast a
that?
good net. If you want to catch, get this. If I'm a shark fisherman, I'm going to use different bait than if I'm fishing for swordfish. All right, like I'm going to use different bait.
I'm
So
not
we
trying to
want
bait
catch
anybody
fish.
though,
No,
sir.
that's what. No, okay, but what I'm saying is the way. Maybe you're not communicating what you mean, but what you are saying, like how it's coming off, is you're talking about generally speaking, we need to help people, and like what's wrong with trying? We're saying there's nothing wrong with trying, but what you try matters, and what you try matters based
I
off of
just said,
who you're trying
I
it
just
on.
said what I'm doing. This whole
Yes.
go into a chat
Lovely.
room and searching out for people. I never said I was doing that.
We
I have
know,
been in the
but
manosphere.
what
I've
you
been listening for
originally
about 5 years.
proposed, what you originally proposed was that these men, there's a mental health
I
crisis in
answered
the
the
black
question.
community, and the black men need mental
Yes.
health help, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There are some
And
men
I'm-
who do. Yes.
Yes, there are. Get this, I'm telling you right now, all those men do. We were talking about those men. So those men need
Okay.
that help. Yes.
So why
And get
can't
this,
I make no money? Hold on real quick. Let's stop the
you
kumbaya.
making money.
So
I
let
thought this
me
was about
just
helping people.
Yes, it is. Why can't you do both?
Okay, well, get this. The product that you're trying to sell is, I can dig it. You're trying to make you make a living off of helping people. You care about helping people, so that's your passion, but you also have to eat. So I can dig it. The help that you're offering is better suited for homeless people or single moms, because
No,
those
it's
manosphere
not.
guys are not trying to hear it. I'm telling you right
agree.
now, your product will not sell to them.
But I
They
did
need a
not
different.
say, hold on, stop, please.
Well, then
Because see,
you called
now
into the wrong
you
stream,
are.
because that's not what we were talking about.
Yes, we were talking about it. All ties together. Our social
It
setup is
doesn't.
why these men, we have a group of men who act
No,
like
that's
this.
no.
It
Hold
is
on,
part of it.
wait. Now I got to call cap. Because the
Oh,
manosphere and the
okay.
red pill is not race specific. It is
Mm-mm.
not just.
I
It is
didn't
not
say
just black
that.
men. No,
No.
but no. But
Right.
that is what you're insinuating. It is not race
I'm
specific. There's
not.
not.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the black manosphere came after the white manosphere, or the manosphere, like Spro says. This is not exclusive to them. Men needing therapy is not exclusive to black men. Losers who can't get pussy is not exclusive to black men. It's not
And the losers
exclusive
who
to
can't get
them.
pussy is in the black manosphere and in the regular
But what
manosphere.
about
The
those?
problem
Yes.
is
Okay.
the
Hey,
rhetoric. The
I'm
rhetoric is
good.
the problem. It's not
I
race specific. It's
So
the rhetoric.
let me ask this. I'm curious. Do you think that you could find, because this isn't, I swear this is interesting, and I want to fucking close the stream, but this is fucking interesting. Okay. So thank you guys for hanging out. Do you think that there are a group of white women wanting to help those white men that need mental health care? Because
Yes.
let me tell you something, in the white manosphere, a lot of them motherfuckers. I mean, we got Justin, Mr. Justin right here. He is a dom coach. He helps men. He's saying, I've had guys pay me $2,000 only to do nothing because they didn't really want to change. Okay. And I could be, I'm guessing here, but I guarantee the majority of his clientele is white. Okay. These are white men. So white men also need therapy. Do you think that there are white women running around the manosphere saying, we got to help these white men and help our community advance because they need mental health care? Do you think that's happening with white men?
Yes, it is. It is happening.
Really?
No, it's
Yeah.
happening, but not nearly at the rate that it is with
No,
black
it
women.
is
And there is
happening
where I
a
will
lot
give the race
larger
divide.
than what you think. And I'm happy to bring the proof. I'm happy to bring the proof.
We're not saying it doesn't happen. We're saying
Nah, that's what you just said. You said it doesn't. You
No,
just
it
said it
happened.
doesn't
No,
happen.
he didn't. No,
he didn't say that.
He
I
didn't
said
say
that.
that. No,
He didn't
no,
say
she
that. He
said-
didn't say that.
she
I said that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said that.
she
He
said
didn't say that.
I'm saying, yeah, no, because I've seen it. There are some white girls that are like, again, they're against the manosphere, whatever, but they're sympathetic. Again, I think they maybe have my point of view.
I'm not
without my experience.
sympathetic to, excuse me, and I'd like this to be known. I am not sympathetic to these men who have platforms, and this is all they can come up with to say when there
Then
are
why
so many
help
other
them?
things you
Then
could be.
what are we talking about then? Why help them? Screw
So
them.
what you mean? Why? What are you
We
talking?
don't
I
have pity
never
on them.
said.
Let sleeping
Oh
dogs
wow! I can
lie.
feel how I want, whether it's pity, sympathy, empathy. You can't tell me that. That is just ridiculous
Well, a
to me.
second
And
ago it was,
doesn't make
we gotta
me-
help the brothers,
It
and now
doesn't
it's
make me a
We gotta help the
kumbaya,
brothers.
and I don't like the term because it's like, because you want to help people, I'm telling you out of my mouth that I understand to be selective. I've had businesses before, but now I'm in a new sector. This is new for me. But I am no idiot to the fact that there will be a certain amount of people who will benefit from what I create.
and
That's
then none of them will
anything.
be from the manosphere. None of them.
You
will be
don't
from the
know
manosphere.
that.
It's just like,
I
no,
am
it's
I
not
bet
telling you right
happening.
All right, no, I want to go at it. I'm gonna find
So
me. I'll do it.
let me say this. Let me say
What?
this, okay? I'm the one that says kumbaya. It's not race specific. I say that to my friends and family whenever they running around with the bleeding heart. I'm like, you think you're gonna go kumbaya with that man or that woman or them group of people, and they're gonna accept blah blah blah. So if it offended you, I'm sorry, but that's my word. I said that. I just want to. I want to make it clear.
you're
I'm
fine.
the only one that said that.
Well, no, he said kumbaya too several times.
Oh, okay.
And I guess my thing
Okay.
is, why can't we have that conversation of, just like the manosphere has become a business in spreading disinformation and hatred and vitriol, why can't on the other side of that, You can have, there are people who are influenced by maybe your brother. The only person, my brother came to me when he was like in 14, 15 years old, and he introduced me to Tommy Sotomayor, right? And I was like, do you listen to him? We sat and had a long conversation about it because I wanted to know. In my perspective and how I look and deal with the world is, of course, my way. I'm not asking anybody or trying to take away from the things that are already been done. But unfortunately, there are huge pockets. That's all I'm talking about.
You're
and when I
describing
say
revenge,
that,
and that makes you not as moral as you were saying. So you're saying, oh, if they're making money off of spreading different information, then let me make money off of spreading the information that I think, and that makes you just as bad as them.
Oh,
because that's propaganda. And propaganda is not art. Propaganda is not education, and propaganda does not help anybody. And the red pill guys are spreading propaganda, and what you are describing sounds like propaganda.
Okay, you want to take it there? That's fine. So let me go with this one then.
I know Lily wanted to say something.
We'll play this down. Oh, I'm
Lily
sorry.
wanted to say
Can I
something.
ask one question, Lily? This one.
Well, I wanted to answer yours. I wanted to answer yours.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. And it was kind of on the lines of what Sproul said, but not as strongly. Okay. The question that you asked was, God dang it. What did you say, Chocolate? How are we?
I was talking about, right. All I'm saying and all I feel.
You asked the question.
Right. I just wanted to ask one question. The question is this: what is who made the microphone that you talking on right now?
That wasn't the question you asked. It was a question. I really
you're talking about earlier. Oh, okay. Well, I was just I don't get why it's, even though y'all say to me.
Oh, I get it. I remember. I had a no fate moment. Okay, I remember. Okay, so the thing is, the reason why, there are not more people having those type of streams, because there is no money in it. These men want to be mad, they want to be angry, and so for someone who has a bleeding heart and they want to get and do you know how hard it is to cam up? You know how it is. It's hard as hell to get all of this done. And if there's no money in it, you're not going to keep it up because they don't want it. They're going to go flooding. That's why they have millions of followers over there, because these men want that content. They want to be angry. They want to hate women. They want to hear people talk about how much they hate women. They do not want solutions. If the channels with the lowest amount of views are solution-oriented channels, point blank. That is why we're growing slow, because we give out too many damn solutions on this channel.
Same with my own channel. I completely understand that. I knew this going in. I guess that's the only thing I can say to y'all, to whatever you think, and to insult me and go, I'm trying to spill propaganda. What I talk about on my channel is about agriculture, manufacturing, and technology. That's what I talk about, whether it's slow or not. Because of what I'm doing on the outside, I said, okay, this will be another medium. I wouldn't have met Jen. Wouldn't have met Lily. I wasn't a person, and as you can tell, Jen, I'm camera like inept. Like I'm still working that out. When I got on YouTube, yeah, I had a lot of hate. I had a lot of people say crazy things to me, but I have also met some really fantastic people who have inspired me to keep it pushing. So I guess it's like, that's all I'm saying, that I'm just want to provide a service that those people that's in the middle and they're not as extreme and they want just a different view, they're going to ride. And if they don't, they don't. And that's it. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that. Like, I just think you're not going to find.
I just think, I mean, to be fair, the stream tonight was about the manosphere and the pillars and all of that. I just don't think you're going to find them in that space. I think that's going to be futile. You're not going to find them in that space because it's literally, let me just finish my point. It's like going and asking a crackhead can stop smoking crack. Crackheads stop when they hit rock bottom and they don't want it. So it would be, I'm not going to chase around a crackhead. Hey, you shouldn't smoke crack. Right, you're losing your family. You're losing weight. And those spaces, that is how deep rooted those men are in hating women and being angry and being. But now here's the thing. Here's what I would do if I'm really about helping people and being. And I'm not gonna say kumbaya, but if I'm really about it, helping people for the better of my community, which I think is another mistake, because there are no communities. There are individuals in all ethnicities and every race. I still don't know why Black people keep using the word community, because there is such a vast difference. In Black people, you got Jamaicans, Africans, FBA, ADO. There's so many. So to keep calling it a community,
away the responsibility of the individual. That's why.
I guess that's the reason. But it's like, you're not. If you're really about that life, then you would definitely help people who are seeking the help and want to be helped. I don't know. I kind of look. I give a side eye to. It's like, no, let's go help those people that don't want help. It's just weird to me.
Jen, I never said that. Like, what about me? We were talking about what the solution would be, and I gave it to you. I'm saying I'm growing food. I'm not trying to go to the manosphere and convert anybody.
Are you going to leave them alone like us? Are you going to leave them alone like us? Chocolate. Are you going to leave them alone? Okay, then we agree then.
Right. We agree, because that's what we're talking about.
Like, I don't get it. Like, what? I was never saying that. I never said that.
Okay,
that I want to go to the manosphere and save anybody. But I do know.
Wait a minute. No, Chocolate. We were specifically talking about the manosphere. And you, wait a minute, and you came in with the cape and said they need mental health care. That was your solution for the manosphere. You said that. We didn't say. You literally thought the solution for the manosphere. So that's what we're talking about. You want to save the men in the manosphere with mental health care. You literally said that.
That's a part of it, yeah.
And we said that.
So then you want to save the men in the manosphere with mental health care. That is what you said.
I did say that. Like,
okay,
and I said that.
And then that won't work.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to the stream. I'm like, I didn't say that.
It's been an hour. We've been talking about it for an hour.
This is what we're disagreeing on.
Oh yeah,
we're talking about this same subject for an hour.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I guess that's the thing. I'm not.
Yeah, we gotta leave their ass alone. We gotta leave them alone. And there's other people we gotta leave alone.
I deal with people
they don't want to be bothered.
Who want the help. I was just saying, and
remember the chimps. Remember the chimps. The guys that are
Black and brown boys who are out here imitating the stuff that they hear from these things. Yes, that's a part of it. It may not be everybody. We know that. I didn't say that. And I'm not caping. I'm not. I am
selection earlier. That's our point. It's like, yo, get this. Some of those cats like me will wake up. Get this. It'll be most of them, actually. That's what I honestly think. Because again, they're already waking up. The fact, again, Sneeko, y'all gotta look up Sneeko. The fact that Sneeko was getting Rolo out of here. And get that, I don't know if you noticed, but Sneeko and Destiny, they don't necessarily share worldviews. However, they both united.
I follow,
you got Sneeko, the conservative Muslim, and then you got Destiny, the liberal bisexual, joining forces because they're like, oh no, these niggas need to be stopped.
Andrew Tate denounced them.
A piece of me thinks Andrew Tate is grifting. However, I will give Andrew Tate this. He says a lot of ridiculous, goofy shit. However, in comparison to him and other like red pill content creators, I actually definitely wholeheartedly believe that Andrew Tate does and has done all the things that he said he
right,
does. But
here's the thing. Even if he's grifting, bro, he wants nothing to do with them because they're a bunch of losers. They're not good for the brand.
Will follow him, and if he get this, even if he's lying, if he's telling them to do the right thing, fuck it. Yeah. Who cares? Yeah, who cares?
Yes. African goddess. Yeah. Hold on. African goddess says she created a black male specimen. That's one of the reasons why she's black male identified. Unfortunately, a black male specimen. That's interesting. That's an interesting way to put it.
I'd like to respond by saying my mom died, and that's my brother. I have not had one child yet in my life. I've worked with kids. I've worked and taken care of all kinds of people, but me caring about other human beings ain't got shit to do with me busting out no kids. And to me, that again, that's why I say, like, if it's okay to care for people, if it's okay to go out and help, if that's what I was doing. But I didn't even say that. And it does tie in, whether y'all believe it or not, the political spectrum ties into all of this. How we live our lives, it ties into all of this. How society views, it's just other human beings coming up with bullshit to put another set of human beings in a box to make them less than what they are. And we see it all the time. We see it on everything. But outside of that, and even on here, Mr. Beast, I'll use him for instance. This man was helping people with their eyes, and they like, oh, you shouldn't be monetizing. That's the only way he's able to help, because he is monetizing.
So are you arguing
people wanna be
monetizing
mad.
helping people, or are you arguing helping people? Because you keep going
It
back
all
to the
ties in
monetizing
together.
and making the
There's
money.
no-
What
there's
does
no
that
line.
have to
Back and forth.
do? What does
There's
that have
no
to do?
line.
No,
It
there is a
has a
line,
lot
because
to
again,
do.
you were this. I'm going to use Jen's, but you were a bleeding heart earlier. What does monetize it? What does that have to do
I'm
with
confused. I'm
helping
like, what's
them?
going on now?
Are we helping the people?
Ah,
Are we
Lord have
Mr.
mercy.
Beast? Yeah, again, get this.
Yeah,
Mr.
because
Beast helped the
nobody.
blind people by fixing their eyes. Mr. Beast didn't buy them glasses. You see what I'm saying? So it's good to
You
want to
don't
help
know
people, but
that
you have to
though.
know how to help them. And your
But you
solution
don't
to
know
helping
if
this
he
particular group
did.
bought them
That's
glasses
what
if
I'm
they're
saying. Like,
blind.
what is
Oh
it?
my God. Okay,
Okay,
you
I'll say
do not
this,
have the
and
wherewithal to
I'm
keep
gonna
up with the
stop.
conversation.
No,
It sounds
for
like you're just
real.
trying to
I
promote your
apologize.
channel and what you do, and you're trying to
No,
justify
sir, that's not what I
monetizing
was
helping people because
doing.
you haven't stuck with the point yet. And I'm
Wow,
going to
you
talk
are
over you because
good.
you're not being
I see
congruent.
why
It's
you
been
were
an
in it.
hour. No, and there it is. It came out. Boom. There we go. Yeah, you have
What?
an issue with the guys in the manosphere, like we all do. However, you sound like those bitter people. You're talking about, oh, give them advice
I'm not
and
bitter.
monetize it. You're bringing up Mr. Beast, like you don't sound like you care.
It
It sounds
all
like you're trying
ties
to promote
in.
yourself,
These
what
are
you're doing.
just
You brought up
no.
agriculture.
It's
What does
human
you
beings
growing
taking
fruit
care
in
of other human
Arizona
beings.
have
Wait
to
a
do
minute.
with helping
Wait,
brothers
chocolate.
that are having women problems?
Chocolate. Wait, you said that these labels happen and they put people in a box and blah blah, and powers outside of these lonely, downtrodden black men who need help and need
No,
therapy.
Jen,
It's
that's
the
okay.
wait a minute. It's the powers that be. These people put
Okay.
themselves in a box. They put themselves in a box. They go
You
here
know
and do
what?
that. They go there and do that. They put themselves in those boxes. And then society says, well, fuck, if that's how you're going to act and treat other people and talk and express yourself and present yourself, then yeah, we're going to give you that box. I'm going to keep you there. Why do you keep absolving? I feel like you keep absolving and taking the responsibility out of the black man's lap like he is a child. You're
No, because
infantilizing.
I'm not
You are.
talking.
Yes, you are. You're talking again. If the alien dropped out of the sky, they would think that you were talking about infants, helpless infants. And that's the issue I have with it. That is why a lot of people are in the state that they're in. It's like you're giving them crutches and motherfuckers' legs work great. It's just like religion. These men want to be where they are. These are adult males in America. This is not a third world country where we have to walk 3 miles
Not
for water and food.
And it's
These are
even worse.
American. These are black men who are born and raised here and speak English as a first language. And you keep talking about them like they're infants. We have to help them. They need therapy. It's embarrassing and kind of gross.
not what
I have a
It's
quote.
embarrassing.
To piggyback
Well,
off of
I have a
your
on that
quote. I have
note,
a quote.
I'm
I
out.
have a quote from
I,
I have a quote from something I posted this morning. I said, the person that blames others has a long way to go. The person who knows that they're the blame is halfway there. The person who blames no one has already arrived.
Ooh.
These gentlemen are still in the state of blaming others for their mishaps.
okay.
Nothing that sometimes there's nothing we can
It
do.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to her because to piggyback off of the coddling example, like how a mother would like coddle like her baby, Chocolate, from what you're saying, not labeling you this, it sounds like you're a foster mom. So you're like, oh yeah, help the kids, but that check better come. That's what it sounds like. And then, honestly,
Wow.
you just said to yourself, you're like, oh, I don't care about, like, I see why you were one of those men. No, you're saying that. I'm telling you right now, I've been with those cats. So yeah, I do pity them. I pity them. Yeah, they sound stupid because
But you
that's how
told me
men
not
talk
to
to each
pity
other.
them.
That's no. That's the mental health men need. They need other men to check them, tell them they sound like a pussy, and to buck up. And if they get in line, they get
Okay.
in line. If they don't, they don't. You don't know. You like, oh, I
Time
told
will
my son.
tell.
Your son,
All
anything
I'm
you're
gonna
telling your
say,
son is bad advice, and I'm telling you that right now because you're his mother, and you will not help him become a man. You can put values in him, and you can raise him to be on his square. But as a young man, because that's just how men are, we have to go our own way. And anything that you're saying, especially if it's coming off in this way, like, oh, monetize them. What does growing veggies on your land have to do with helping young brothers and you making a buck? Mr. Beast, I'm sorry. That example, you lost me. You sound disingenuous.
well, I can understand why I lost you.
It sounds like you don't like
what
the
I
guys in
said
the
was
manosphere
good.
and you're trying to make a buck off of exploiting the mental health that the black men have.
Oh my God.
Everybody subscribe to Chocolate's YouTube
Wow.
channel.
No.
Go over there for any
Okay.
of your dating advice and manosphere
I don't
needs.
give dating advice. I don't do that either. So I mean, I don't know why you feel the need to insult me. I haven't said anything to you. Because I look at life a different way, because I don't
the thing that you're
agree.
saying, you losing me with
What am
looking
I
at life a different
saying?
way.
That's how the world works? Like how money
You sounded
is
cute
moved?
earlier. You sounded cute earlier. No, because you're justifying.
I
You're talking
wasn't
about helping
trying
people and then
to
monetizing
sound
it.
cute.
So
Wait,
either
I
talk
am
about
curious
helping
before we
people.
go. I am curious before we go. I am
Nobody's
curious.
helping people. Okay.
Chocolate. I am curious before we go. You did say there's money in helping people. What did that mean exactly? Because a couple of people in the chat, not only Spro, but a couple of people in the chat were like, "Oh, she's doing it to make money." So can you clarify that,
Yes,
so people are clear?
Yes, I will happily say that. There was a study done on McKinsey. I don't know if anybody is familiar with them. They're like Pew Research, right? So they did a paper last year or the year before where they took a snapshot of what our the poorest communities, the black, they just did the black community. They focused in on the black community. Okay. The article read, companies that are current now, like hospitals, nursing homes, these companies don't care, and they know they're still going to make money, so they don't care that there are people suffering. They leave $300 billion on the table because they don't want to help us. They don't want to help poor black people. They don't want to help working poor black people. And for you to say that I'm wrong because all I'm talking about is just like a designer bag. You go buy a Prada bag, but I design a bag and it costs just as much as Prada. That's just a different product. But that money goes back into the schools in the system. That goes back to pantries that are closed. There is a wide spider web of networking that I have been working on. So if you believe that people
First
who
off,
do
you're not
what they
answering.
do,
Actually, you are answering the question.
I
but
answered the
no,
question.
because you
There it is.
sound sick. You sound like a socialist. You said earlier, oh, the capitalist in me.
Yes,
No, you
well,
sound
I
bitter because
mean,
other people got bread and you don't,
why?
and you're seeing a problem in your community and you want to
No,
capitalize on it. You
no.
sound sick. No, I don't even care.
I'm
no,
sick.
no.
I mean,
Okay.
it
Put a one in the
sounds.
chat if she
Wow,
sounds like a
y'all.
socialist.
I'm
bitter,
trying
Wow,
to. No.
y'all.
Wait.
No,
So-
not that. No, the name calling
I'm gonna
is
take a minute. I
unnecessary.
can't because I
Yeah, let's
am.
not
name
do
calling-
that. Let's not do that. But I do want to say this, and I get again. First of all, this is the block. I should hope that everybody could hold their fucking own. First and
Right.
foremost, okay? I'm not throwing on a cape for anybody. But with that said, let's not call anybody out of their name or anything like that, okay? We can all hold our own. I am trying to understand, and I swear I want to fucking go, but this shit is really interesting. It sounds to me in a way, Chocolate, and again, the chat is saying the same thing, but I'm like, it sounds to me like you're like, fuck that. If they making money off of helping black people, I'm gonna fucking make money off of helping black people too. I'm gonna get me a piece of that pie. That's how it's coming off. Like,
isn't
let me
that
help.
what
Let me help my own people while making money helping my own people. So then you're no different than them other people, right? It kind of sounds like that's what I'm saying. That's what it's sounding like. And I'm not alone. That's what a couple of people are saying. That's what it sounds like. 1 minute you're a capitalist. Next minute you're a bleeding heart. 1 minute, let's help the guys in the manosphere with the therapy.
You can be more than
contradict
one
each other.
thing. I am
Maybe
all
a
of those
socialist
things.
and
I
a
have benefited
Tomorrow,
as
because I think
regardless.
everybody.
I feel like this. this is something that I know what I'm
Jay's
doing.
stupid.
I got whatever I need to know. I don't need some kind of check of morality when we have me feeding people. Also, and for you to know, sir, so you can sleep well at night, what I was talking about working with Black men, the different portion of that is teaching them how to open their own business, helping them, taking that money, and then what do you want to do so that you can feed yourself and your family?
Money.
Now, if y'all think that's a bleeding heart, capitalist, socialist, that is what. Well, how else does the world go?
The red pill
around, sir?
guys.
Because if
the
I
same
did it for
thing.
free,
Money
you
will
call me
solve
a
all
fool.
your problems, brothers. You'll give you all the women and all the respect. You'll be an
I
alpha.
didn't
Just
say
get
that.
bag.
I did not
I would never
say
tell
that.
someone
Money
to not
does
get the
not
bag, but
solve
the way
all your
you talking
problems.
about it.
Wow.
See,
Okay.
men need character.
The way
men
I'm
need
talking about
morality,
it,
men
it
need
goes.
motivate them with money instead of just being a decent human being that wants to build a family and
I
have good
did not.
character. The money will
So
come if you have all
now,
those things.
okay.
The money
So
will
when
come
you
if you
go
have
get
all
a
those things.
job, when you go to college, when you choose a career, it's so a nurse is bad because she helping people and making money too.
No one said that was
Is a
bad. But get
doctor
this, most
bad?
people that go in,
So
doctors
if I'm providing,
usually have a
stop,
passion
please,
for helping
because
people.
you
The
have
money is a
made
result of that.
us
The money is a result
exactly.
of those things.
So
Okay,
what are you
but
talking about?
if money wasn't your main focus,
I
it
am
would never come
saying
up.
to
It would never
you
be a
that it can be
factor.
more than one
It
thing.
would. The money should never come up. No duh. People who I have
What
a
do you
brother who runs a
want?
nonprofit, and that's obviously
Like
how he pays. He
that's
makes a living
bullshit. Now
because
that I call capital.
he gives all his time to human trafficking victims,
NFL is a nonprofit.
to
The
battered women.
NBA is a nonprofit. What are
But
you
get this,
talking about?
They're
They're a
not worried
ball
about
club.
his
What are you
tax
talking
statements
about?
and his bread that he's
Community.
So
making.
it sounds like a Robin Hood thing. That's all, right? Kind of like a Robin Hood thing. Am I in the ballpark? Like fuck it, steal from the rich, help the poor. Basically.
We can talk about anything else. I will not bring up that again because yes, it is. It's personal to me. It's passionate for me. And when I deal with people who are just looking for a way to pick it apart, and you're not even. It's like we can't even see that this exists. I'm not talking about nothing that's new. These are how we help. They have pantries. Pantries don't run off of nothing. They need donations to help people. They gotta keep it running.
Chocolate,
So why is it I have to be villainized if I'm saying
Chocolate, you're not. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. No. Because I don't like when people do that on my panel. Chocolate, I don't like it. Okay. Everybody here was agreeing and disagreeing with different points. If you feel attacked on the panel, wait a minute. You're saying now you're being attacked, yet you were vehemently disagreeing with other people. And we're not saying we feel attacked by you. If you have a stance, all we're saying is explain it. I don't let anybody get attacked up here. Don't go there, Chocolate. You have been nothing but respected. Wait, you have been nothing but respected until he said you sound sick and we checked him for it. No, I don't allow women to get attacked up here. I stand on my square with that. So don't say that you're up here and you don't need to get attacked. You're saying something and contradicting yourself. And that is why the questions are coming. It's even people in the chat. So you have to look at the majority. The people in the chat and the people on the panel are confused. That's all it is. No one is attacking you. I wouldn't allow anyone to attack you. I've thrown women off of here.
It wasn't my intent. It wasn't my intent to attack.
I've thrown women off of here for attacking people. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, please.
I don't know. We can roll it back. What I said was I feel villainized because I have to eat too, so I can put myself in a position to help other people, and that is confusing. That's bad when people
No. It was a myriad, a plethora of things you said that confused us. Where we were like, wait, she wants this, that. I mean, the panel and Chocolate. Here's the thing, we fucking love you up here, but the panel was confused and the chat was confused. Everybody was like, is she or isn't she?
Why do I have to?
I don't know. We're all like.
Oh my God! What is confusing? I said
there was a lot of contradictions. I think
I'm not contradicting myself.
It was, and that's why every person listening is confused. But listen,
No,
I'm getting
I
tired, and I got to go to bed.
okay.
It's 1 a.m.
All
here.
right.
Yeah, we all got
Okay.
Well,
He's like,
again,
I'm out.
this is look, it was a great conversation. We can have a part two, but again, I plead with anyone who's gonna cam up on the block. If you can't take the heat, do not come up here because I don't throw my cape up for anybody. The only thing I will police is people calling each other out of their name. That's it. That if you can't take the heat, if you don't want to debate your talking points and your stance, don't come up here because I don't want to hear it said. And men do this too. There was a man here that did that. Oh, I was being attacked. Thank you everybody for helping me. Don't come up here if you can't take the heat. Don't come
no.
up here.
But
Please don't do that.
well,
I
I
will
want
take
to
the L.
I want to end that with what I said, and I stand behind what I said. I stand in my square. I'm not. I guess my issue is why is that such a bad thing? If I am helping other people create businesses, if I'm helping other people get on their feet, but I still make money because I'm being paid to do it, not from the people I'm helping. The
I'm gonna give
government
you.
sits on this money. They sit on millions and billions of dollars that should be going to the community of poor schools, whatever color you may be. I'm here in Arizona. The teacher shortage is so bad that they telling people come and you don't even got to have a degree. So that's
So
all I'm speaking from that perspective of the urgency of the things that I see. Now, I understand that y'all may not see that. My issue, and I apologize, Jen, because I try not to get triggered and I try not to get upset about it. But my thing is this. I don't have to be one or the other thing. I'm many of those things because that's where I live. I have to deal with the health system.
And I
have to deal with
agree,
the capital
Chocolate.
system.
I
And they
agree.
do.
I agree that you could be many things, but I just want you to know the panel in the chat heard contradictions in you being many things.
right,
Because we
But
can
and
all be we can all be many things. I tough love.
that's what
I was vice president of a nonprofit, but I'm always this is what Jen is. But your many things contradicted the many things. So we were all kind of like, I mean, people are still saying, I'm confused. You're better. People are still saying it. So obviously it's just maybe the way you express yourself. I don't mind the passion, Chocolate. We're all
right.
passionate about some shit. I don't care about that. You could get
But
up here and
I don't
yell
want to walk
and
away. I'm
no,
not
you're not.
that person, and
But
I
this is
did
Chocolate,
not
we're
feel
all
that
this is what
passionate. We're all
this is what I
passionate.
I
want to.
got
This
triggered
is
too,
what
obviously.
this is what I want to leave you with, Chocolate. This is some of the best advice my mentor ever gave me. She said, nobody in this world has to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. The only person in this world who has to understand is you. So fuck us. We don't have to understand.
No, I don't. Thank you, Lily, but I'm gonna be real. I'm fine with disagreeing. I love to debate. Yes, this part of it, that getting into what I've been working on. Yeah, it does sting a little bit when people feel as though I'm trying to do what everyone is comfortable with is fucking people over. That you can't be a nonprofit or a business and not do people wrong. That now is the oddity. And
Chocolate,
that
I
to
will
me, it
apologize.
scares me. It scares me in a world that you wanting to be nice is a bad thing now. And I don't mean it, y'all, personally. I don't talk about this just for the panel. I talk about it just for the chat. And if I'm happy to come into it, I'm happy to bring whatever is needed, paperwork, numbers, whatever they would like as your audience. But I have nothing that I'm trying to hide or get over on. Exactly. Like you said, Jane, you are you and I am me 100%. That's why I like you. That's why I like Lily, because regardless of us agreeing or disagreeing, I still got mad love for y'all. So that's it. And Tristan and Haran. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the way I am as a human being. But it doesn't mean that I think I'm better or worse than the next person. I'm just saying that, yes, those many things, and I apologize if y'all confused in the chat. And my last word is this. I am happy to come to Jen whenever she wants, and I'm happy to explain it. But what I'm talking about initially is growing food, and that's it. And giving it and making sure people got something to eat. That's where we started. And then the house.
Okay, and I hope
So
you know
that's it.
I hope you know that we were sincere when we said the world needs chocolates. I've been the chocolate. I'm done. I help people who want to help themselves now. But there's nothing wrong with the chocolates of the planet. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And I do believe that, yeah, there are nonprofits that help other people, but I also work with nonprofits that were robbing the people that they were saying. Nonprofits
Oh, I agree.
are fucking places where people launder money, steal money, embezzle money. Nonprofits are very well known for that. We all know that. Okay, 501c3, money means money in my pocket. We can't deny that. That's the majority. The majority of people in the ministry are fucked up. I don't care who disagrees. The majority of the motherfuckers are fucked up until they want to change on their own. So we can agree to disagree. We got mad love for you. People get triggered. That's what the fuck happens here. But everybody got to hold their own. I love the chat. Thank you for holding me down tonight. Thank you, panel. This was a great discussion. All of us got something from it. We all are on different ends of this thing. It got a little tricky because we was like, wait, I thought you said black. It was white. It was purple. That happens. That happens in these conversations. But we can still all love each other. If Chocolate came out here to Nevada and was like, Jen, I need you out here because I'm giving out whatever the fuck, or I'm doing this, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be like, Chocolate, what time, where, what I gotta wear? I would be there. That's how it is. And I mean that. I don't have to. I mean that. I've done it. I've done it for people I didn't even know. So, you know what I mean? We can agree to disagree. It gets heated on the fucking stoop on the block.
I am still here, right? I love that Spro apologized. Spro got triggered too.
Chocolate,
We passionate.
I use some adjectives to describe you that they weren't nice. Now, I stand by my opinion.
That's all right. Right.
However, I will say,
and I respect
and this
your
will be the
opinion.
last thing I say. Last thing I say, I swear. It's not. There's nothing wrong with what you want and what you said. The issue and why it looks funny and raises an eyebrow is because typically people are used to people that are talking about doing and caring about the things that you're caring about. The money aspect just never coming up. The fact that it came up so many times is why it and I honestly don't want to hear rebuttal because we're just gonna go back. I've been saying the same thing.
So don't because we're trying to get up out of here. You're going to automatically get a rebuttal. Okay, so let's get on out of here. If you're about to get a side of me that you don't want.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
With that said,
I just would say this.
Okay.
Yeah, keep it going. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. It's delayed. I apologize. Let me mute it.
Okay. With that said, I fucking appreciate you all. Tristan, take us out of here. I don't know what you got for us tonight, Tristan. But Tristan, for anybody watching for the first time, please hit that like and subscribe. Tristan usually takes us out with something. I really do love you all. I appreciate your fucking time. I appreciate you pulling up and standing on your own fucking square. That's what makes this show so damn dope. Tristan, what you got?
Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what? Okay, I got something.
Wait, can I make a statement after that, Tristan?
Joe, you have to say it before because Tristan ends the show.
Oh no.
Okay.
You got 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll say this. The reason why people are confused about wanting to do good and also get paid is because people lie about it. Every nonprofit gets paid. And I'm just telling the truth up front and transparency. And I know that's new, but it happens. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. All right. Tris?
Okay. So this is going to be a part 2, it looks like, because I think everybody was just tired. Because everybody...
Nobody... Listen, the chat rules, okay? Nobody wants a part 2.
What?
Only New Diamond, but New Diamond is always ready for the smoke. But nobody wants a part 2. Everybody's saying, play it back.
All right, put me up on the big screen. To the. Should I say? I'm not gonna say his name, but the certain guy that used to be on the panels, who used to praise this man when he got kicked out the NOI and defended the NOI, blah, blah, blah. But this man did make one comment, which the last hour and a half proved, was this. We are not outnumbered, we are out-organized.
Ooh.
I love you all. Class dismissed.
And we're out.
Love it.
Good
Good night, you guys.
night.
Good night.
Love
Good night,
you
everybody.
all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. If you're still here for any reason, please hit that like and subscribe for Mama. I still say this is the best show on YouTube, hands down. Very, very diverse. I love you, chat. Y'all got it popping tonight. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the cash apps from the bottom of my heart. You guys rock. Come back tomorrow. It's going to be another great debate about proms and how much money and extravagant people are getting with these proms. Is it worth it? Are they raising the children to be consumers? Is it too much? Are they rewarding children for shit they're supposed to do? We're going to have a debate tomorrow. I got a stylist coming who's actually very busy this prom season because he's making those elaborate suits for the boys who are graduating, okay? So come through mañana. Let's get it popping again. Good night. I'm out. Hit that like and subscribe for me, okay? Thanks for hanging, guys. And I'm out.